Yeah, what's going on? Back again, we got this more or less planned, but more or less impromptu one. And get some of the particulars out of the way because you got my man Tyron. We're going to let him come up in a minute and he's going to do a co-intro. And you'll find out why, because we keep dealing with these pan-Africans and Afrocentrists and the whole teppers. In case you haven't noticed, a lot of these people are coming around denouncing their own African identity and African history, what they like to promote, but now they're denouncing it. That's why the video is called what it's called, "Are Africans Dimwits?" or something to that effect. I forgot the title, but you get the idea. Because that's what they're basically telling us. The Africans are dimwits. I'm not going to disagree with them, but if that's what they want to say, that's what they want to say. But again, if that's what they want to say, then anything else that you say that was good about Africa has to be thrown out the window because they were too dim-witted to build a boat, too dim-witted to cross land. But before we even go there, let me just say something while more people come in. I did finish seeing the Thor, by the way. And yeah, it was bootleg download, but it was 4K though. So it looked good. The sound wasn't as great with the Atmos, but it was still pretty good. It's a surround sound. And yeah, I did catch the lesbian scenes with Valkyrie kissing the hand of that woman. And then the rock man finding a guy, said, "I met a dude." Then the dude happens to have a Village People type mustache on him. I said, man, I don't know why they want to do this, but this is where they want to go with it. Love and thunder. Overall, it was boring. I think it was 20 minutes too long, like a lot of these Marvel movies in this current phase. And the whole premise or plot was stupid because at the end of the day, it was rescue the kids. Kids are being held hostage, corny. I didn't like it. I'm almost ready for the superheroes just to die down. Now the next one is the Wakanda 2 or Wakanda. We'll see how that goes. And if this is whack, then I'm going to check out some DC because I still didn't see Batman versus Superman, so I got a lot to catch up on. So anyway, in the last 2 videos, we talked about RGBs, red, black, and green people, who are synonymous with Marcus Garvey and Afrocentrists, but they're not necessarily synonymous with Hoteppers, because Hoteppers aren't usually pro-black. They're usually Freemasons, number one. And two, they only recognize ancient Egypt as black. They totally ignore modern Egypt because they don't want to talk about the realities of modern Egypt and the fact that pan-Africanism is not doing anything to wrestle control back to the ancient times, far ancient times. So they have been proven to be liars, number one. They're slowly, also with everybody's efforts, they are not slowly, they have no choice but to turn into and acknowledge blackness, and that's a placeholder name, in the Americas. See, once the evidence is presented to you, even the biggest liar at some point in time has to say, you know what? Okay, I accept it. So when you see the information in front of your face, you can't deny it. So you got James Smalls, a world-renowned coon. And I'm glad people are getting on his ass now. Because I've been getting on his ass. I told you, whenever the agenda switches, he's a Freemason, as you know. Whenever the agenda switches, I told you these people are ordered to start talking about what they talk about, whether it's the movie or what have you, like the Woman King. That's promotion. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing these comments. I should have slowed to get on. When James Small said that the title of king has no gender, I said this is a coon. I don't get into that don't bang on the elder stuff. If the elder got a big enough mouth to talk it, he should be able to defend himself. If he's too old to be attacked, then he's too old to be speaking. That's the way I look at it. Got time for this shit? Peanut head coon. That told me he's down with the gay agenda. You want to take that gender bullshit away. See, that Freemasonry, they got that secret crazy religion. Hotep's a Satanist. That's what it must be. That's what it has to be. And Truth for Troll. No, this is live. This is live, all the way live. And matter of fact, before I even get deeper, because I'm gonna bring Tyron in, and we're gonna go over another coon who's trying to make headway, make some noise on YouTube with lies. But again, if these are lies to be believed, how come we're defending them? We're the apples, right? So why are we the ones defending these lies? They should be defending these lies, but we're going to just point out some of the lies that they bring forth, no matter what. But before I do that, let me talk about a few stories that grabbed my attention. Now, people have been following my Facebook, or if you're just inquisitive, like I was, you start looking things up and wondering what's up. So anyway, let me just share the screen real quick. Let me put the link in the back so Tyron can come in the back and get started. And then we're going to rip this so-called chief, which is an interesting name that he has when you think about it. Just like the name of Cynthia G. I was just thinking about that the other day. We saw her eye being covered, but I never really gave her name G any thought until now. Now you see why she's always out there, stays live, and goes on TV shows. Anyway, let me just share the screen real quick. This is why I like this Edge browser, because it just makes things easier. And what I want to do, as you know, this Tunisian president, I've been showing this guy for quite a while. Only now there's this hideous individual, because this man is hideous. I mean, this has got to be one of the ugliest people I've ever seen in my life. And he has the nerve to talk some shit. This guy, this is hideous. If this man has kids and a wife, I'm guessing he must have forced them. Because this is an ugly ass motherfucker. But some people are still naive, and they think that this guy is an Arab. And I got to bring up SETI and other pan-African. Matter of fact, SETI, I think he just disavowed pan-Africanism yesterday. He said he's not a pan-Africanist. And that was his main thing. So, but he still maintains that the Olmecs come from Africa, though. But nobody's able to show any proof, though. Now, I'm not picking on him, but I'm glad. See, at least when evidence is presented to him, at least he can start backing up and saying, okay, I think I learned now. I can't just be stuck in my ways. Either that, he's just going with the flow. But, I've been telling you about Black Tunisian activists for the longest time and what they're going through out there. And I'm glad this story broke, because a lot of people get to see this man is hideous. This man is scary as hell. He reminds me of the Emperor from Star Wars. I mean, damn. You show this man's face. Matter of fact, you put this man's face in your face, in a POW's face. God damn it, the POW is like, God damn it, I give up. I'll tell it all. Shit, this is hideous. But see, a lot of people, including Pan-Africans, they didn't know these people existed looking like this. That's why I always told you, Algeria and Tunisia, I feel, are the whitest North African countries because they got straight up white people. But real quick, let me see. So you got this guy, and then you got this thing right here that happened the other day. Another one of these bizarre stories that just pops up out of nowhere with a whole lot of strange and questionable events and things attached to it. It just starts getting my mind working. I just can't help it. I see certain things that don't make sense, and then I start investigating just a little bit. Now, of course, you got these two people dead and others found alive in a Mexican kidnapping, black people. The story goes a woman wanted to get a Brazilian butt lift. Keep in mind, this is a black woman, by the way. I really only see Hispanics walking around here and the Hispanics of the Mexican type walking around here because, they usually got some funny asses, but with these fake asses, and they look absolutely ridiculous. I couldn't mess with somebody like that because I know it's fake. It just looks silly. So they expect us to believe that black people drove all the way from North Carolina. Drove. I mean, they couldn't even fly to somewhere in south eastern Texas. Houston, I guess. I don't know what the nearest airport is. And then drive from there. That makes no sense because black people, that's a long distance to drive for some stupid shit. And black guys, what the hell are they getting out of it? So I'm thinking, who in the hell would make that trip? If a girl asked me, hey, you want to come and drive all the way to Mexico so I get me a Brazilian butt lift? I'd be like, what's in it for me? That's the first thing I'm talking about. Second thing I'm talking about is Mexico is dangerous. Why Mexico? Why get a Brazilian butt lift in Mexico instead of Brazil? All right, shit. Brazil's scary enough as it is. Shit. But I go there first. Shit. But I found that to be pretty strange. Then, as you can see, you got Freemason language throughout the articles. I believe this is the original article that I had on the Facebook. Shot 3 times. See, the FBI stopped at our house around 11 o'clock. Freemason language. I think somebody had 6 kids or something like that. An 11-year-old daughter. That's their Freemason language. So that automatically said, man, something ain't right. Then, of course, the main thing was the city of Matamoros. I said, why would they travel? Because I heard of a lot of Mexican cities, but I never heard of Matamoros until this incident took place. And I'm like saying to myself, that's strange. Right over the border. That part is not strange, but then I'm looking at the word Matamoros. And I'm always looking for, you could say what you want to say. I'm always looking for something, the meaning of the words, looking for blackness. I'm looking for a Jewishness. That's what I'm always looking for. Something that tells you why they called it that. So then I looked that up. Oh, now they want to change the shit around when I'm ready to go live on it. But let's see if it does it now. The bottom line is now this thing messed up everything because I saved it instead of doing it live. But Matamoros means killer of Moors. That's what the hell the town means. And these black people who are Moors, I'm talking representative of historical black people as Moors. So you're talking that Moor Science Temple stuff. just in case people want to, think I'm going there. It's funny. Matter of fact, I'll show it on my Facebook because just yesterday, it's the same page I saved. Let me just see here. Oh shit, man. You see, this is why you can't trust everything on the internet. But anyway, luckily I saved the goddamn snapshot. Where are we at? Here we go, right here. So this is the same shit. I saved the page, but this is what they had yesterday when I put it on here. Maybe it might come up again for some people, who knows? But right now, that was the same page I saved to show today. And obviously, it's not showing it. That's what Matamoros means, killer of Moors. And it makes sense. Matador, I guess that's a killer of a bull or something. I don't know. Why would these people, number one, this is further acknowledgement that Moors were black for people like Mr. X and I'm going to say it, psychopathies, who came up here proving that Moors were black, by the way. Killer of Moors is where they go to, and two representative Moors get killed. Real quick, I'm going to let Tyrana. Obviously, these are Moors. Black. See, the reason why these people have to lie is because we've been told that, because, this bullshit with the sub-Saharan bullshit. These motherfuckers in Europe and in the Sahara. So what is the sub-Saharan African? It's bullshit. That's what it is. But that's the latest rhetoric. You see that kind of shit on Stormfront now. And that's what these pan-Africans keep pushing. And I don't know why they want to participate with the white man in promoting white supremacy, because they're the main ones who keep talking that white supremacy shit all the time, but yet they're the main ones propagating it for the white man. So now we see who is involved in white supremacy. And this is another thing you can go to about the Moors and all that kind of stuff. We know they were black, but see, they took the shit out. That's weird, man. That's weird, but that's why you can't trust the internet. And this, yep, it's the same thing. Bing, Microsoft Bing. I mean, who can you trust now with the information? That's why I started taking pictures of stuff now, saving things when I could. It should have get switched up just like that. And if you remember this, Princess apologizes after wearing brooch deemed racist to lunch with Meghan Markle. And as they say, the apology came after Princess Michael of Kent wore a blackamoor brooch on her left shoulder to the Queen's annual. See, when white people wear this stuff with the Moors and black people, that's their way of celebrating the defeat, the conquest of, it's hard for you to believe, but people who once ruled everything and started everything. A lot of people can't believe that black people started everything, but the evidence is pretty clear. That's why people all over the world who had nothing to do with black people all of a sudden hate black people for no reason, aside from the white people propagating that. And matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna save the other part for Tyron. There was something else I wanted to say. I forgot what the hell it was. Oh yeah, here it is. Real quick. For people who think that Tunisia was always Arab, here's the this is Carthage, Carthaginian Empire. Phoenicians, because I argue with white people on YouTube. One guy tried to use trick language on me. He tried either that, he was stupid. Because I was arguing on Al Jazeera's channel. He's like, yeah, the Tunisia was never sub-Saharan, it was never black. He said Romans came through, Arabs came through, Phoenicians, and Punics. I said, man, Punic and Phoenician, that's the same thing, and that's black. So that's two taken out. Oh yeah, he also said Vandals, Germanic tribes. I said Rome was basically mixed. Vandals were definitely Germanic white people. You forgot about the French, and you forgot about the Ottoman Turks for some odd reason. They always like leaving when white people talk about they want to claim Arabs all the time, but they don't want to claim the Ottoman Turks, who were clearly white. And real quick, make this real quick. So that's Carthage. And you got the Roman Empire. As you can see, their main goal was to take over the entire Mediterranean so they can control it. And that's what they did. And as you can see, they controlled Tunisia and what is now most of the United Kingdom. And they founded London too, by the way. I just like throwing that in because everybody thinks that the British founded London. So anyway, what else did I mention? You got Vandals. Germanic tribesmen coming all the way through. And you got Ottoman Empire. There's a lot of people, they need to study this. As you can see, they had the Eastern Mediterranean for the most part, while the Moors had up in here. And as you can see, they had Tunisia. Still got it because those are white people. And as you can see, they had Peace of Sudan, Mecca and Medina. They controlled Islam. Yemen, that's why some Yemenis are so light. Then you got pieces of Djibouti. A lot of them are light, and they had a bigger. Matter of fact, let me see. That's as big as they can get. They did have a tiny piece of Somalia as well. Get out of this shit. Now, come on. Okay. So that's the Ottoman Empire. And these are last thing I want to show. I showed this before, but I'm going to keep talking about, just like I keep talking about North Africa. So that people can get it in their minds that the people in North Africa, the rulers, are not Arabs. They're fucking Turks. And they're largely white. And they come from Asia. And they don't come from Europe. Even though they say some of the white ones are of Finnish origins. And as you can see, the Fez, that's the Turkish creation. As you can see with this type, he's a Mongol Asian style Turk. And they usually wear the fez and the turban. And say these are Turks. And a lot of people think that when you see people like this in the so-called Middle East and so-called North Africa, you think these are so-called Arabs. These are goddamn Turks. And this is the Turk that Psychopathia said he didn't see the red hair on. Damn, what the hell was that? Mongol Asian Turk. And I like to show them in pictures because people see these people and think, oh, these Arabs. See? And they ruled to the relatively modern times, as you can see the photograph. Look at that. So I wish these pan-Africanists and others would stop calling these people fucking Arabs. And last thing I'm going to show you another map. As you can see, these are the Turkic peoples. Mongol Asians. That's their first, where they come from, all the Central Asian stuff. And as you can see, Azerbaijan and all these places around where the stands are and all that kind of stuff. This is Iran right here, Iraq, Syria right here, Turkey. And before that, it all extended to Egypt, all the way to Morocco with the Fez. So these are Turkic peoples. And as you can see, they came from east to west. Turks are not from Turkey. That was stolen black land too. So with that, let me get out of here. And let my man, oh wait, let me just say one more thing. Those are the move people. Let me just say one more thing. Those are Taharka Bay people. Say it has nothing to do with them either. That's just that more science tip, but that's nothing but phony BS. My thoughts on Jane Small disrespecting Jane Bucci disrespecting Jane Smalls. Hey, I've been doing it before that, and I'm glad he did. More people need to call that old man out. Cool. So I'm about to let Tyron on in a second. Oh boy, I let this stuff start. I just want to say a couple of last things. Number one, these Pan-Africans, they always come with a makeshift African identity and a culture that Africans would never recognize at all. Clothing that Africans don't know what the hell they are. They're like, okay, what are you wearing? Names. They pick a name. Muhammad Akbar Bu Muhunidi, whatever the hell kind of name they're coming up with, mixing cultures up. Timmy Hotep, some shit like that, Muhammad Hotep. And then they call that African. That's why people like Baruti, Jane Smalls, when you want to question these
people, not African.
Yeah, when you want to question these people about,
I'm not using the word black.
Oh, you're on the air, by the way.
Oh, what up, Alquan?
What's up, man?
Yeah, that Coon-X, Chief X, or whatever his name is, Xavier, this nigga is a retard. Same with Psycho and Renee. They regurgitating the same script that comes out of the Final Battle crew.
Who are they?
You ever heard of like the Fry Bread Factory? This goes way back to 2014, 2015, 2013 era when you had like a bunch of Native Americans butthurt about African Americans ain't African, butthurt about Dane Calloway, butthurt about Turtle Gang and Two Hawks and all these people that were bringing out the indigenous American information, and they kept using words like wabo and abo and y'all still in our culture and stuff like that. And you had an individual by the name of Lance Brown Eyes show up to a Olmec lecture with a bunch of Pan-Africans claiming the Africanisms of the Olmec civilization. And later down the line, you had a whole bunch of Pan-Africans coming out of the woodworks and dick-sucking Native Americans saying that, oh, y'all self-hating on Africa and y'all trying to steal from these Native Americans' culture. And they saw the decline in Pan-Africanism because we were debunking everything about Pan-Africanism and its leaders. And those Native Americans was also talking shit about, like, Ivan Van Sertima, Renoko Rashidi, John Henry Clark and all them way back in the 90s and stuff like that, talking about like the Africanisms within
so-called master
America.
Teachers.
Yeah, so-called master teachers that these same Pan-Africans was upholding as like gods and stuff, but nowadays they're throwing them under the bus just because they promote.
Oh yeah, like Ivan Van Sertima, that's one of their main targets these days.
Yeah, they hating on Van Sertima, even though they used him as a source not too long ago to prove Egypt was black. And the Mongol Century's main champion was Sal Sasson from Phoenician Seven, a super Egyptian, and all these Euro clowns on the internet talking about the whiteness of Egypt and spreading the propaganda on Stormfront and all these other sites. And them Pan-Africans like Meje Commander debunked everything South Sea was saying and ran him out of the paint. But
hold on one second. I got to do three things.
All
Number
right.
one, that comment on the screen, who founded London? I think he's out in London. Yeah, the Romans founded London. A lot of people don't realize that.
And the Romans did.
And they gave it that name.
Enslaved the Britons.
And they gave it that name, London, Londonium, something to that effect.
Yeah.
So British didn't found that. That's what that hatred was.
Primitives at that time. You had historians like
the Germanic tribes didn't even make it out there by that time.
No, they didn't, because those people, the Germanic tribes, were primitives as well.
Yeah,
they were known as villains back then.
Until they learned how to
didn't
go to war.
By white, they didn't go by European. They went by their own tribal names. Not,
but those guys weren't even European. They invaded Europe.
Yeah, they're not even indigenous to Europe. They went by their own tribal names, such as Franks, such as Anglo Saxons, Britain coolies. You had the Alemanni, which is the actual people of Germany. Their original name was Alemanni.
And when we're about to get, I'm sorry, but when we're about to get into, you see this guy's comment. Now he's back to Cash Guy.
Y'all in y'all feelings. For one, Chief X was running scared, and he couldn't even go about our sources that we presented, debunking everything he just said.
And he kept cutting us off. He
didn't a liar.
He didn't even let me on.
Watch his shit.
He didn't even let me on.
Exactly. He didn't even let Alquan on.
I mean, the man doesn't want to have a conversation because he knows what he's presenting is BS.
Exactly. He was regurgitating the same shit that Psycho said, and his ass choked on the last live.
Oh, you know what, Tyron? I just thought of something. Cash Guy should be pissed off with Chief X because Chief X said that Africans were too stupid to build a boat and sail around the world. He's talking about your people.
He said Africans are retards. So, Cash Guard, are you a retard? Are you special needs? These are your fellow Pan-Africans saying this shit to you.
That's what he said.
Hello, that's them. Not us. We didn't say Africans were retards. We said that Africans are seafaring people.
Yeah.
They like to travel. These Pan-Africans up here on the internet lying on your history. So what do you got to say about that? Nothing. But
he'll still follow them and give them money, I'm sure, so they can put his people down. He said, I don't agree with everything he says. But shit, if you agree with, or let's say you don't agree with the fact that Africans are dimwits and can't build a boat and sail around the world before the white man came around and knocked them over the head and took them all over the place, then that means everything else you shouldn't agree with everything else, because right now they're just saying that's stupid. That's what the white man's been saying.
Anything that comes out of Pan-African Afrocentrics' mouth is pseudo.
Yeah.
If what we're saying is pseudo, they're pseudo too, because they're regurgitating what white supremacists been saying on the internet.
But if you notice, Cash got to go to Mouthy Megan and try to argue with her and hate on what she's talking about because it's so-called FBA, but yet these Pan-Africans are calling your people. And yeah, Congo, I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't trying to be funny, but I don't know any historic ancient stuff about Congo, but I'm saying
I know some. Loango, the city of Loango.
Well, you know more than Cash God knows about his own people, apparently. And that's a shame.
I know they were metallurgists. I know they were farmers, and I know that they use they were basically nomadic farmers that kept shifting their crops around because their land was infertile.
You see, we're helping you out. You should be educating people on this kind of thing. And those Pan-Africans should be.
These niggas is your damn leaders. How come these niggas are in denial about the black indigenous people of North Africa? Why are they limiting blackness to what the white person created, which is a sub-Saharan Africa.
Right. Now you see how he's talking. Now,
I thought Africa, the entire continent of Africa, is a black ethno state.
right. Now, I tell you, the way he's talking, apparently he must like being called a dimwit by Pan-Africans and the white man. So that's how they think of you people as people who didn't have any clothing, didn't know how to build a basic boat, a floating device before a white man came along. Now, of course, let's say this: the white man. I'm gonna be conservative, or meet the people halfway. The white man says human beings, modern humans have been around. Let's just call it 300,000 years, right?
Yep.
Uh, you mean to tell me there was no white man around? That's what history. The history of the world, the earliest civilizations. It doesn't involve the white man.
Exactly. So how you gonna sit up there and claim that the world was yellow? Asia was a yellow continent. Europe was a white continent, Africa a black continent, America a red continent. Who was giving you this information? Is this from out of Africans' own scholarship, or
Right.
is this coming from a white supremacist?
Right, because the white man likes to start his history off with ancient Greece, which obviously was black first.
Or if it's not Greece, he'll start it off with Sargon of Akkad and place it in Mesopotamia and say it's white people.
Yeah, he can't do that. Those lips on him, you can't. That ain't white. But let's even start with that. Let's start at 1500 BC. 300,000 years up to 1500 BC. The white man was not on the scene. So what was the black man doing for 300,000 years? If he was that stupid,
licking cow anus, according to Chief X and Psycho.
Yeah, see, if they were that stupid, they wouldn't have survived. I want you to think about this, because you know how I do with those prehistoric animals and dinosaurs. I like looking into that. Imagine you're in Africa, no clothes. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we started, but just imagine this. Just assume that you got drop shipped in Africa, no clothes on, no food, no weapons. Now you got to figure out what to do. You got to be smart to be able to survive. Strong beasts, insects, snakes, all that type of shit. Try to get you some clothing, shelter, food. And when you have children, you have to be able to deliver and care for those children. So you can't be a stupid person, and you got to be able to light a fire. That, if you learn anything about early man, that movie Quest for Fire, that shows you that you had to have, once you discovered how to light and control fire, that's the game changer right there. So once you do that, you mean to tell me all that had to take place, plus building civilizations, checking out the land, discovering math, writing, you had to wait for the white man.
And the funny thing
is that what you're telling me?
And the funny thing is, the white man that they get their education from says that West Africa didn't start their civilization until the AD period.
Yeah. So why are you people relying on these frauds? Matter of fact, let me just answer a few questions, because I thought I answered this before. What's your thoughts on Bucci disrespecting Smalls? I said that's good. He needs to be disrespected because Smalls is a coon agent.
He is. I saw him in that fucking shitty Maroon movie. Oh my god! Don't get me started. Please
don't tell me you paid for it.
My sister paid for it. $8 for the streaming service, and it was crap.
So you cast your vote when you pay. That's why I bootleg, man, because I ain't casting my vote. I'm not paying even $8. $8. That's a happy meal. That's a happy meal for Tariq Nasheed. I ain't doing it.
Bro, it's just the same format as the Hidden Colors, and it's shitty fucking stock footage that he put together. He stole information from people out of African Americans ain't African, and he made footage of people carrying katana swords in the Middle Ages and carrying them same katana swords up into the Maroon history. I ain't gonna spoil it just yet. You're gonna have to wait until later into the video for us to break down that Hidden Colors movie.
Yeah, I'm sure I mean, his shit, nobody really bootlegs his shit, but like that, because it ain't valuable like that. But I mean, I'm sure I can get a hold of it just like I got a hold of the last one. But I tell you one that I'm trying to get a hold of is that 1804, because that flopped. But I was actually more interested in seeing that one, believe it or not. Uh, but I'll get a hold of it. You know, I'll get a hold of it.
But this dude don't know nothing about no American Indian culture. He doesn't know any fucking thing. All he knows is some Great Dismal Swamp and all this other shit. But anyway, I want to get on this Chief X
Matter of fact,
coon.
before you go there, I forgot the last thing I want to ask you. Last night, SETI made a video about the Olmecs. Did you see that one?
Mm-mm.
He said he was proving that the Olmecs were black, which of course, and he said he was one of the first to present that.
Black Africans or Aboriginal black people that ain't got shit to do with Africa.
I'll say this: he did say African, but he wasn't using that word as much as he used to. Let's put it like that.
Because in that Maroon movie, they kept saying fucking African over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, that's that guy, but said he, because Psychopathist, he says that he proved that the Olmecs were in the, I think it was the Mayans. Yeah, the Mayans and the Olmecs. He said he proved that they were not black. And I've been waiting to see the video link because I actually wanted to just see what they uncovered. I have a feeling I can guess, but I want to see it. But I still haven't been able
They
to
ain't
see
got
it.
no proof. All they got is secondhand regurgitation from South Sasson and a whole bunch of Mongol centrics that they go flock to on Final Battle. Like real Chata fucking Rob Noxious. It's filled with white people over there too, by the way. And he gets his same information, hand-me-down information from Lance Brown Eyes and all these other Mongol-centric Mexican
You see this?
pseudos.
See that on the screen? Shit, man, I can't even give that to a girl. Man, come on. That's what you're gonna do with a Karen keychain. I still think that was, out of all his hustles, that was the dumbest one he ever came up with. The Chinese must have presented him with a bargain.
Shit, and the
10 cents
FDA
each.
Ogun juice spray. Bro, why you keep talking about some Ogun shit?
But check it out. Here's what he said. He said that, now he showed the pictures. Now you know how he said, I told you Psychopathist, we did a live on his channel one time a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago. And we were talking about the Olmecs, and he said the braids in the back of the head, those were feathers. I said, man, come on, this is
Bro, it's
ridiculous.
not feathers, bro. You keep regurgitating the Mongol centrics arguments.
I said, okay,
I
let's
can
say that,
show you other statues that got fucking cornrows and stuff like that. What is this clown talking about?
right. He said they're feathers attached to the helmets. I said, okay, well, I'll show you one with the helmets taken off. He's like, that's not black hair. That's not Afro hair. That's weathering or something to that effect. I said, well, how come the other
Oxidation. He be saying stupid, silly shit.
I said, well, how come the other statues didn't get weathered like that? Well, they're different statues. I said, come on, listen, you know what black facial features are looking like. You know what afros are. Well, then again, these people don't know what afros look like. sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Shit, I can show. We just showed you a black American man that runs a casino, and guy in Hollywood said that that's not a black man. Did he not?
Yeah. And it's crazy. And said he showed the Afro pic. I admit, when I first saw that Afro pic with the fist on it, I said, first I had to make sure, I'm not going to lie to you. I
Bro,
had
ain't
to,
no African pics with fist on it, bro.
I had to look at that shit up and down, re-examine the shit to make sure nobody photoshopped that shit. Because I said, well, you telling me these people had the Afro pic with the fist in it? I said, yeah, that like said he showed the Black American version. I'm like, did these people who made the Afro pic with the fist in it for us, did they know something? or was it because of Black Power and that Black Power fist? So that's what I always looked at it as.
The communist fist.
Yeah.
Cause
So,
I ain't gonna lie, you got fucking Polynesians with Afro pics in their
yep,
culture.
yep. So Olmecs are clearly Black, whether or not they're African. So far, nobody has been able to prove it. They can tell you about similarities, but they can't show you sailing vessels. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. If the African couldn't sail a boat, as these Pan-Africans and RGBs and Hotep say, then that means the Black people in the Americas that were over here couldn't have come from Africa. So you better watch what you say. That's why you got to keep track of your lies.
Exactly. That out of Africa theory isn't possible. Then on top of that, these niggas is regurgitating Carl Linnaeus, who is a fucking eugenist scientific racist. So this is what he proposed was the worldview at the dawn of man. He says that Linnaeus was interviewed in order boundaries in nature as for mankind. He believed there was a single human species. He did not use the term race, but divided humans into four varieties by continent and skin color: European white, Africa black, Asian yellow, and American red. These varieties were linked to attributes which he thought the least desirable were to be found in the Africa whom he considered was enervated by the hot climates. He characterized the white European on the land as inventives. So by you using this term Africa black in sub-Saharan Africa, you're making yourself a foreign national invasive species within the African continent, because you also have white people saying that white people are aboriginal to North Africa and South Africa.
Right.
And Pan-Africans do not acknowledge this shit. They act like, oh, we got claim to Africa. We have the right to inheritance in Africa, and we can go over there and do whatever the fuck we want to do, and not be bothered by white supremacy, when white supremacy already owns Africa and
Right.
dividing it up and telling you what's yours and what's not yours.
That's why I always tell Pan-Africans, how come you people want to run away from North Africa? Because that's a critical area. That's where all the history is or was. So
Exactly. They always got to diminish Carthage because they claim that Hannibal was a white man and not a black man when he was a black man.
yeah. And what did my man say? He said, "Oh yeah, what happened on Mount E. Megan? That the cash guy, he got his ass roasted on there. She'll let you have it. you know, she let him have it.
And these are the original aboriginals of Mauritania and Morocco that Pan-Africans always deny.
Yep. And they actually get darker. Now I'll concede that some of these got mixed with the Vandals, because you could tell by the head shape, and some of them got light eyes. But they're darker. There are people who are darker than that.
During my 3-week trip around Morocco, it was so surprising how many Moroccans addressed me in French or Arabic, assuming that I am Moroccan, specifically asking if I am Berber. Shame to admit, I had no idea what it meant to be Berber.
So
I decided to go find out.
If you notice, in this video, this is a black American woman being assumed as one of the indigenous people in Morocco. So I thought they wasn't black.
Yeah.
The population of Morocco is about 38 million, concentrated into coastal plains around Casablanca, Rabat.
Oh, pause that for a second.
Morocco.
I was forgetting people like Taharka Bey. See, they would never they don't want to use the words black or white. So they would never call them black one way or the other, which to me, you got to have a descriptor, because if you say African, now you can say, well, that Tunisian president is an African, and he just told you about yourselves. So I mean, come on now, and he's not an Arab. He's a white dude. That's a white dude. I could tell he got a little tiny bit of black in him, but that's overwhelmingly white. And he has bad skin, probably got cancer all over the place. So, you guys got to wise up. We're putting you guys on trial again. And I dare a Pan-African to step up. But step up. If you're going to step up with some truth. Don't step up with more lies and BS. That's why I can at least appreciate Surah Sutanseti. He's waking up, and even though he's still trying to keep it on African, he just said, I'm not a Pan-African. That's positive. He acknowledges blacks in the Americas, which before he didn't. He used to be against it outright. He said it's impossible. You only got here from slavery. That's what Pan-Africans kick now. The white man knocked you over the head and kidnapped you. That's the only way you can travel from place to place on this earth. You had to wait 300,000 years minimum for the white man to be formed so he can knock you over the head and transport you all over the world. This is Pan-Africanist, red, black, and green, Marcus Garvey people. These are the people who saying this.
And this is kind of off topic right quick, because I'm going to tell you something that happened to me like a couple days ago. I was up there at the gas station. The night that we was talking about Chief X and all that stuff, and I had to hurry up and get off the phone. Well, I went up there to the gas station. I'm in Gastonia currently. So I had to help this elderly man change his tire on his car. And this white dude, huh?
You had to?
Yeah, I had to, because he's a friend of the family's. And he lived like right down the street from us in the neighborhood.
It's funny. I was at a place one time, and a guy, he had a flat tire. And he was looking for people to help him fix his tire. He was driving I can't forget it because he kept repeating the name of the car so many times. A Flying Spur. Did I help him? Hell no. I said, God damn it, if you can afford that car, you can afford to get somebody to fix that shit. Fuck that.
But anyway, this white guy sitting up in this pickup truck staring at us the whole time. So we left his car right there, the older gentleman's car right there in the gas station parking lot to go get a new jack, because his jack was broken. And the conversation, the icebreaker of the conversation with this white dude sitting in this truck, once we got the new car jack, he came up to me and my sister and said, "Are y'all Lumbee Indians?" Uh-oh. Now this is some random white man coming out of the blue, out of nowhere, calling us Indians. Uh-oh. We ain't pay this man off. We ain't say anything to him to announce that we are American Indians. He just walked up to us and said, "Are y'all Lumbee Indians?"
Damn.
So that you already know that white people know who we are. It's just that these Pan-Africans are playing.
Look at this guy. That's one of the cars you chauffeur or you got to put in the garage for the people that come through the party, right?
Cash God catching the cat's bus. Stop playing.
I don't know who God King is. That might be him. Let's see what he has to say. And hopefully he has something productive to say and can change his mind instead of just trolling. That's why Rifleman was on earlier, but I'm not ready for his shit tonight. What's going on, God King?
Hey, what's going on, bro? How you doing, Hardcore? I'm not trolling, bro. This is H-Block.
Is who?
H-Block, bro. Remember I joined your stream a while back?
Nah. What was the name?
Wait 1 second, bro.
Okay.
All right. While you catching your bearings, I'm gonna play this video.
around Casablanca.
Yeah, bro. You don't remember, bro? The Somali brother, H Block. I
Oh, okay.
was in the stream one time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's going
What's
on?
going on? Not much. Now, who's trolling you, bro?
Nah, this Congolese cash guy. No, actually, it's the rifleman, the first rifleman. That's the main troll.
Oh yeah. That nigga, he's a Pan African. That nigga's a dumbass, bro. He's
I
Pan African.
don't even think he's a Pan African, man. I saw him on.
Yeah. Bro. This nigga don't know shit about Africa, bro. He's always he's trying to go to Africa. He's saying that he's Pan African, but he don't know shit about Africa or none of that, bro.
Speaking of that,
these Pan-Africans know shit about Africa. All they doing is talking shit over here in America and trying to boost people's egos and going to random places in Africa and misappropriating random cultures.
yeah. So,
but hey, you know what it is though. Most of these Pan Africans online that you see in these spaces, they just incels. They can't even get a woman in America, so they thinking I can go to Africa and get a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like because women over there are less fortunate. You know what I'm saying? And I can just get them easy. That's what they thinking, bro.
Yeah, passport bros.
Like exactly.
They can pull that scam on Brazilians in Brazil. They can pull that scam on a Dominican chick or a Puerto Rican chick, but they can't pull that shit when they start heading over there to Kenya and Uganda. When them Nigerians are trying that passport bro shit and they getting ran up out of like all types of African countries and Arabic countries like Dubai and Ethiopia and South Africa playing that shit.
Pan pimps.
That's true. Yes, I agree. I agree. But hey, you guys were talking about the Amaziques though, right? The North Africans.
Yeah.
The Berbers,
I think. Look, regardless how they look, though, those people, if you look at their genetics, they're native to the land, but they've been invaded so many times by Europeans and Arabs, so they have a significant amount of DNA from Europe and Middle East. But if you look at the haplogroups, they have the E1B1B. Which is common in the
that's
Horn.
correct.
Yeah, so they are native to the land.
Say that again, because I'm sorry for interrupting you. They said they have what?
E1B1B. That's the haplogroups. Most of them in Morocco. Most of them.
I like the fact that you said most and not all.
Yeah. Not all. Of course, not all. They're significant populations that are still have the Arabic haplogroup.
Well, hold up. There ain't no such thing, no Arabic haplogroup. I don't give a damn.
J haplogroup is Arabic haplogroup.
No. There ain't no such thing as that because fucking Arabs, not even an identifiable race. The truth be told.
That is true. Hardcore. That's very true. I'm glad you said that. The true Arabs are not the Iraqis, not the Palestinians. None of those are real Arabs. The real Arabs, you got to go to Yemen and the South.
But it's damn sure not Bashar Assad. And actually, those Saudis and
he's not Arab. He's Syrian. They're not real Arabs, bro. They're white.
Yeah, he's an Ottoman Turk.
Exactly. Yes, 100%, bro. Same thing with the Turkish people from Turkey. They're not really Turkic. They're Albanians. The real Turkic, you got to go to those like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. Those are the real Turks.
Mongols, Caucasians and Mongols.
But a lot of the Albanians, those are the rulers of Egypt, though, because they broke off and did their own thing.
The Ottoman.
Yeah. And so, but when it comes to these so-called Berbers, a lot of people are getting into the rhetoric that the white, super white ones are indigenous to Africa. Obviously, that is impossible because you can't have black people next to some white people.
Alcorn, what I get from that is they don't want to take like the blame for slavery going on within African countries because Africans went up there to Europe and colonized Europe.
Yep.
So
that's right. The Moors. The Moors went to. Yes, that's right. The Moors went
to the reparations claim for Pan-Africans claiming that they African slaves.
No, the Moors didn't go up to Europe because
they did, bro. They went to Spain. The Moors ruled Spain, bro.
So you're African. You gotta face the facts, sir. that you guys don't know how to build a boat. You don't know how to sail.
The Moors, though, I'm talking about the Moors. I'm not talking about sub-Saharan Africans. The Moors are the Amaziques.
What's the sub-Saharan Africans?
Now you
What's
messed
a
up now.
What's a sub-Saharan African? Because everybody is supposed to be blackity black. One black monolith.
Right. Africa is the most diverse continent. All the black people in Africa are not even the same. They're all
Hold up,
different.
No, hold on, because Pan-African said it's nothing but blacks. It ain't diverse.
Bro,
It's nothing but
I'm not talking
nappy-head
about
blacks.
these. I'm not talking about these Pan Africans, bro. Most of them are low IQ, bro. They don't understand
Well,
nothing about Africa, bro.
You got to pause 1 second because you said something, another buzz phrase.
Yeah.
Africa is the most diverse. We hear
Yes.
that a lot too. Explain
Yes.
what you mean, and while you explain it, can you
Okay.
explain? I want you to explain that and tell me how Africa is more diverse than Asia.
Okay, all right, let me explain. So in Africa, you have one ethnic group, people call them Bantu, and some people say Bantu is a language group, but if you look at all the people that speak Bantu languages, they have similar genetics. They have most of them are E1B1A.
Now stop right there. You said another buzzword, Bantu.
And another buzzword,
term wasn't even in existence.
Okay, hardcore. You said, let me explain first, then you can say what you want. Let me explain.
Okay.
All right. So you have those people. Those are the largest group of Africans, right? And then they also, those people also split into two. You have a Niger Congo A and Niger Congo B. So Niger Congo A is mostly, West Africa. Then you have the Sahelians from Mali, from Senegal, Senegambia region. Those people are distinctively look different than the Niger Congo A, let's say like the Igbo or the Yoruba tribes. Those are close to the Bantus. Then you have the Amazigh Berbers in the northern part. Then you have the Nilotics, like the South Sudanese people. They speak Nilotic language all the way River Nile. Some of them are in Kenya, some of them are the whole East African region. And then finally, you have the Horn of Africans, which are also, E1B1B. They have the same haplogroup as the Amazighs. Those are the Ethiopians, the Somalis, the Eritreans.
So what about the Surma, lip plate Surma?
The people that you see that wear those lip plates mostly are Nilotic. They're indigenous to like the Mursi tribes, the Hamar tribes, the Nilotic, and they're indigenous to Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, all that region, that whole area.
Okay, what about the Moors of antiquity?
Moors are just Amazighs, bro. They're Berbers.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Like, I want you to keep that in mind, and while I show you this, and then I want you to tell me who is who.
What kind of phenotype do these Moors have?
Now these are Moors.
No, that's not really Moors, bro. That's what the Europeans depicted as Moors. Those are the depiction of the Europeans.
What are you talking about? Those are those Moors.
These people.
No. That's not what the Moors look like. The Moors more look like the pictures that you were showing earlier, but the black girl that was in Morocco, the people that she was showing, look like that.
My man, these are paintings from the time period. These are not from.
Right. That's what I'm saying though. That's misconceptions. Europeans.
How's a misconception when it's a painting from the time period?
Yes, the paintings from the Europeans.
No. What the Moors didn't know how to paint? Is that what you're telling me?
No, the Moors talked about their journey.
Okay,
they have a lot of Moors that written down their history, bro. In Arabic. Most of them speak Arabic.
You know what? Let's stick with what you just said. You said these are paintings from the Europeans.
Yes.
So why the hell would the Europeans paint these people looking like this?
Because that's what Europeans did, bro. They mislabel people, bro.
All these pictures stereotypical.
No. Look. Remember the video you showed earlier about the Black American girl that was in Morocco?
That's modern times. That's right now.
That's modern times.
Yes, but those are the descendants of the Moors. Those people.
But these are the Moors.
No.
The hell with
these are West Africans, bro.
These are who?
West Africans? Africans invaded Europe?
Yeah, where the hell do you think Morocco was at, man?
Morocco is North Africa, not West Africa, bro.
It's Northwest Africa.
Right. Northwest Africa.
Right, but I'm saying though, okay, I'm saying these people are not Amazighs, bro. I know we know the Moors.
They next door to Niger. They next door to Nigeria. We can't be lying, bro. There's no line that separates West Africans from North Africans.
Matter of fact, my man, is this a sub-Saharan African?
He could be, yes.
But how could he be if he's a Moor and he's in Al-Andalus?
Well, a lot of Moors are also black, though. You even if today, if you go to Morocco, a lot of Moors look like they're black, but mostly they have a distinctive look. You can tell
Look like or are black.
How can they have a distinctive look?
because of their genetics. They're genetically different from West Africans.
Genetics has nothing to do with phenotype.
Yes, it has everything to do with phenotype, bro. Your
It doesn't
genetics
have anything to
dictate
do
your
with
phenotype,
your
bro.
outer
No,
look.
they don't. No, they
It
don't.
Yeah, they do. Some people might have a mixed genetics, might look different than what their tribes is.
Bro,
The
are you
key word
familiar
for the
with
most
that
part-
DNA? I'm familiar with DNA, and
Okay.
there's no dynastic nucleotide to tell you what you're going to look like. What you're
That's
going
true.
by is Mendel's law, which that tells you what your appearance may or may not look. But with DNA, it's not going to tell you a phenotype.
So let me ask you this, sir. Is
All
it
right.
because those Moorish pictures, is it because those people looked what you might want to call Bantu style? Is that the reason why you say that they're not who they are?
Yes. These people look more like they suit more like West African phenotype.
Okay, but that's where Moors come from. They come from West Africa,
No, Moors came from North Africa, my brother.
which is Northwest Africa.
Northwest. That's
bro.
still west.
And you know they come,
okay, all right. Okay, then all right, cool.
okay,
All right.
and let me tell you this too. You know, Moors come from as far south as Senegal too. You know that, right?
Not really. I mean, they might be.
What you mean, not really? They are.
The Almoravids.
Look, do you guys disagree that the Moors, the Berbers, were the Moors or no?
Well, yeah, actually, I am because the Moors came. Matter of fact, the Berbers are black. That's what I'm saying. The original ones.
Yeah, you could say they're African. They're African for sure.
See, I don't use that tricky language. I don't do that. I get to the point.
When you play
but look, this is what
hold on, brother. Because with that whole Bantu word, that was invented by a man by the name of Wilhelm Bleek. And it didn't apply
forget about
to
the
West
name.
Africans or Central Africans. It only applied to a certain group of people within South Africa, which scientists use to homogeneously clump in West Africans. And also they used it historically to disenfranchise Aboriginal people of Egypt and Kemet and Nubia, trying to claim that the Nubians were a Bantu sub-Saharan phenotype.
No. Nubians were not. Bantus are not up in the Nile.
I know
Those are
this,
Nilotic people.
This is what your DNA scholars, this is what your Egyptologists are saying, that when when you have Pan-African Kemetic hoteps debating with these white supremacists, they play word games and say that Nubians were sub-Saharan Bantu slaves. That's what they're saying, and that's what Arabs are saying.
Okay, so you're stuck with the name Bantu. Forget about the Bantu. We're talking about the people who they say are Bantu. Those people are related, and you can't deny that. When you look at their genetics,
You just said
these
forget
people
about
are the
Bantu,
same
right?
people.
Forget about it, but you keep bringing up that is a genetic.
No, because you're saying, oh, the name Bantu was come out by a white man, because the white man is the person who did the genetic sequencing. Bro, the white man is the people that studied these people.
Let me ask you a question, and I want you to think about this carefully.
Okay.
Let's take Egypt.
Okay.
Modern day Egypt right now.
Yes.
How many people do you think they would have to take a DNA sample of to get an accurate DNA profile of the modern day population of Egypt?
So okay, you already made a mistake, because the modern day.
I didn't make a mistake because I'm asking you a question. You better answer.
And I'm correcting you. Look, the people in Egypt, modern day people in Egypt, are not all the same. Egypt is a very diverse place. You have black people that are native to Egypt. You have Amasiks
but I want you to answer the question, and you can answer it in that way too. But answer the question too.
Okay. Ask the question again.
In modern day Egypt, present day Egypt, how many people would they have to take a sample of their DNA to come out with a genetic profile of modern day Egypt and their population?
They have to take a DNA from All the tribes.
There you go. There you go.
Yes, the tribes are different.
Now, hold up. But now that you've acknowledged that in mixed race populations, you got to take everybody's DNA.
Yes.
Now, why you keep quoting us with this DNA bullshit on Africans then? Because you know damn well they ain't take a DNA profile of every single person.
Okay.
So why do you keep quoting DNA?
No, you don't have to take every single person.
Now the man just
you
said
can, you can take DNA of a certain group of a tribe. But you have to do all the tribes, every single tribe, certain group from every single tribe. You see what I'm saying?
But every single
So
tribe.
do they have samples of even the dead ones? Are they allowed to legally dig up somebody's grave and take a sample biopsy and use that in their lab?
DNA. Look, you don't need the DNA of the dead ones because their relatives are alive.
No,
you can just take a DNA from
yes,
their
you
relatives.
do, because in order to connect you to somebody in the ancient world, you also have to collect the dead corpses and test those corpses with the modern day people, because the modern day people are mixed out.
Yes, and I didn't disagree that. There's a lot of migrations to Egypt in modern day. The ancient Egyptians, look, they were still a diverse group too. They have some Nilotics, they have some Cushitic people, and then they have the Coptics, they have the Amazites.
Those wouldn't be diverse if they're all black, though.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
Say that again.
Technically, they cannot be a diverse people if they're all black. They all need
black people are diverse. I just explained it to you that not all black people are the same in Africa. I just told you that,
we get that, but I mean,
we get that part, but
it's still going to be similar. They're going to be similar.
But over here, when we're using like determining race, we go by skin color and phenotype, which in the Western world, everybody would be homogeneously clumped under the word black. You understand?
Yes, in America, yes. Even the people from North Africa is still black in America. Yes, absolutely.
No, they're called white in America.
Not all.
Yes, they are called white.
The only way
some of them look for that. Bro, some North Africans are genuinely white. They're Europeans, and some of them are black. Yeah. And you see what I'm saying? So not everybody from North Africa will be considered. Matter of fact, no. One second.
But by the United States, they would be. They classify them as white.
White.
Yes.
Even if they look like all these people on the screen right now.
I understand. What about if they look black? They still considered white?
That's what they classify them as.
Because of status. Anybody in North Africa, when they come to the U.S., they would be classified as white because they want to put up a white Africa and claim that Africa belongs to Europeans.
No one ever said that, bro. No one ever said
Africa belongs to Europeans. Skin complexion, they'll still call them white.
Right.
This is why they use that same tactic with Hispanics.
They're
not all so-called pale skin, but they get to be called white when they come up here is because white people claim that shit to be theirs.
Okay, but I'm saying though, not all. Some of them phenotypically look black. You can't call them. Matter of fact, I got a buddy who's from Morocco. He's a security guard at the weed shop that I go to, and this guy looks like African American.
You say weed shop?
Weed shop, yeah. I'm in Washington State. It's legal here.
See what they got you? That's not African culture, man.
It is African culture because I was smoking this shit in Africa. It is
African culture. Okay, Pan-Africans, you heard it. That's cultural.
It is, bro. If they tell you, they're fucking lying to you, bro.
Now let me ask you this.
Matter of fact, my cousin's growing that shit right now in Kenya, bro.
They just burned some acres in Indonesia, Muslim country. They burned a whole bunch of weed.
Yeah. Because Islam is a very strict religion. Weed is forbidden in Islam.
How come they were growing it in the first place?
No, they are. People are growing though, but like they're not. No one is going to enforce, the whole population. There are Muslim people that are still growing it, but like if you follow in the religion, it's in the religion is it's not permitted to smoke weed or, matter of fact, any drugs in the Islamic religion.
Let me ask you this: if they got a black people, I don't even know how they classify them, but I assume, and taking a guess, that when black Europeans come over here, that they must classify them as white, because I knew
black Europeans. Who's black Europeans? What are you talking about?
Nah, man, I met a few black people from the UK.
No, they're Africans that their parents migrated to the UK. They're not black Europeans, bro.
How do you know that?
We know that, bro.
How do you not know that they might have been?
Bro.
How do you know that there might have been Aboriginal black people of Europe? Have you?
They were about 50,000 years ago. Yes, they had a dark skin.
Not even 50,000 years.
Yeah, 50,000 years ago when they left Africa. Matter of fact, look, hey, bro, I heard you don't believe in the out of Africa theory, but I believe in
actually the Pan-Africans don't believe in it because they say you guys can't build a boat to move, so they can't have it.
Hardcore. What did I say about Pan-Africans, bro? This group are very low IQ, bro.
Well, let me ask you this though. So do you, because it sounds like you almost agree with them, so do you think that Africans, because you kept on talking about Nilotic Africans,
Nilotic people, yes.
And so I'm guessing what you're trying to say is you're agreeing with the white man that ancient Egypt couldn't have taken place until Asians came in, and the Moors couldn't have taken place unless white people were the ones leading the charge. And
no, that's not true.
Created swords without Arabs' influence.
Right. That's not true, because Moors were not even white. First of all, Moors are not white, bro. They're Amaziques. They're native to Africa.
Right, and we're looking at some right now.
Yeah. I don't believe those are Moors. Those are just depictions. But yes, sure.
Some of these are actual pictures. Look at this. Look at the soul brother right here.
Nah, this is just the paint, bro. This is just what Europeans depicted as Moors. You know how?
Look at this man. This man look like Marvin Gaye, man. Come on. Come on.
Hey, hardcore. Let me ask you something. You be asking me all the questions. Let me ask you a question. Would you ever go to Africa? Would you ever visit Africa?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah.
Have you ever visited Africa before?
No.
Okay. Yo, man. I'm always trying to catch you live, man. But I'm working. You know what I'm saying? I'm always working. You always going live at the wrong times. But now I got to get back to work, bro. I'm gonna catch up with you next time.
Yeah, I hear you, man. When it starts getting thick, you got to go, man.
No. I swear to God. I'm at work, bro. I got 4 minutes left. I swear to God. I'm at work, my brother.
All right, but thanks for coming on, man. You did provide some insight.
No problem, brother. All right.
But you got to research African history, though.
Yes, of course. I'm always trying to learn, bro. I don't claim to know everything.
Do you know about the Black Irish?
They ain't no fucking Black Irish, bro. What are you smoking?
They are.
No, they ain't, nigga.
Yes,
what are you talking? What are you smoking, bro? It's fucking Ireland, bro. They're leprechauns. If you say Irish leprechaun, that's more believable, bro.
Nah, they're Black Irish, and they were. He left. He just jumped out. But that's and the white man McRitchie wrote about that too. So when the white man says it, and that's a white man. When did that book come out? In the 1800s, right?
I think so.
So come on, he ain't lying. I mean, come on. So what's going on?
African booty scratcher. What's up?
All right, Indian booty scratchers. Look, I wanted you to call out Tyrone for the bullshit he just said about the name Bantu. Bantu is the name. What bullshit
did I say?
You said something about a white man created a name Bantu. That's some bullshit.
He did.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
because Bantu is, in my native tongue in Lingala, we use that name too. We've been using this before any European came to the Congo. It means the people, Batu or Bantu.
Whose people?
You know what I'm saying? It means the people. That's how we refer to ourselves.
How come Somalis call people Bantu?
They probably didn't call themselves Bantu over there. But I'm talking about in the Congo. We use the name Bantu or Batu as people, the people. Okay. No white man created that shit. Come on, man. That's some bullshit.
All right, since you say that. It says Wilhelm Bleek in full Wilhelm Heinrich Emanuel Bleek, March 8th, 1827, Berlin, died in August 17, 1875, Cape Town. Comparative linguist known for his pioneer studies of South African language as the father of Bantu physiology. In his doctoral dissertation at the University of Bonn, 1851, Bleek attempted to prove a North African origin of the Hottentot language. In about 1855, he went to the Natal to study the language and customs of the Xhosa. Before going to Cape Town, he wrote the languages of the Mozambique, 1856. The following year, he was appointed interpreter to the British governor of Cape Colony, Sir George Grey, and from about 1860 served as librarian of a valuable collection of books presented to the colony by Gray. Bleek introduced the term Bantu to cover a macro
Repeat that line.
family.
Repeat that line one more time.
Bleek introduced the term Bantu
What
to
is
cover a macro family.
What's introduce me?
All right.
You said a white man didn't, but here's saying a white man did.
And keep in mind,
bullshit.
but hold on,
so you're gonna read from a racist archaeologist, really?
Hold on, Cascade.
Archaeologist.
Hold on, keep in mind those dates. That time periods when the white man had almost full control of the world.
So how do we in the Congo use the name way before the European? Batu mean the people. Ask any Congolese Batu.
How do you know it was way before that? Because look at the time he's talking about.
How you gonna tell me about where I'm from?
The 1800s?
Yeah, so that's well before you started using it.
How you gonna tell me about where I'm from in my language?
For one, Africans didn't see themselves as unified under no Bantu.
Oh my God! Coming from a
no,
bunch
they
of
didn't.
Negroes
No, they did not.
With identity crisis.
No, they did
tell
not.
Me about where I'm
okay,
from.
what kingdom did you come from?
Okay. How you gonna tell me?
Did you come from Luengo?
You can't even pronounce.
Did you come from Bakongo?
What the fuck is a Luengo?
Did you come from
Nigga,
Bakongo, Ndogo?
People.
What country, Ndogo?
Ask any Congolese person.
What country?
Ask any Congolese person.
What country?
They're gonna tell you about to mean
what country? What country?
Nigga, you're gonna read from a racist ass cracker from South Africa.
Who's your king? Hold on, who's your king? Wait a minute, who's your king? Who's your queen?
You don't know what the fuck you talking about, man.
Who's your king and queen at that time frame in the 1800s?
You can't even show me your Indian history. What's your language? What's your Indian history, man?
Where's your artifact? Man, but you don't know nothing about your king's names, your queen's names. You don't know about your dynasties. Come on now.
Show me a remote area where I can see your people, in the village here in North America.
Tell me what region your family came from.
Yeah, Cascade tonight is about Africa. Africa, it ain't about us.
Speak Indian. Let me hear you speak Indian.
Tell us what relatives got sold over here to America that descends from you.
Why you speak English and you got a white man last name? What's up with that?
Your family genealogy. How come? Can you answer this genuine question?
You got a white man's name, Cascade.
Yeah.
That's a nickname.
What's your West African name? What's your Congolese name?
I'm not gonna tell you my real name.
Why you not telling us your real name?
I know what his real name is. It's Pierre Lavore or something like that. Just like my man in France, they got something in common.
Shit, y'all can't even show us
Are Africans actively using genealogy to find out who's missing in their family?
Tyrone, why you not living in reservations, man?
Answer this question. You're not answering. You're not asking us questions tonight. We're asking you questions.
TP at, man? Where's your TP
We're asking you questions.
Man,
are West Africans doing their own genealogy to figure out who's missing in their family due to the transatlantic slave trade?
Have you ever been outside?
Have you found? Wait a minute! Don't answer my question with a question. Answer my question, Cash God. Cash God, stop being embarrassed and answer my question.
Man, Chief
So
X
have
embarrassed you over there. You was crying in tears
Africans,
over
since
there.
since we're into genealogy here at this panel, have indigenous Africans, did they own genealogical research to figure out who in America that they sold into slavery are descendants
Negro,
of
you
them?
answer me stupid questions.
Why
Okay.
are Africans doing this?
You asking me dumbass
You want
questions.
to hold on? Wait a minute. Nigerians and Ghanaians want us to come over there
You
to be
nigga,
citizens, but they ain't doing the genealogy.
you can't even
Why aren't
show
they
us
doing the
your Indian tribe.
genealogy?
What's your Indian tribe? What's your
Why
language?
aren't y'all doing the genealogy?
Come on, man. Show me your
Don't
Indian
ask
tribe.
me a question until you answer my question.
You show me your Indian tribe,
Cash
Mr.
God,
Indian.
are you doing the genealogy to figure out who you sold into slavery?
Let me drink my champagne, man. You bunch of
All right,
broke
before
motherfuckers.
I'm gonna let you guys continue. Let me just say this: we got somebody in the back, True Health,
broke ass
but I'm gonna let you on when I come back. I
It's
just got to do something real quick.
Rifleman. It's the Caribbean Rifleman.
I hope not.
Oh, I saw him. He's at the top.
All right, I'll be right back.
But
Tyrone
Cash
speak
God, could you
Indian
answer
right
my
now.
question,
Go ahead
bro?
and speak some of that Indian, man. Let me hear some of that Indian.
No, let me
Let
hear
me hear
some of
some of that
your
shit, man.
Bantu language.
I speak my Bantu language. I speak Lingala.
English is your Bantu language? Wow, I didn't
I
know
speak
y'all was great
Lingala, nigga. I
English
speak
speakers.
Lingala. I just told you I speak Lingala. I'm talking
Lingala,
about
say
you.
something in Lingala.
You tell me your Indian language. What is it,
Say
man?
something in Lingala.
What's your name? Flying Snake?
Tell me something in Lingala.
You so quite mad at you. Okay, show that to Aiden Congolese. They're gonna laugh at what I just said.
What did you just say? What was that you just said?
Run that shit to Aiden Congolese. They're gonna tell you exactly what I said.
I don't want to hear no run that shit in Congolese and you're going to know exactly what you said.
Person.
I want to know what you just said.
Find a Congolese person.
To me, it sounds like gibberish.
Find a Congolese person, man, and let them hear that shit. They're going to laugh
at you. You're a Congolese person. Explain it.
I'm giving you a homework.
Explain it. Is that some rut to sussay? Is that something that Tariq Nasheed you get from Tariq?
I ain't saying nothing I get from Tariq. What
is
the hell
that
you
pig
talking
Latin?
About? Show that shit in Congolese.
Is that pig Latin that you just said? Because over here we don't speak that.
You speak the white man language. Show me your Indian language.
And
say
so
something.
Your main language is English too.
It's not my main language. Is not English.
Yeah, it is.
I speak 3 languages.
In the Congo is English. Nigeria is English.
I speak 3 languages.
French? You speak French?
Yes, I do speak French too.
Okay, well, say something in French.
Vous êtes un imbécile. There you go.
Say something in African again.
I just told
explain
you, man. I just told you what I said, man. Find a Congolese person, and they're gonna tell you exactly what I said. Now tell me.
Now I found a Congolese person. Now answer my first question that I asked you.
Say something.
Why aren't Africans doing genealogy?
Say something in English.
Why aren't Congolese doing genealogy?
Say that shit in English, man. Let me hear something.
Why aren't Africans doing genealogy?
Ah, nigga, man. Man, you're a broke motherfucker, man. You broke motherfucker. You fake ass pseudo-scientist.
We're waiting. Why don't Africans do genealogy? Why don't Africans do DNA tests?
Why are you asking me that shit, first of all?
Yeah. Have you taken the DNA test and found a Black American in it?
What?
Yes. Have you taken a DNA test and found a Black American slave descendant that you sold over here in your family?
I don't need that. Take it for what?
Why don't you need it? You saying that you missing an African relative over in America. So tell us the African relative that's over here.
Dude, you asking me irrelevant questions.
Tell us the Black American descendant of you that's over here.
You're not making sense, man. I mean, what's your point?
It does make sense. It should be the reverse too.
Okay, you tell me your Indian language. Show me your heritage,
no, you
your
tell
artifacts.
Me who did you find in your genealogy?
See, you don't want to answer what I'm saying because you know you ain't got shit. You just talking about shit.
All right, I had to go to the bathroom.
And by the way, you ain't even black. I heard you're not black either.
All right, hold on a second. Psychopatheist one, come on. But let's
see come on up.
Let's see who this True Health. Let's see who this is, and if it's right for me, please.
Next time, can you have a show in your Indian language so we can learn something from y'all?
All right, but let's not forget. Let's not get into that. We're getting into this African stuff.
No, I
Africans.
want to. Next time, can we get some Indian shit? You know,
Yeah, but the main thing is, you got a whole bunch of pan-Africans and RGBs who say that you guys are dimwits and can't build a boat. So you got to challenge that.
What's y'all real name too? Give me y'all real names.
Okay, can you answer why Pan-Africans say that you're idiots?
Show me your heritage. I want.
Can you show us your boats?
Man, you can't even show me shit. Shut up, man.
Can you show us your boats?
You sound like that Dragon Ball character. What's that?
All right, Cash. All right, we got you. So we got my man True Health. If this is Rifleman, just say what's going on.
Bobby D, yeah. Tyrone sound like Bobby D.
True Health, you're on.
From Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, you have no substance. All right.
You
Who is the new guy? Who is the new guy?
He's not speaking. Let me unmute his mic. He's not.
Look, man, I'm about to get off. I'm about to count this money.
Since
drink this champagne. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, he's on.
Count this money.
True Health. True Health, you're on.
True Health, you're on.
I'm getting him out of here, and the
I need to show me any TP for sales, man. I want to buy me a TP.
Go make me a mosquito pancake.
I want some of that TP, man.
I have a Cash guy. Let's get real. I'm trying to be serious. I know you come on the troll like Rifleman does.
Yeah.
But you got a serious crisis going on here. You got people.
Hey, one last thing before I leave.
Pan-African boys calling y'all retards.
One last thing before I leave. Y'all saw what happened in Mexico. So when is y'all gonna, you and the FBA and the Sheedians, when y'all gonna go to war?
We're not a part of that. We're not a part of that group.
With the cartel. Now, yes, you are. Tyreek claims all y'all belong to him. So
we're not a part of Tariq Nasheed.
Like I said, I mentioned
listen,
I mentioned in the beginning that Matamoros means killer of Moors. So
Tyreek says he's the king of the Abos. So I'm gonna call y'all FBAs too. So
all right, man. So you never add anything to the conversation. You're African. You can actually add some things to the conversation.
Y'all need to go to war.
Matter of fact, since you say that, why aren't you fighting the people in Dubai calling y'all monkeys?
What?
Yes, your people, Ghanaians and Nigerians, go over there to Dubai and act like a monkey, killing each other with machetes and stuff like that, and running y'all up out of their country. How come y'all not fighting those people from their racism towards you when you go over to their land? Explain that.
You got True Health. He's coming back. Let's see.
Mexico is in America. This is y'all land, right? You're supposed to be doing something.
Yeah, is this True Health? True Health?
Yes. Greetings.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm out, man.
Okay. All right. What's going on?
I was very appreciative of the title of this show. I catch you from time to time over the years, Brother Hardcore.
I was afraid that you were going to give us a porn bomb. And then when I heard your voice, I'm like, please give us a porn bomb, please.
No,
I'm joking.
Really. But I don't understand what Afrocentrics don't believe that our people were able to sail wherever they wanted to.
Psycho, Chief X, Renee.
Are these people with Sarnetta?
No,
some of them are affiliated.
Final battle
Chief X is affiliated with Sarnetta, and Psychopathia. I don't think he likes him too much, but I think he's affiliated with them to a small extent. But that's why I said the red, black, and green. These are the people saying it. Now, Psycho's here. Psychopathia is here. He can come on and
defend his case.
I would like to hear his reasoning because there's plenty of evidence. The oldest ships in the world ever found was found in Kemet. Okay, and then
not only that, there's 8,000-year-old boats that's in Nigeria.
Ooh, I'd like to learn more about those.
In fact, I'll show it right now. Let's see. Let me get this thing off first.
Psycho, you welcome to come up and defend your case.
Yeah, you might as well, because that's his claim, and that's Chief X's claim. Defend the claim, or let us know.
I know Chief X. I remember him, but I don't.
Oh, and they also get their information from Gucci Bear Brandon too. By the way, they all hang out. They all work with Dynast Amir,
Oh no.
Afro Think Tank,
I know about Bucci Bear.
Rifleman, Caribbean First Rifle Coon.
Now keep in mind we're not Pan-Africans.
Wow.
And we're not Afrocentrics.
8,000. Yes.
That's Nigeria.
Me either.
And that's the boat.
Can you zoom the picture up or give the link? That's awesome. I never even heard of that. That's adds more to the pot. See?
But you know what they'll say? That can't sail the high seas, but it's
Crazy.
a boat. It's a boat, and it's not a boat that that somebody like somebody finds a tin can or something like that and says, okay, this is a floating device. This is obviously a man-made device from 8,000 years ago.
But no slave ship has ever been found.
Right.
Exactly. No, the Sahara used to be full of lakes and streams. It was fertile at one point. It used to have, and the Arabian. It was like
absolutely like New Orleans.
Crossing the Red Sea was like crossing the street because they had so many huge lakes in the middle of the Sahara.
But the fallacy of when people say that is they play into the white man's hands, thinking that, okay, well, a pale white man who they claim is designed for the snow can somehow tolerate a super hot desert with the sun glaring down, but the black man who comes from the heat can't tolerate it unless he's covered in a forest.
And they also claim that black people can't withstand the cold environment, even though pale people can't even live in sub-zero climates. You got dark-skinned ass Eskimos living in Alaska.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, yeah, the Ecuadorians take the cake for me. Because if you look at the indigenous people of Ecuador, that whole theory about simply being located at the equator is why indigenous people's skin got so dark. Nah, bruh.
They was always dark skinned.
Nah, Google indigenous people of Ecuador. The country means land on the equator. Okay, so that blows that logic out because they look like Eskimos. If you ask me, they look like straight Eskimos. Yet they sitting on the equator with hardly any clothes on. Okay. Seem to be trying.
Also, to add on to what you're saying, Pan-Africans deny nappy hair can exist in cold climates when we can find animals with kinky hair living in cold climates. But no African animal has nappy hair.
But
that's what it says, Ecuador.
Okay, yes. Those are the indigenous people of Ecuador, medium, tan, brown, chilling at the equator. So that theory is not adequate.
And for Pan-Africans to see some dark-skinned Negro Ecuadorians, I have the images.
But the thing about it is, my theory is, it was that intensive seafaring at the equator that doubled and tripled the UV that would cause our skin to be as deeply brown. So it's ironical that because of the quote unquote black skin, people think we were not good enough to sail because it may have been the very cause of us. The sailing may have been the cause. The sailing may have been
a mummy, a Peruvian mummy. You see them clean braids?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's Ecuadorians. Our people were all over North and South America because we went there of our own accord, just like we went east, just like we went wherever we wanted under God's will.
Hey, Tyron, didn't I tell you?
I thought you welcome to come on, defend your case, boy.
A canoe is a boat, you know.
It is.
That show us the white man's open seas, high seas.
These aren't cornrows, these are feathers, right?
Can you look up what's it called? Egyptian ancient ship, Egypt.
Khufu. The Khufu ship.
Khufu ship. That's the oldest huge vessel ever found on the whole planet. Why would it be found in Kemet? Can he explain that? And if they could make big old boats like that and get around like that, they went anywhere they wanted on this continent.
Well, that's because the ancient Egyptians were not sub-Saharan. You got to keep that in mind.
They don't know nothing about Sheikh Anta Diop. They don't know
Yeah, they
nothing about.
discredit the Pan-Africans discredit Chikanta Diop because they Mongol-centric Native American masters say that he's pseudo because he backs up the Aboriginal
There it is.
American black
There it
claim.
is. The Kufu
Yep.
boat. There it is.
See, but you got to understand the science behind this ship. This Egypt is in the Sahara Desert. So
Yeah.
when you're in the Sahara Desert, that gives you a different way of thinking. See, when you're in forested areas with vegetation, your brain can't think. You don't see any trees. You don't see any tools that you can actually use to create things. But in a desert, you can do that.
Look up the people called Gambier in Benin. To this day, Gambier village, Benin. They call it the Venice of Africa. You can look it up on YouTube. You can look it up on wherever you want.
Is it the great? What is it? Benin City?
Ganvie. It's a French kind of Ganvie. It's a lake culture. They try to blame it on the slave trade. Those people are too skilled at what they're doing and have built a whole culture around it for it to have just started with the slave trade. Okay, they're a remnant of what a lot of our people were doing. Okay, that's my theory. If you look at their lifestyle, Gambier, Benin, you got to look at the lake culture. It's called, I'll spell it, Ganva. And it's in Benin, West Africa.
I hope this ain't it.
It's a bunch of lake. Look for water and boats because there's a bunch of people.
Is this it?
Yeah, their whole culture is on boats. So if you could build your whole
you in trouble, Psycho.
Yeah, no offense. I get you what you're saying about the boat part, but no offense. But this damn sure ain't no Venice.
Well, you can look it up on Wikipedia. They call it the Venice of Africa. So
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying Venice is,
Mm-hmm. But they do everything on water. So if they could do that, why not? Right?
But he's looking. Psycho says he's looking for ships that could sail the Atlantic.
Oh, you don't need that big of a ship to sail the Atlantic. And he can look up Abubakar II, Matamoros' brother. Oh, that's a pretty picture. Some of the, it's not.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is garbage. I'm gonna be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I'm being honest. Now, just for comparison's sake, I'll say, I think this is a lot older, right?
No, Gambier would be older. They just not as materialistic. They're not trying to impress.
Well, see, some people might say they're just dimwits because they can't make boats,
well,
and therefore they can't make cities.
They made boats, and cities don't make intelligence. Cities makes a lot of garbage and waste products, and we've been promoted that cities are the end-all, be-all, but look how it's taken the planet into the toilet. That's propaganda.
My man's coming on.
I would have to agree with what you just said because it depends on like terrain because certain people wouldn't have like certain things, and also when it comes to cities, it develops like diseases and waste and stuff like that. So I'd have to agree with what you just said.
Okay, my man's coming on to try his best to defend his position.
No, I actually took my video saving right now. I just got finished editing. But I do got to ask you a question though, because the title and your positions on this kind of confused me. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit. Now I know you hold steadfast about the Moors being black and all these black people over in Africa and everything else. And my question is this: why are you so concerned whether or not those people are black over in Africa?
Oh, because if people are lying about it, we got to prove the facts.
Mm-hmm. So and you just lied about it.
Okay. All right. So and you believe that black people are selling from Africa over here and everything else. That's your claim. You were just talking about it, right?
No, I didn't make that claim.
Wait. So what was all the
No,
conversation
you
about the
claim
boats
that
and
niggas
stuff?
wasn't capable of
So
seafaring.
what was the
You
what was
and
let me put my
Chief-X.
headphones on because I can't even hear it right. What was the conversation about with all the boats just now?
The conversation was because you and Chief-X and Pan-Africans and Afrocentrists are now claiming that Africans were incapable of building
It ain't
seafaring
now. I've
vessels.
been saying that.
And you said that
I just
they're
switched it up.
incapable of traveling and populating the world.
Yeah, I never held that position that black people took over the globe. I never. That's a position that other people hold that I push back against.
But you
I've
do
never held that.
you do accept that the white man took over the globe, right?
No, he didn't take over the globe either.
He did.
No,
You didn't?
no.
So
Okay, then what's white supremacy? Why are you Pan-Africans
White
always talking
supremacy
about white supremacy? They getting on code,
white
right?
supremacy is a system in this country. We talking about this country when discussing white supremacy.
It's
I'm
not
talking
just
about
this
system and
country, it's all over the world. It's global.
yeah, they always
Well,
say global white supremacy. That's
right.
that's
Yeah,
the
you do got certain parts of the globe that is white supremacist ran, but that's not the whole globe. White supremacy don't run the Middle East. White supremacy
Yeah,
don't
they
run
do.
Asia.
yes it does.
Yes,
No,
they
they don't.
do.
Yes,
No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
No, they don't.
Yes,
If
they
they
do.
don't, then why
No,
they
they don't.
regurgitating Egyptology?
Why you think
Why they use it?
why you think why you
Why?
think they
We
keep
just
fighting
had
then?
an African
Anyways,
come up
let
here
me
and
get back to
regurgitate
Alquan
white
because
supremacy.
y'all moving the goalposts. Y'all moving the
That's
goalposts.
not moving no
Right,
goalposts.
because yes, y'all is. Now we talking about white supremacy. When I came up here to talk about boats, I'm
Tyrone,
talking about boats right now.
let's stick with the goalposts that we had.
Yeah, because I came up here to talk about these boats and traveling and everything else. Now, if you 1 minute you're saying that I'm crazy because I'm believing that black people didn't sell all over the oceans and everything else, and you're trying to make the argument that they did. But now when I come up here and I'm about to challenge you on that, you're saying, "Oh no, I'm not saying that." So which one is it, Alquan? Are you saying that we
Then
sell the
Psycho,
globe?
how did black people get to
Come
Madagascar?
on. I'm talking to Alquan.
Tyron, hold on a second. Let me explain what I'm saying. You guys say that Africans were dimwits and they couldn't build a boat.
I didn't say they was dimwits.
Yes, you did.
Hold on. Let me. I did. Okay, I injected that word in because they would have to be dimwits for your argument to be true.
To not sell the oceans, that makes them dim with it.
Hell yeah! If in 300,000 years they can't sell the ocean until the white man comes in.
How's that make them dim with it?
If you've been around, you're the first man.
So was the white man dim with it before he sold it? Before he sold it?
But listen. If the white man, if the first man was the African, the black man, he's been around for 300,000 years, and he didn't sail the high seas until 1492, or after the white man came and knocked him over the head. Then that would make him a dimwit.
Okay, well that's what you're saying. That ain't what I'm saying.
No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying. Now that's fine and dandy and all that, but you're still not answering my question.
Okay.
You just cracking jokes right now. Now at the end of the day, are you saying that they did sell these seeds? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay, Tyron said yes. What are you saying?
I'm saying if you guys, the Pan-Africanists.
No, it ain't about what I know.
I'm about to answer. I'm gonna answer.
I wasn't around back then. Neither was Pan-African back then. Right. So I'm talking about back then, before Pan-African and all that. Did they sell the seeds and travel all over the globe?
Now, you can travel the globe with or without seafaring vessels, but they would have had to if you stick with the out of Africa theory.
Do you believe they were selling the seeds before? Did you believe we got here before the white man?
Let's stick with what Alquan said. You would have to have a boat to travel to places, right? Like, for example, Africans are native to Madagascar, right? How did they get to Madagascar? Did they teleport to Madagascar?
Y'all are making the claim.
No, they all think it's
if you read the title, this is about boats. I'm going off the title of the stream. He's saying that we believe they was too stupid to sell. In other words, he believes they were smart enough to sell.
So how did they sell the Nile? How did they sell the Nile?
That means he believes that they were selling all over the globe. Am I correct?
Hold up. But here's the full question is RGB and Afrocentrists now say that Africans were too stupid to sell. That's
I want to know what you think. I want to know. You already know what I think. You just broke down that I don't think that's the case. I want to know what you think.
Okay,
yes or no?
All right, let me lay down something. First, you got ancient Egypt, which Afrocentrists claim as black. They built boats, so that's one thing to squash
Okay,
the
well, you
Africans.
can tell me about Afrocentrics. I'm talking about you, Alquan. You don't talk to me about Afrocentrics
So,
and
so,
everything. I'm asking what
Psycho,
you
how
think.
did
You
Africans
keep
get
playing this
fish?
off on other people.
How
You
did
keep playing it off
Africans
on other
fish?
people.
Hold
Instead
on.
of telling me what you think. I'm asking you a very simple
I'm
question.
about to get there, but I got to lay down a little bit of tracks first. So that's
You
Egypt.
gotta try to muddy the waters instead of
No.
answering my
I'm
real
gonna
question.
answer it clearly. Trust me. So that's ancient Egypt. Afrocentrists say that that's black, and they clearly built
You keep
boats.
bringing up Afrocentrics. I'm talking about you.
I'm getting there. We just showed you a Nigerian boat, even though you say it's a canoe and it's for rivers. Yeah, I agree with that. But you're still sailing. And then we know that ancient Egyptians, from our conversations in the past, that they created the sail for the boats. So you can't sail without the sail. That's number one. Other than that, you're drifting. So,
Okay, do you believe they were selling across the Atlantic?
See, now he's moving the goalposts.
Well, I said the globe. I mean, I said the globe. I didn't move the
So,
goalpost. I said the
Psycho,
globe.
how
I
did
said, do you
Africans
believe?
get? Hold on, wait, Psycho.
Hold on, time, Ron. Let me just make sure I answered the question, so he can't say I'm running. I'm just trying to set the stage to show that if you got, or not you guys, let's just say if people who believe in African history say that the Egyptians are black and they invented all this stuff.
You're talking to me about what other people are saying.
No. That's why I didn't say you. That's why I didn't say you. So that's the Egyptian wing. Now, if we say that Africans, whoever black people we point to on the planet, and we say that, and some people say that they came from Africa in ancient prehistoric times almost, then they would have had to sail to a lot of places, especially when you're dealing with islands. That's according to Afrocentrists. So
I don't agree with them weirdos. That's Van Sertima is an Afrocentrist who preaches that stuff. So I don't, and obviously I don't agree with him. So I'm not talking about Afrocentric. You keep bringing up Afrocentric.
No, because that's the claim. That's the claim.
But I'm asking, what do you think though? I already know what they think. You're telling me you're preaching the choir.
Okay, let me answer it quickly then. As far as the Americas, there's no evidence to show that Africans came over here. But as far as every other place else,
so you agree with me. So you agree with me. Africans didn't sail over here.
I said there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Okay, so we're in agreement. Okay, there we go. Okay,
but black people were here though, so we're not in agreement.
Yeah, well, that we not in agreement with, but we do agree that they didn't sail over here before the white man. We do agree with that, right?
With Africans with boats.
They didn't. Alquan, we in agreement, right? They didn't sail over here before the white man. Are we in agreement with that?
Well, according to scientists such as Walter Neves and Richard Neve, they found that there are DNA links that connects Olmecs and even isolated Brazilian tribes have African markers and Melanesian Australoid markers.
We talking about sailing, and that's no truth to that either. But
yeah,
I'm talking about
it's true. They got DNA markers that come from Cameroon, and they got DNA markers that come from Australo-Melanesians and Polynesians.
Yeah, Polynesian. I'm going to dismiss.
You going off DNA now? Wait. So you subscribe to DNA now? So you subscribe to DNA now? I like how y'all pick and choose. Like y'all pick and choose these things when it's convenient. Last time I talked to you, Tyron. Last time I talked to you, wait, I got to call you out on this. Last time I talked to you, you spent about an hour and a half trolling on my channel about how DNA is fake, how you can't use DNA.
Okay,
DNA
do you want to know?
And now I come over here and you're trying to use DNA to justify the point that you're trying to make. I don't want to hear DNA come out your mouth.
I want to go over your source because you just skimmed through that bullshit and try to say that DNA inheritance will lead you to an African tribe. Wait a minute.
You do not believe in DNA.
Silence. You're not going to sit up here and blurt out your evidence. You ain't at your camp where you can mute people mics.
Y'all are off the chain. No, you off the chain.
You don't have your
safety net. You're full of crap, bro.
All right, let me ask you.
Over your source.
We got my man Don Anderson. He says, why are black people all over the world then?
Why black people all over the world? Same reason why white people all over the world. Same reason why Asians all over the world. Same reason why Israelites all over the world. It's 2023. It's 2023. Everybody's everywhere. We got planes, trains, and automobiles now. We talking about thousands of years ago. We're not talking about. We ain't talking about right now today. I mean, that's
Okay.
Let's
Well,
go on your DNA source.
all right. Well, check this out. As far as Asia, Australia, any Afrocentric that you ask, they say they all came from Africa.
I don't agree with that. I literally, you know, I don't agree with them that.
Okay, well, you agree that those peoples in these other places were black, right? Or black
What other
looking, or,
places?
or
What other
like
places?
Australia, India, and all these places.
I
Asia.
don't call the Aboriginals black, but the
Okay,
Aboriginals were
black,
there, yes,
okay,
but
black,
I don't call them black though.
black looking, right? Black looking.
So
If you
But-
want to call them that, I don't call them that.
Okay, now the question is, where did they come from?
Well, they like I told you before, we've had this discussion many times. They like linked to primitive humans or whatever. So
No, but where did they come
they
from?
they travel the same way everybody else travel. They walk.
Travel from where?
From Africa, out of Africa, all over, all
see,
over.
So
and
now
then
you
they walk.
contradicted. Now you contradicted yourself. Now,
No, I didn't, because I don't call them black. You're called. See, this is why I had to
but
specify. I
they
don't call
come.
them black.
So they're black looking
These are
people
not
who
black
came
people.
from. So they're black looking people who came from Africa, but they're not black.
No, they're not black looking people. They black looking to you. They're not black looking to me. That's why I keep telling you. I keep having these conversations. Those are not black people.
So
They're black
post
looking to a
that
whole
link
lot of
that you
people.
put on your last show about DNA inheritance. Put that shit in the chat, back chat.
What happened?
Put your DNA link that you put on your last show in your back chat.
I don't remember.
So we can go over this shit.
Why we go? What for? What?
Psycho,
You accept
don't
DNA?
run
Wait.
what you
Oh,
keep
wait.
saying.
You can't.
moving the
Just
goalposts,
bro.
but you
This why
moving the
I don't mess
goalposts.
with you. One minute
Put your
you're
link in the
denying
chat.
DNA, and the
Put
next
your
minute you're trying to
fucking link
use
in the
DNA.
chat, bro.
Are you trying to use the? Or do you accept
Psycho, are you
DNA?
gonna
Yes or
put
no?
your link in the
You
chat?
accept DNA? Yes or no?
Psycho.
Do you accept DNA? Yes or no? Do you accept DNA? Yes or no?
Psycho.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Before I drop anything,
No,
do you
nigga, I
accept
do
DNA?
not.
Yes or no?
Devil's advocate.
He said no.
He said no. He don't accept it. Then what are we talking about? Then why are you bringing up DNA markers for this person and that person and everything else?
Because
You
I'm
don't even believe in
contradicting
DNA
your
markers.
own
You
lies.
don't believe in
I'm
haplogroups.
contradicting your own
You don't
fucking
even
lies.
believe in haplogroups.
Hold on,
You don't even
Psycho.
believe in haplogroups. And you just
Do
got to
you
use a
believe in
haplogroup to
haplogroups?
justify your bullshit
No,
argument
nigga,
about
I
how
don't
black
believe
people
this
was
shit.
here
I don't
before
believe it. I don't
anybody
believe
else.
it.
Stop.
I don't believe your
Stop.
argument. But to say it here, I'm using devil's advocate. So you're a
Not using
liar.
devil's advocate.
So can you pull up? Hold on,
You
Psycho.
literally
I
just
answered
tried
your
to
questions.
use
Now
a
answer
DNA
mine.
argument to justify that black people were here before everybody else.
Psycho.
You just did that.
Calm your tits.
You just did that,
Now,
bro. I'm not gonna let you get away.
calm
You
your
just did that.
tits.
You just
Calm your
tried to use
tits.
DNA
Calm your
evidence
tits.
that you can't even
Calm
back
your
up, by the
tits.
way. DNA evidence that
Calm
you
your
can't even back
tits.
up, but you just tried to use
Calm your
DNA
tits and
evidence.
post your link in the chat.
Psycho, would you agree that these people are African looking or black looking?
I can't even see this, and I'm not doing your looking shit, Alpine. I'm not.
You can see the shit, nigga. Everybody can see it.
I can't see that picture that good. That picture is small on my screen.
Are they black or not?
Okay,
you can see the skin, though. You can see the skin. Now, can you post your link that you used last time in the back chat?
Don't interrupt me.
You said, well,
those ain't black people. I can see them better now. That's not black people.
No, but I'm saying, are they black looking?
Outside the skin color, no. Outside the skin color.
Okay, so the skin color, that means they are black looking with the skin color.
Well, they got a dark skin tone. They got melanin, but that don't make them black.
No, we're talking about black looking.
Well, I don't know what you call black looking. That ain't black looking to me. Like I said, outside the skin tone. If you think the only thing requires for a person to be black is to be dark.
No. See, I didn't say I'm working with you. I didn't say that they were black. I said, is their skin black looking? Does it resemble?
I said they have melanin in their skin. Yeah, but I can show you dark skinned Asians that got dark skin. That don't make them black.
No, we're not trying to go the extra mile right now. We're concentrating on is the skin black looking.
With the skin black looking, yeah, they're melanated. That's what you're asking. Yeah, they're heavily melanated.
Okay, so and melanated to you is black. Is black, right?
No, that's not what's black.
Then what is black skin to you? Describe what that is to you.
You said black skin or black? See, are you saying black or black? I don't even know what these words you're using. Is like you're trying to trip me up with these little silly words. I gotta be careful with you, dog.
You
like
gotta be careful.
I gotta,
So-
I gotta
So
hold you
what
to every
this
word you say,
Negro,
because
what
if I just try
Psycho
to show
tried to
you,
do,
if I try to show you courtesy and say, well, I think he's talking about this, and I
so
try to answer it the way I
Psycho,
think you're trying to say, you're
Psycho,
gonna say, wait, but you
Psycho,
said this,
pause what
like,
you
no,
just
that's because I
said.
thought you meant this.
Pause.
So I gotta be very careful with you
Psycho
and make
Papias.
sure
Pause.
Why are you talking over me when I'm talking to Alquan?
Pause, bro. Pause. Because you
What am I
trying to
pausing
flee
for?
from the DNA. You trying to flee.
I ain't trying to flee. I'm talking to
Yes, you
somebody.
are. Then
No, I'm not
why
playing.
aren't
I'm
you
not
being
messing with you,
quiet?
dog.
Why aren't
You
you
be
being
trolling,
quiet when
dog.
I have to
You be
address?
trolling. You just try to use DNA as evidence
Okay,
to
one
support
at a
your
time.
claim, and
Okay,
don't.
time.
You don't agree. You don't agree
Why
with
are you
DNA.
running?
You just
Why are
try
you
to use
running though?
evidence that
Why
you
are
don't
you
even
running?
agree with
Why
to
are you
support a claim
running?
that you
Okay.
made, dog.
Why
You're
are you
trolling.
running?
You're
Why are you
trolling.
running?
Hey,
Yeah,
Tyron.
I'll be whatever you call
Why
it.
are you
You're
running?
trolling.
Tyron, let me ask you one more.
Okay, I'm gonna
Now,
get his ass after you go.
Okay, yeah, you
okay.
do all that.
Now, do these people resemble what you know as black people?
Would they resemble the one in the front? Look a little bit black.
Case
The
closed.
other
Then.
one I can't really tell.
Case
What the
closed,
other
they
one.
black.
With all the ones in the back, I really can't tell. One in the front looks like he might be black. The other ones I don't know about.
Okay, that's good enough. That means they're black.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You just said it. It
I
looks
said
black.
one. I
You
said the one in
said
the front
look.
looked like it, but no, the other ones do not. I don't know what they are.
So they look white. That's what you're trying to say?
I didn't say that. It's more than just white and
All
black.
right, but whatever the
Okay,
case is,
what's
they're
their
all
color
they're all
then?
related. They're all related. So you said one is black. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Whatever. I
So
didn't say one was black. I said you asked me what they look like. Looking like and being that is two different things.
Okay, you said they look black.
Yeah, I can show you a motherfucker look like a woman. Does that make him a woman? Like I can show you a whole bunch of motherfucking shit that
But
look
they're
like
not
stuff, looking like
transgender,
something and being
Psycho.
something
They're
is two
not
different things.
transgendered.
All right, since you admitted that this guy looks black, so
I said the one in the front looked like he could be black. That's what I said.
Now you say it looks like he could be.
I said the one in the front. Yeah.
So now, how do you think these people got there in Asia?
Asia?
Yeah, that's Indonesia.
Oh, okay, like I said, that's what the ones in the back look like. Some Indonesians. That's what they look like. That's why I said the ones in the back ain't black at all. I know they.
Now, everybody looking. Now I know they got eyes, and they can see that all these guys look alike. But
yeah, they dark skinned Asians. Okay.
Yeah, with nappy hair
and Africoid features.
Okay. And this means what?
So it means how they get there. How they get there?
How did they get there?
What do you mean? How they get there? They walked. They walked, obviously. What do you mean?
Indonesia,
over the ocean.
Yeah, Indonesia. That's a chain of islands. I think they said they got 10,000 islands or something like that in Indonesia.
How did the Aboriginals get to Australia?
No, that's not the question.
How did I'm asking you a question. How did the Aboriginals get to Australia?
But you said that they're not black, so that we don't need to worry about
I'm asking you a question. How did the Aboriginals get to Australia?
But why does that matter if they're not black?
I'm asking you a simple question. How did they get to Australia?
How about
they sailed? They built boats.
They did not sail there. No, they didn't. Try
yes, they did.
You tell us how they got there.
They didn't sail there. They walked.
Oh, how man? They must be Jesus. They must be Jesus. Yeah, they must be Jesus.
No, they wasn't Jesus. Because if you knew anything about the history of the earth, you would know that there wasn't just one barren land strait that connected from. No, I'm not talking about Pangea. I'm talking about there was another land. There's other bridges besides the barren land strait that connected North America and motherfucking Asia.
Sounds like you're talking about Atlantis. That's what it sounds like.
I'm not talking about Atlantis. There was another land bridge there, and that's how they got there. And they got isolated when the land bridge went away. They got isolated there.
But if there was a land bridge from Asia to Australia, that was before human beings arrived.
Now, what do you mean that was before human beings arrived? No, what do you mean? The last ice age people was here. It was
where's the evidence of a land bridge from Australia to Asia?
Right.
Where's your evidence?
I didn't say from Asia.
Well, that's where we have to be.
No, you said they just walked over there. Where's your evidence of this land bridge?
That is Asia. Yeah, it would be Asia. Yeah.
That's what it would have to be.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck off this.
The Austral shelf or whatever formed the land bridge between Australia and New Guinea. and Aura Islands, and these lands share many. That's how the marsupials and all that ended up being. That's why it's only marsupials out in that area, because they all got isolated after the land bridge. It's called the. I'll share the link. I'll
Okay.
give you the link.
Okay,
Y'all
but
can look for yourself.
okay, but what about
Y'all
people?
think I'm full of shit.
Animals go back further than people.
Yeah, whatever. But people also traveled there as well. He was there during the last land. What you call it?
So
I'll put it in the private chat right here.
So this is Indonesia. You trying to say that they island hop? Matter of fact,
I'm sure. There you go. I just dropped the link. You can look for yourself.
all right, but check it out. Now you see Southeast Asia up here, Laos, Thailand, and all this kind of place. Black people, where'd they come from to get through here?
What
and get to
happened?
Australia? From Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, China, all this place. Where these black people come from to get to Australia?
What you talking? It was bridges and stuff there, man. It was the water levels was lowered because of the ice age.
Okay, but
Land bridges pop up, and then the ice age went away, and the water levels raised, and then they got stuck out on islands. This how you got isolated animals in certain places, isolated humans in certain places. This is what happened.
But you do see the map, right?
This is how the Native Americans got over here, and then they got trapped over here. They couldn't go back either.
I'm saying you see the map, right?
Yeah. What about the map?
Vietnamese. You know what Vietnamese look like today, right?
What can you do?
What that got to do with anything?
They don't look like these people I just showed you, right?
Yeah, well, listen, listen, I don't like having these conversations with y'all because y'all don't understand evolution. If y'all don't understand evolution, then I gotta get into evolution conversations with y'all that y'all either don't understand, or y'all just try to. I don't even want to have these little.
Well, we don't really need to go. We don't. Need
I want to talk about
that
these
far.
boats. I want to talk about these boats. And y'all want to keep going with these boats. And y'all want to
in a way, what we're talking about now.
I came up here to talk about the actual topic. I want to talk about these boats.
Yeah, but what we're talking about now is related to the boats, though. Because you said there was a land bridge. That's the only way they can get there. Because
That's how they got. I'm not saying that's how they got there. Yeah, they could have got there from other. It's other ways to get there, but that's how they got there.
Aquan, you see that soul brother with that afro pick?
Hold on, let me get on there.
This is a Polynesian.
That's not a black.
See that afro? You see that pick?
That's not a black man.
It's not a black.
No, that's not a black man.
Okay, so what kind of hairdo would you go back to that? Go back to that. So, what kind of hairdo would you say that is?
I'm not playing this looking. Every time I talk to y'all, everything gotta be looking shit. Everything gotta be this looking shit stuff.
Yeah, looking shit is very
I'm not
important.
playing these games with y'all. Listen, y'all going to talk about these boats or no? Or we gonna do the looking shit game all next?
Let's talk about these boats. We're trying to establish people and where they are, so we can establish where they came from and how they got there.
Not only that.
So,
did black people sell the ocean blues? Yes or no? That's what I wanted. That's what I came up here to know. I'm asking y'all questions. Like y'all keep looking for these little one-offs, these little exceptions that only prove my rule. Y'all never showed me a group of motherfuckers, this, that, and third. Y'all just showed me one or two pictures, and then Alquan got a whole collection of one-offs, and he tries to motherfucking make it seem like this is the norm, when that's totally not the norm. Anybody can go look and see what the norm is in these areas. It's not what you're showing me. With these little afros and everything else. This is not what people have.
These people used to be the norm.
Right.
That's why we're showing it to you.
Right. Okay, I'm sharing my screen right now. And this is the norm for Polynesians. This is what Polynesians look like.
Know what they got. Yeah,
where are the afros? Where are the afros, Mr. Afro Polynesians and all this other stuff? Where are the afros at? These are not afros. These are not dark-skinned, melanated people like that. These are not dark people. No,
they had Asians.
These are not dark. And look, I'm just scrolling down. I'm just scrolling down. I'm scrolling down. I don't see no afros.
Have you ever been to Polynesian? Have you ever been to Hawaii?
I'm not with y'all exceptions. I'm gonna show you the rule. Fuck your exceptions. I'm showing you the rule. Oh, they go to Afro. Look how far down he had to go to find the Afro guys. I had to go down far as hell to find them. Now let's keep going.
So you do agree that those Afros? You agree that those Afros?
No more Afros. Where the rest of the Afros? This should be an ass load of Afros, not just this one picture. It should be an ass load of Afros. That should be the norm. We are seeing that as the norm. That what we're seeing is motherfucking curly, stringy, loosey ass fucking hair, not nappy hair, not coarse hair. That is the norm out here. All right, I'm showing you the norm, not the exceptions. Y'all show me exceptions and think y'all try to make it the rule. That's not the case.
I get that. I get what you're saying. Let me show you some more rules. You ready for some more rules?
You ain't got rules. You got exceptions, but you can show me your exceptions.
I'm gonna show you some rules now. This is South Africa. You see these rules?
South Africa has been colonized. Are you shitting me?
Colonized?
Yes, colonized. Been colonized.
Hawaii.
What do you mean? South Africa been colonized long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Long time ago, nigga.
Show me some old pictures of South Africa. Show me some old pictures of what South Africa used to look like, because they think it's some colonized motherfuckers down there.
All right, so I'm gonna show you a place where you say that hasn't been colonized. Here we go. Tunisia, North Africa. Look at that soul brother.
Like I said, colonized, man. Come on, dog. This motherfucker Britain. That motherfucker from Britain. Stop it. Motherfucking ancestors from British, man. You know what it is.
Okay. Black indigenous Tunisians. Black indigenous
you know, people in indigenous South Africa do not look like that.
Indigenous Tunisians, right here.
Show me the rule. Show me the rule, dog. Stop showing me these one-offs. Show me a whole collection.
Here we go.
No. Go to the Google link and then show me all the pictures. Show me a large sample size. Show me a large sample size. You're going to show me the rule.
It's some Ottoman Turk Tunisians.
This is Queen Humanu.
And we right back to the looking shit. This ain't got nothing to do with the Pope.
This is a picture of their queen. She ain't
why
y'all
keep moving the goalposts?
Let's get on
these. Can we talk about black people selling the ocean blue? That's what I came up here to talk about.
All right. Now,
these are black people selling the ocean blue. What are you talking about?
When was we doing that? That's the question. When was we doing it? Now, when was we selling the ocean blue, Alquan?
All right, now, Tyron. First of all, it's your case. You're the pan-African.
I'm not. No, it's ain't my case. This is no. Because you already said that didn't happen. I already said that didn't happen. So you can stop associating me with other pan-Africans.
Okay.
Address what I say and what I've been saying.
Okay, so we got that straight now. So that means that you guys say that Africans
don't say you guys. There you go. You keep trying to group me with other people. So you got address what I say.
I'm saying the red, black, and green. That's a whole group of people that think similar.
That's RBG, and everybody that's RBG don't think alike. Just like all Indians don't think alike. Y'all can't even agree if y'all Indians, Aboriginal, or fucking Indigenous. So y'all don't even think alike. Y'all think some of y'all think y'all Moors. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all are. Y'all can't agree on everything either.
Okay, Psycho. You see this image right here?
Jeez, this ain't got nothing. What is this?
This is a boat of Polynesian Negroes selling to America. It's called to Marau.
Right. You talking about? Is that the one? Is that the Easter Island? Is that the Easter Island boat that got them to Easter Island?
You said that black people couldn't come here.
Is that the boat you talking about?
Yeah,
that's the boat you talking about. That wasn't black people. That wasn't black people.
Those are black
that
people.
Wasn't black people. That wasn't black people.
They are black.
No, they wasn't.
Yes, they
are. No, they wasn't. I just showed you what they look like. I just showed you what those Polynesians look like. I just showed you the rule of what those Polynesians look like. I didn't show you no exceptions. I showed you the rule of what those Polynesians look like. Those are Polynesians you're talking about.
Okay, Tyron's cycle. Let's say that they're just Polynesians that you just showed. How did they get to Easter Island?
They got there through boats. Okay,
so they were smart enough to make boats. Where's their
vessel? They was very skilled at it because they was selling from island to island to island to island because they had a whole clusterfuck of islands out there, and they would sell from one island to the other, and a couple of them got lost and ended up out in Easter Island.
Okay, so where's their giant vessel that can sail the ocean?
What happened?
Where's their vessel that can sail the ocean?
He just showed one of the boats that they was using that he used to get back and forth.
No, the ocean. Remember the Nigerian boat.
Yeah, the Pacific. That's the Pacific Ocean we're talking about.
Yeah.
They show the Pacific. Yeah.
Remember the Nigerian boat. You call that a canoe that couldn't sail the ocean. So this is a canoe that can't sail the ocean. Where's the one
that's a little bit different than a canoe. That wasn't a canoe. That was not a canoe that they were selling it. No.
I thought you said that Polynesians weren't black. Why? What's those capitals doing on their head?
They're not black. Again, you're showing me exceptions. You're showing me exceptions. I just showed the rules, so I don't know why you're still trying to find exceptions. You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard. I showed you the rule. Yeah, I showed you the rule. I showed you the rule, and these are not black people, by the way. You are tripping.
Yeah, they are.
These are totally not black people. You are bugging out. I bet you think Fat Joe. You must think Fat Joe black. You think Fat Joe black, don't you?
You see
I
them
bet you
Negro
do.
features?
I bet you must think
Negro
that
features?
you think Fat Joe black. That is not a black
Yeah.
man. This is why y'all think the Olmecs are black, because y'all think these motherfuckers are black.
Okay, let me ask you this,
Y'all
Psycho.
motherfuckers are
Do you
tripping.
think that Chief X is a black man?
Look like a black man to me.
He looks Chinese to me.
Okay, well, let him take a
Okay.
DNA test. Let him take a DNA test.
Check this out. Check this out.
Tirana accepted.
Now this is Easter Island,
Right.
way out in the middle of nowhere. You
And
said
why
that.
y'all
Yeah.
in the middle
I
of
told you
nowhere
I
too?
told you it's an island there in the middle, but yeah, they got.
Where's the island in the middle?
Isn't that island right there, right over here? I was looking the other way, not towards America. I was talking about over here.
Now you said that they were island hopping in a canoe.
I didn't say a canoe. You said a canoe. I didn't say a canoe.
No, you said in that boat that was just shown.
Yeah, the boats, right.
Yeah. So how they do that in this?
What do you mean how they do that?
These open seas.
They rode the currents. They rode the currents. What do you mean? They got
and,
lost and they rode the current.
So you mean to tell me they got lost in the middle of nowhere and just ended up here? And then
that's how their story go.
Then they were able to keep coming back.
That's how their story go. Are you gonna believe them, or are you gonna believe the white man? Who you gonna believe?
Well, I didn't hear it from them.
Oh, okay. Well, go listen to them. You ever go listen to their stories? The people that actually live there, you ever listen to their story? Because they say the same thing. This ain't my story. This is what they say. This ain't the white man's story. This is what they say. So you can go ahead and try to insert a different story if you want, but that's what they say.
So the white man's story also says that they're black fellas.
No, he don't.
Yes, he does. He
The
said
white man does not say they black.
are black
That's a
fellas.
lie. That's a lie. The white man does not
How's
say
it a lie, nigga? How's it a
you're
lie?
saying.
Let's look up black fella.
Yeah, I don't know how to read this, but it looks like 600 miles away from the nearest land. I guess 600 mile scale. So that's probably 1,000 miles, at least 1,000 miles in between islands.
Oh, it's a long way.
So
I mean, they was doing some traveling. Actually, they believe they came from further up north.
Alquan, pull up my
I don't
screen.
think they don't have them coming from over there by Australia. They have them coming from.
I want Psycho to read this shit.
Bruh, I don't
black fella.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
Black fella, also black fella. Okay, is an informal term in Australian English to refer to Indigenous Australians, in particular Aboriginal Australians, most commonly among themselves. Right. Similarly to the term white fella, especially in Aboriginal use, refers to non-Aboriginal or European Australians.
Right, it's slang.
Black fella / white fella.
Right, they're not black
so
people.
What's all this shit saying?
They're not black people though. They're not black.
You said they not black. And
right.
Let's get on this DNA
I can show you a whole group. I can show you a whole group of mulattoes running around here calling themselves black. They ain't black either.
Okay. Yes, they are. They technically they are.
I can show you like you're not. You're like I can show you the Aboriginals.
They're still black.
The Aboriginals.
Okay,
actually,
so let's get on your DNA crap.
Calm down. Let me school you on something. The Aboriginals actually had a chapter in the Black Panther Party, but they still not black. I don't care about all that. They're not black.
All right, now somebody asked the Olmecs were black. Now, did you see Sir Rasutin Seti in his presentation on the Olmecs yesterday?
I'm on live right now.
No, I don't think he called. I don't think Sir Rasutin said he called them black. I know I don't.
No,
I don't.
He did without question last night.
Oh, he might do. I don't know if he did or don't. I forgot what his position was on the Olmecs.
I'm gonna tell you, his position was.
But I don't agree with it.
His position used to be that the Olmecs were black and they sailed from Africa.
Yeah, he agreed, but I don't bet certain. Yeah.
And he used to say that blacks were not in the Americas at all, and he was a Pan-African. Now he said he's not a Pan-African anymore.
Oh, good.
Yo, Alquan.
Yeah. That don't mean nothing for me.
Yo, Alquan.
You be name dropping like that's supposed to change my position or something like.
What's up, Truthful Troll?
What's good, Alquan? Is that psychopathist I'm hearing?
Yep.
I knew I heard some bullshit. What else, Psycho?
Who that?
Yo, I had to get one off, man. How you been, brother? What's going on?
I'm good.
Oh, yeah. So, anyways, I got this. I've been studying the origins of people the past 2 weeks. And they had this, they were saying like Negroids was the original man on every single continent, right? And when it came to America, they actually had a brother, like some kind of like 3D picture that actually looks like a brother that I know. I talked to he about 62 years old. We talk all the time. But, you know, when you say what you just said, do you feel as though there were always black people in America?
Who you asking me?
I'm asking you, do you feel as though there were always black people in America? What we would
No,
consider black.
the black people didn't get here before the white man or the Asian man.
So you're saying that America never had black people before Europeans discovered this land?
The Europeans didn't discover this land. Asians did.
So you're saying that America never had Negroes here before Asians discovered this land?
Before Asians and white people got here before us. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yes.
we can roll with that. Who were the first people in Asia?
First people in Asia?
No, he right down.
What do you say people? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you talking about, see again, this is y'all start saying these wild things.
Man said, what do you mean by people?
Now we
No,
talking
what
about
I'm asking you
Asian,
is,
so when you say
who
people, are you
Psycho?
talking about
Asians
modern
in
humans? What do you
existence?
mean? Like,
Psycho, who's the original Asian?
what happened?
Who's the original Asian?
Are you meaning the people that are indigenous there that evolved in Asia? The people that evolved
Who
in
are
Asia,
the
the
original
people. Well,
Asians?
you again, you're asking a crazy question, and that
Is this
requires
coming
an
from
answer.
Psycho or is this
Okay,
coming from
all right,
Carl
all right.
Linnaeus?
Is this the
Who's
part
the
where you start
original
trolling?
Asian?
Is this the part you start trolling and talking over me when
Who?
you
No,
ask me
I
a
ain't
question and I
trolling. I'm
go to
asking
answer?
you a
All right, so
specific
you guys shut the
question.
fuck up
Who's
and
the
let me
original
answer. Then
Asian?
shut the fuck up and let me answer if you're going to ask me a
Who is
question.
it? Answer the
Yo,
question.
Tyron.
Okay, I'll talk to you
Tyron.
later,
Check it.
Alpha. I
Check
gotta
it.
finish my video anyway. I'll talk to you later because I'm not about to deal with you, bro.
Tyrell, yeah, let him answer. See, that was a good. See, that's why when you do that, see, you give them an excuse to run. You know?
Yeah, yo, Psycho, you leaving?
He left.
Yeah, he left like a bitch.
God
You know
damn,
he
no,
lying.
I just got here, man. That sucks for me, man. To the chat, the reason I was so late is because, all right, yo, all the girls that I deal with, well, all the women that I deal with, for some odd reason, they all have men that they were with for 5 years or more. I don't be knowing this shit until we've been dealing with each other for months. So my situation just weird, right? I just left my wife and she was upset because of my girlfriend. And my girlfriend was upset because of this other chick who just had a baby that ain't even mine. Yo, Elkline, I need to write y'all brothers on Instagram in private about this shit. Cause man, yo, I can't balance this shit, yo. Like, yo, then they be listening to the YouTube channel and shit like that. And you know, like what you and Tyron be saying don't got nothing to do with me. But then, yo, yo, Elquan, one chick literally said this shit. She was like, so I know you like big titties.
We got you.
Yeah, but anyways,
So
man.
to answer
Yeah,
Psycho
that shit
question
really
before
happened.
he ran,
And
when
so
he
she was like, how
ran,
big you like him, nigga? And I'm like, yeah, man, what the fuck, man?
when he was
Anyways,
asking Psycho, what's the original Asian? Original
yeah,
Asian, them
because when I
Asians will
seen
tell you themselves that they were black. Q Ching and
the
Professor
reason,
Lee
and
Chin.
I didn't want him to run, Tyron, because if you're gonna say that the black man was first, how could black men not be first in America?
Exactly.
But see, now they're rolling that back. They're trying to say the black man was not first any damn where but Africa.
How
Yo,
come you got a white man going over there to city India and telling the city people that they look like rural Africans and claiming that they were African?
they could damn sure do it, Tyron. I mean, we seeing them do it right now. Look how that brother just hauled ass,
Oh,
and
we got
to
the
whoever
guy
his
came back.
supporters is, they probably hauled ass with him. They don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah,
It's
No,
just
they don't.
but don't you think it's kind of strange that he says he's independent? I guess independent, red, black, and green, and other people are what they are. But Chief X is what he is, and Forecast is what he is. And how can they all be red, black, and green, but they're not on one accord? Most other Afrocentrics, they say that, everything started in Africa, but now everybody's trying to say that Africans could not sell boats. So in essence, they're saying that Africans were dimwits. And we got an African God King, he's on right now. I mean, wouldn't you have to agree? That's what they're saying, right? That's what it would have to be.
That's not true, bro. You got Africans that traveled to China, bro, in the 14th century. So you can't just say Africans never built boats.
But somebody could say the Arabs did that.
No, it was actually documented by the Chinese, bro.
Okay, let me ask you something, brother. Who has the richer culture, Asia or Africa?
That's not something. That's not a yes or no, question. Bro. That's not
the richest culture, Asia or Africa?
That's not a yes or no question,
since
bro.
The beginning of time, or since the last reset, and I do mean the last reset. So since the last reset, right? Meaning our calendar only go back like 2,000 years, right? So let's use that, right? Let's use that fake ass number. Who has the richest culture in the last 2,000 years, Asia or Africa?
Bro, that's more complex. It's not as simple as saying, "Oh, Asia or Africa."
I rephrase that question. Which culture has more impact on American blacks, Asia or Africa?
Africa, of course, because American blacks are African.
You telling me that Africa has more of an impact on American blacks than Asia
bro
does?
Wait. American blacks are from Africa. West Africa.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are.
So you're telling us we're Bantu. We're Bantu.
Alquan, ask him to present his proof. He just made a claim. He got to back that claim up.
But keep in mind, he says that the Berbers are not black or sub-Saharan either. So,
Alquan, hold his ass to the claim he just made. Ask him to present proof that black Americans are from Africa.
Present just one piece of evidence. Not hearsay. Evidence.
It's slavery.
You could be slaves. You don't have to be transported from someplace else to be slaves.
Okay, let me ask you this then. If there were black people always in Africa, wait, bro, wait. What? I just told you, slavery, bro. Bro, it's slavery, bro. Look.
Yo, brother. Slavery that's not proof of transportation.
It's proof, bro. All the black Americans are people that were enslaved from Central and West Africa. But look though,
what's your stance on that? Like,
Central.
Prove your stance on that.
Okay. The story doesn't say Central Africa. Would you get that?
Yeah, it does actually. There's a lot of them from Central Angola. Matter of fact, there's
no, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
Well, let me ask you this, brother. Since all black people are slaves from Africa, what does a black American look like?
Bro, that's the dumbest shit, because black Americans been separated over 500 years. They've been mixing with other people, so they're not gonna look like Africans, bro. That's the dumbest shit, bro. Come on, man.
Let me ask you this: does all life start in Africa?
Yes, because there's a genetic diversity in Africa. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
humans came from Africa.
Right there, hold that question, hold that thought. So you're claiming that we're all mixed. Okay, how do you explain Truthful Troll's phenotype? Because he's dark skinned and he doesn't look nothing like a Bantu African.
Whatever that looks like.
Bro, look, every single black American, when they take DNA test, it goes back to West and Central Africa, bro. It's simple as that.
Hold on. Wait a minute, God King.
Of all black Americans?
No, they don't.
Yes. Most black Americans.
Oh, yes. Hold up, Tyron. This brother said yes, the hell he does. Okay, so every brother in the chat who's never taken the DNA test, right? Can we get a 1 for every brother or sister in the chat that's never taken a DNA test? I know we don't usually do shit like this, but any one of you brothers, if anybody could press 1, because this brother just said that your DNA go back to Africa, right?
Yes.
So if we could just get a 1 for all the brothers.
Have you taken DNA? Have you taken a DNA test?
With grandparents, you can't think of nobody in your family that done took
wait, bro. Look.
For example, you a Nigerian Igbo guy who did DNA and it went to Tikar and Hausa and Fulani instead of Nigerian Igbo. I'm about to play this clip.
That's very simply explainable, bro.
It doesn't tell him what
So, brother,
specific tribe or ethnicity.
Yes, people always migrated. His people might be one to Nigeria and became Igbos, bro.
Ancestry.com. I didn't use my real name, so they're not going to be able to.
I'm gonna rewind this shit.
There's another test that I've been seeing on the internet.
This can be easily explained, bro.
Ancestry test. I sent out a test to AfricanAncestry.com. I didn't use my real name, so they're not going to be able to know it's me. They're not going to be able to know it's a Nigerian evil guy. And the results are back, and we're going to find out whether I really am an evil guy, according to African Ancestry. I got the results right here. JT is the name I use. Let's find out. I like how the results for this one comes. You know, in African Ancestry, you have to go to the website, but this one, they give you a nice little package.
But you don't have to play the whole video. I believe what he's saying, but I'm saying it can be explained. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's find out. I'm really nervous. I don't know.
Yeah, it can't be explained.
Okay.
And the explanation is BS. That's the
It is
explanation.
a great pleasure that I
Bro,
report.
look, okay. Hardcore. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. Hardcore. I'm just gonna ask you a very simple question, bro. Very simple question. If black people were always been here, where is their language? Like, what language do they?
Say, come on, people always ask that question.
But because everywhere you go to, when the people are native to the land, the language doesn't disappear, bro.
Okay. Are you sure? Okay, hold on. Let me answer that. Hold on, let me answer that real quick. We just had an issue with the Tunisian president, right?
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Okay, now Tunisia's been conquered time and time again. Where is their original language at?
It depends who are native to Tunisia.
No. I asked you, where's the original language at? Where's it spoken at?
You mean original language? Do you mean like the Amazigh?
No, I'm gonna tell you what I mean, because I got to be specific.
Okay.
When Carthage ruled, where is that language at?
oh shit.
It's still there. They spoke Amazigh. Still there.
No, they didn't. They didn't speak that.
What did they speak?
They spoke a Semitic language from Phoenicia.
Amazigh is Semitic language, bro.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's strictly
But okay,
African.
if you say Phoenicia, then the Carthage themselves are not native to Tunisia then.
Right. But they are black.
So what does that point make? Like, you didn't make any point.
The point is, what was their language? The language is gone. That's the point.
Bro,
You said
okay.
you said the language remains.
Yes, hardcore. Every place that Europeans went, the indigenous people, the language or the culture never disappeared. Same with the Indian Americans.
Okay.
Those are the ones that have been here, not Africans, not black people. It was Indian Native Americans in North America.
Where's the Carthaginian language at then?
I just told you, bro.
Okay. Where's the Latin language at in Tunisia?
I don't understand. What do you mean? Where's the Latin language?
Well, when Rome ruled, it was Latin that was spoken. Where's that at?
But the Carthage, people from Carthage themselves, are they native to Tunisia? That's my point. You said they were Phoenicians.
You said languages remain. That's my point. Where the language is at?
Because they were not native to Tunisia. They were Phoenicians. You said it yourself.
No, listen, you said when another person comes in and rules, the old language remains. So other people rule after Rome, after Carthage. Where the language is at?
Because came from somewhere else, bro. They were not.
It doesn't matter if they came from someplace else, because they instituted the language. And you said when a new ruler comes in, the old language remains. So once Carthage got destroyed and Rome took over, and then after
what you just saying right now? That's not proof that Black Americans are native to North America.
You said, where's our language?
Tyrone, we got my man Lionel. He just dropped in.
Okay, hardcore. Aquan, have you ever taken DNA test?
No, that's bullshit. But we got my man.
So you don't even believe DNA test, so we can't even. I can't even continue, bro.
But you know what?
If you guys don't believe in science, we can't even continue, bro.
Listen, there was science that we were talking about, the language, linguistic, and you try to run away from that. But I'm gonna let my man Lionel come in.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up?
What up?
Hey, what's going on, Tyron? What's going on, Trooper Troll, the other gentleman? How's it going?
What's up, brother?
All right. Hey, I heard some of the information, and I want to make a point, man. That's why I call it fan African. They're fans. They're not true nothing. They're all mixed up. They're like a bunch of nuts. You know, you got the hazelnut, your pecan, your peanut.
And
You
the
know, you
cool
got
nut.
all
Trail
these
mix.
different people. There you go, trail mix with a little bit of raisin in it and cashews and all that. They can't even get it together, man. I mean, I used to be one myself. I ain't gonna lie. I had books on Garvey written by Tony Martin, Ivan Van Sertima. I had Dr. Ben's books. And I wanted to add too that, you know, they always talk about how we get our information from the white man. But see, many of them tend to forget. If you go and look in many of those books that they study, look at the bigger bibliography and the footnotes, all that stuff came from the white man. So what the hell are they talking about?
Right.
They can't get it right. And I'll tell them in a minute, listen, y'all can't talk about the indigenous history. Yeah, that came from the European or the white man itself too. But y'all following the same suit. Where y'all get y'all information from about Africa? You get it from a small hat.
Yep.
Right.
So I used to be that, and that's where I got my information from.
Yo,
You
brother, I
know,
gotta stop you right there. Indigenous history does not come from the white man.
Well, hold on, hold
Not
on.
even
well,
close.
actually, it's not like it came from the white man. They got it from him.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. We was already well established over here.
No, you know what he means? He means that when you go to a library, you get a book or any type of artifact,
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. I
you
They're
get
the
agree
it,
with
you get
that.
ones
it
Yeah,
I
through the
that's
agree
white
with that.
man.
preserving that history.
that's what I meant. You know, that's what
Yeah,
I meant.
I
I
agree.
talk about that.
Well, brother, so you can have a better understanding. I chimed out for a little bit, so I just redid my shit and came back on. But yeah, in that aspect, I agree with you. You know,
Right.
as far as what they done put out in knowledge and well, what they put out as knowledge, I'll say that. Like the only thing that the cracker ever put out in school that I was cool with was this shit called Beowulf. I thought Beowulf was the shit. But other than that, you know, it's pretty much a fucking lie.
Yeah, that's true too. But in reference to the fan Africans, they like to throw that in our face.
You said
And
fan Africans?
yeah, I named the term. I created the term fan
Yo,
African.
this Lionel.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what up, Lionel? This Super Troll, man. What's going on, man? Nah, cause we
Yeah.
was writing on Instagram the other day. So when you said fan African, I'm like, yo, this gotta be my brother, man.
Yeah, I termed it that, man, because once I left that paradigm alone, I started looking at these other folks, not just on YouTube, but the socials I used to be with, and looking up the word fan, they're
Yeah.
fanatic,
Yo, Lionel,
and
you got family in Louisiana?
no, I do not.
Oh, damn. Okay. I
I
had to
have
ask
family.
because my I got some family members that went by the last name Bibbins and shit on my mom's side, and some of those brothers was they changed their name, they put the V on it, you know what I'm saying, and
Oh,
they
okay.
went out to different states and shit, like probably about 150 years ago and shit. I just assumed you had family back then, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's on my grandfather's side. My grandfather's side from Georgia.
Hey, Lionel,
Yes, sir.
what do you think about that? What I put in Facebook with that Matamoros and that meaning of that word. What do you think
You
about that?
You know what? I only read a little bit of it. I need to get more in depth of it, man. I didn't really look at it in thorough detail, but I'm gonna have to look at it again and give you my take on it. So I
Yeah, yeah. They said the story goes 4 people left from North Carolina to go to Mexico to get a Brazilian. So one girl can get a Brazilian butt lift, and I'm like,
oh
man, 3 guys went with her, and black guys they are not about to take that long of a ride just so some girl can get a Brazilian butt lift.
why do they want to get a butt lift, man? That's natural. I just don't get some of these women. I mean, come on, man. Y'all putting silicone and poison in y'all behind.
And
I,
they just happened to go to a town called Matamoros, which of course means killer of the Moors.
Oh wow. Oh okay. Wow. Yeah.
And they get killed. Two of them get killed supposedly.
Yeah. They are onto something. They know what that means, and they probably are into the what they call the melanin program concept that's
Something.
been going around on social media, and I
Yeah.
find that very interesting and strange as well.
Yo, Alquan, you see my daughter on the screen, man.
Yeah, she's cute.
Yeah. Everybody say I don't show my face and shit. I got this picture of me when I was 10 years old. That's the one that I'm gonna start using next. It's on my IG. Y'all have seen that one, but I'm gonna post that shit whenever they tell me to show my face.
That's her.
Yeah, that's my baby
Yeah.
girl. She in North Carolina or South Carolina.
Okay.
Well, I don't
And,
know. I gotta ask Tyron. Where's Tyron? Where is
you know,
Columbus, Carolina, or Columbia, Carolina? Is that in South
that's
Carolina or
that's the
North
South.
Carolina?
That's the South.
Yeah, that's South Carolina.
Okay, yeah, my
But
daughter in South Carolina. I
I
don't mean
want to
to
get
sound like an
on.
asshole like that, chat, but I always get the two confused, man. I've been doing that shit, but my
I want to
daughter's
get
in South
on
Carolina, so
God
I'm.
King, what he just said earlier about us not having a language.
Yo, to those brothers, yo, Tyron, I'm glad you sent me that link that you sent me, man, because I was looking at it, man, and
okay.
I wanted to go through the strawberry link because I didn't understand the dynamics of why you sent me that, but I didn't even click on it yet because I've been working like hell and shit, and I just got this new contract, and so I gotta handle that shit. But I know you sent me that for a reason, so I'm gonna check that out later on tomorrow morning. Yeah, man.
Now before you go, let Lionel get some more out because he's rarely on. So
Thanks. About that Chief X. Now during my Pan-African days, right? I'm going to expose this guy for a quick second. And also, at the time, there were guys who were in the so-called Black conscious community. I would call them the conscious players at the time because how they would approach women with this ideology, the Black woman is God, and calling them queens and all this other stuff. But a lot of them sisters, they were pretty ratchet, and I've seen it myself. So now Chief X, I mean, we were cool on Facebook. I was never friends of him. I used to follow him. So one day, this sister, she inboxed me, and she inboxed me and said, "Are you Facebook friends with Chief X?" And I said, "No, I'm not, but I do follow him from time to time on Facebook." So she was like, "Oh, okay." So I wanted you to know that he likes to talk to a lot of women. I said, "Well, yeah, I heard that before somewhere myself." So then time goes forward. She was telling me how he inboxed her and wanted to, you could say, get with her online and possibly come meet her. And she told him that I'm not interested. And, he kept going on and on, trying to convince her to talk to him, but she wouldn't budge. Then she showed me this picture of this paddle. And I'm like, what's on this paddle? So I zoomed in close. It had a guy with his face on it, with his tongue licking a woman's clitoris. And I was like, I be damned. I was like, did he send you this? And she was like, yup. I said, well, I be damned. I say, this dude really like that? And she was like, yeah, he's trying to get with me. And she did expose it all throughout like inbox. But Chief X told her don't be sending no more stuff like that because he inboxed her because a lot of the women who saw this picture of this paddle, they inboxed him and they all told him that, listen, we don't try to call me, don't talk to me, and I don't want to hear from you. And he started losing some of his female fan base. See, he's trying to get a lot with these females at that time too. I don't know what's going on with him on that level, but he could be still doing it. But also he began as he was into that RBG thing too. And to me, the RBG thing looked like a whole bunch of wannabe thug gangsters, you know, looking like Bloods and Crips with the red, black, and green handkerchiefs going on like that. And I remember that started off with what's that group? Dead Prez. They had an album out, a CD called Revolutionary but Gangster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they started following that model. And then not only that, it was these guys from Texas somewhere, like they were straight up, I guess they must have been in prison. They created this school, it's supposed to be Pan-African Center. And he was a part of that I would say that crowd too. And they used to post these RBG picnics once a year in Texas and be all on Facebook. And you know, it just looked like a bunch of hood dudes all getting together, flashing red, black, and green handkerchiefs, like I say, they Bloods and Crips. And you know, they've been exposed too.
Let me ask you
And
this.
yeah.
What do you think about what Psychopathist just had to say?
Oh man, he's another. Oh my God, that you know, I was in the chat with him, and he was trying to question me about the ships and saying something about how did the Europeans get here on ships if you know there were no slave ships coming here to America. I say, well, you ask me, you tell me. And then he's saying that it didn't exist, how the Europeans never came here on boats or something like that.
What?
And I say to myself, how do you get this information? Where you get your information from? And you know, like what Tyron did, Tyron said it right. He ran like a bitch. I laughed at that. I was like, man, you supposed to be Pan-African. I mean, come on. If your argument is so strong, why don't you just go ahead and answer the question?
You know what got me when he said, "What do you mean by a human being?"
Yeah, I laughed at that. I laughed
Yeah,
at
he
that.
called
I thought it was
Polynesians
funny.
and
I almost
Australoids
dropped my phone.
subhumans.
Yeah, I almost dropped my phone. I was like, oh my God, what the hell is this guy talking about? And yeah, you know, like it kind of goes back to what I said. These Pan Africans, man, their information is just all over the place. I'm thinking I don't want to go there with the jokes, man. I mean, I can clown on these guys because I used to be one. And I'm glad I left that stuff alone. I've seen a lot of ridiculous things. And here's another thing I want to add too. Real Africans will laugh at that stuff. They'll laugh at
God
it.
King is a real
Yeah, I
African.
was
He
about to
was
mention
laughing
him. Yeah,
at it, them low
Yeah,
IQ
that's what I'm
niggas.
saying.
the Cash Guy too.
Not only will they laugh at it, but they don't share the same political standpoints. That's the most
Absolutely.
important part, because
I don't know. I think they did because they kind of agreed with what they were saying in their roundabout way.
no, what I mean is, oh, okay, how many Africans, Alquan, do you know that come to America voting Democratic?
I haven't even noticed that any of them actually voted. To be honest with you, I knew.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know a couple of them that voted for Trump. I'm not,
Most Africans I know vote Republicans because Democrats is against all their values. Like Africans are, anti-gay rights and all that stuff. So most of them they tend to vote with Republicans than Democrats.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I say, I work with two women one is from Nigeria, the other one's from Kenya, and they voted for Trump. They just flat out said it. They
Yo,
were
Lionel,
proud
you
of
hit
it.
that?
Oh no,
Man,
no, that's flat.
man, tell them True Patrol gonna be coming up to their state, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of fraternization going on. They too caught up into wanting to be American. You know, they tend to follow some of these values that they tend to.
I
Some
mean,
of
if
them
After a
share.
while,
if their value
they
is different, man, you know, when Elquan was younger, he was knocking down all nationalities.
yeah, after a while, they'll leave you for a white man as long as he got the right amount of money.
And here's the funny thing: these two women, they don't live in Detroit, Michigan. See, I live in the city. They
Oh, you in
live
Detroit?
outside of it. Yeah, yep, I'm
Shout
here
out
in
to
the city.
D-Town, man.
Say again.
I said shout out to D-Town, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
The
I've been looking.
original
I've
D-Town,
been looking up Detroit and been getting into this Motown stuff, checking out the history and buying people's books and stuff on that.
Right. Yeah, they're expanding the Motown Museum. I think they probably already reopened it or something like that. I think it's like 2 more houses they purchased, and they're making it bigger than what it was, you know.
Oh, okay.
So
That
it
Barry
looks pretty
Gordy, the
good.
more I read about Barry Gordy from the artist, that guy, it's crazy how he's still living, but that guy was a low down piece of shit.
He was. Yeah. See, you know, a lot of people think that Motown is all this glamorous and looking at the Supremes and the Temptations. No, there's a lot of dirt that goes on. He even
Yep.
had relations with organized crime figures here in
Yep.
Yeah,
Detroit.
I was done with Motown when that brother let when they let what's that chick name, man? What's that Puerto
Florence,
Rican chick name?
Florence Ballard, you trying to say?
Nah, man, they had
Oh,
the
Yeah,
Motown
Puerto
thing
Rico.
like 3 years ago, and they let fucking
Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez, yeah.
Oh, Jennifer
Man, they let
Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez represent
Yeah, with
Motown,
Smokey
man.
Robinson.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
I
he
didn't
doesn't
know
own it anymore, but I mean,
that.
he
Nah,
was
the
having them
small hat
sign
got that.
contracts that where like Mary Wilson, I got her book.
Matter of fact, Alquan, you did a live when that shit happened, man.
Yeah, I
You
got
was
Mary
talking
Wilson.
about that shit. I don't know if that was this channel or the last channel.
Could have been the
Hey,
last. I got Mary Wilson's book.
Alquan.
Yeah.
I saw that clip with those Mexican guys doing that. Oh my gosh, I laughed.
Oh
I
yeah.
laughed. I'm like, oh no, 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 no. And when I went on the to the actual link and clicked on the comments, and a lot of the comments they were rooting for, they say, oh, they sound like soul brothers, and they sound just as good as black men, and all this
Oh
other
yeah, that
stuff.
group. Yeah. I
Yeah,
I got stuck in that zone, man. First I was looking at Supremes, then you get into a zone where you start seeing acts from the 60s and I never heard of, songs I never heard of, people. I'm like, man, who are these people?
I thought it was a 1960s Menudo, man. I'm thinking like, man, come on.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I was like,
Hey,
I never
trying to get
seen.
Tyrone.
back to what God King was talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyrone. How come you never came back to Kaisorian channel, bro? I know
Kazorian
they take you
Empire,
off.
I go
Yeah,
over there sometime to time, but I don't go there all the time.
I know they was beefing with you last time you was on the panel, bro. They boot you
Yeah,
off.
it was fucking rifleman goofy ass.
That's enough, man. It's
Shit was
over.
funny, bro.
Yeah, that rifleman tried to come up here. I can't entertain him tonight, man.
Nah, he's the dumbass. I want him to come over here, bro.
Alquan
I
said,
can
I
roast his
can't
ass, bro.
entertain him.
I call it
Yo,
right.
Rifleman is the
Alquan, man, you
fucking
been going
dumbass,
live a
bro.
lot lately, man. You must got a new program or some
Wait,
shit, man.
Nah,
anyway,
well,
he
shit,
said
You
he
usually
said
let
we
us
don't
know
have our
like what
language, but
programs and
we
shit you be
do.
using and shit.
We actually do have our language. It's just that it's
What's
not
that?
mainstream.
Titanese with whatever that
Tariq Nasheed.
Tyreek was talking about.
I'm not talking about no Arutta Sussy. That shit's some made up crap. That's some made up shit Tariq Nasheed stole from this woman that put together the it's not Arutta Sussy, the Tutanese language. That's
What?
only known to one black woman that created that shit in the 90s.
Tutanese, I
Historically,
never
I'm
heard
using
that.
an example of a brother from the Yamasee tribe, which is a Muskogean Creek branch, and he speaks the Hittite language. This is a part of my lineage because my people come from the Yamasee.
That sounds like African language to me, brother.
It's not African language.
Hey,
Sound like
what's that group in they're isolated in the Carolinas? That black group, I forgot their name. Oh, they still have
You
that
talking
West
about the
Af.
Gullah Geechee?
They Gullah Geechee, yeah.
The Gullah Geechee are not African. They speak a broken English.
Yeah, bro.
But
They
this
sound
brother
like
right here, he's not speaking a broken English. He's
yeah, I
speaking
know.
Muskogee Creek.
I know a sister who's Gullah Geechee, and she's saying the same thing you saying, Tyron.
Yeah. The Gullah Geechee, what people tend to do, what these Pan-Africans tend to do, is try to Africanize the culture over here, and there's no evidence of African culture being here. Like they'll
You can't tell
claim,
that to the last
for
brother that was
example,
on
they'll
the show.
claim the Gullah Geechee to be Angolan just because the name sounds similar to Angola. It's not. or
Bro,
they'll claim that
Pan
they're
Africans
Sierra
are
Leone.
a very low IQ group, bro. I call them
Yeah, they're
dumb
low
Africans.
IQ. They make up
Yeah,
shit.
I know, bro.
Them niggas
Dumb
will claim that
Africans. That's what
they
I call them,
Kissy,
bro.
Gola Kissy from the Sierra Leone tribe. And those people, Sierra Leone is a colony that the British bought and sold to American blacks to go colonize and turn into a black ethno state, where they went over there and tried to change Africans' demographics and also colonize indigenous Africans.
Okay, so here's my take about African Americans. African Americans are not the same as people in Africa just because they've been separated for so long and they developed their own gene
And
pool.
we didn't name ourselves
No,
African
no, no,
Americans
no,
Yeah,
no,
either.
bro.
no,
No, we didn't
brother.
call ourselves
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
that.
not
hey,
back
what
up,
you know,
brother.
you guys can believe whatever you believe.
No,
I
hold on,
believe in
hold on, hold
It's
on,
academics,
not
bro.
brother.
whatever
You
we
believe in
believe.
what the
This
white
is
man believes.
historical
That's what you believe.
facts.
Hold
That's
on, brother.
exactly
Listen,
propagated
this
that.
is my stance on what you were saying.
Yeah,
When you said that we've been separated for so long, what
yeah.
I'm telling you is that never in all of existence. Well, what I'm telling you is that True Patrol believes life started in America. I
Yeah,
do not
see,
believe life started in Africa.
I can't believe that, bro. I go by academics, bro. I don't go by
Well,
what people claim.
hold on. This is
All
why I'm
right, we're
saying
gonna go
this.
by academics. We're gonna go by Henry Louis
Oh,
Gates, who said that
yeah,
there
but
weren't
yo,
that many Africans
Tyron, let me
brought to
check
the
him
New
real quick.
World.
Let me get his ass together real quick. When you say that you go by academics,
Oh, I see
do
what
you understand
Psychopathy said. He
that you
went to
saying
Cuba.
life
That's why.
started in Africa? That
Yeah,
doctrine is barely 100 years old.
it doesn't matter, bro.
It does matter.
There's a evidence
Hold
that
on, listen,
life is
listen to
started in Africa,
hold up,
bro.
brother. Listen. I
Yes.
just said that doctrine is barely 100 years old, and you said it don't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because that's when the study was done 100 years
No,
ago.
that's not when the study was done. The study was
Okay.
done since the beginning of time. And no,
Okay.
hold on, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying since the beginning of time, since the beginning of all of existence, you can't even definitively prove that it's even 100 years old that brothers have been believing that all life started in Africa. That's some bullshit.
Okay.
It's not even definite. Why? Because Asia has a richer culture than Africa, especially amongst black
And
people.
we would have to argue that because you have African tribes saying that they came from Asia.
Yeah,
Yes, I know.
Exactly.
I know,
those are the brother in
Yeah.
I
the
know,
chat.
bro.
So I
He
mean,
was
See,
mindset that
bro.
it's a
if we
book
gonna
out
Hey,
go
there for
there,
Tyrone, brother. Those African tribes. Look, I grew up in Kenya. A lot of Kenyan tribes say
nah, but
they come
hold
from
on, brother.
Israel.
I'm not finished.
Look.
I'm not
Big,
finished,
bro,
brother.
I'm
Let me
not
say this
saying
one
it
second.
just
I
Israel.
must
You
add
have,
to that.
Yeah,
I must
for
yeah,
add to
yeah.
that.
example, hold on,
If
True
we
Patrol. For example, you have the tribe within Senegal. They said that they come from Hindustan. They come from
Yes,
India.
yes.
You have some Africans that say that they come from Yemen, such as the Cabo Mandinka tribe. You have the Shona. You have the Shona tribe. They say that they come from Persia.
Hey,
I
Tyrone.
know this,
Uh,
Tyrone, bro. I
So
know this, bro. I'm African,
wait,
bro.
so
I know
if you
all of
know
this.
that if
hold
you
on,
know this, then
hold
why
on,
would you
wait,
fix your lips to say
hold on 1 second. So, Tyrone, you said those people said that they came from Asia.
yes,
Yeah, there's a lot of
And
African tribes
I
that
even
believe
had
that.
the footage.
you know who else said they come from Asia? If you
Who?
remember, some Somalis say that they originally come from Asia too.
Yeah,
They
they
got a
do.
point though, because Somalis have 40% of their DNA coming from Asia. Well, this genetics, bro.
Okay, you see?
Yeah. Matter of fact, you know the Cossans, right? The most primitive tribe in Africa, in southern
Yeah,
Africa.
my man called them
They
primitive.
have
Man,
look, they
Yo,
are
you
though.
said the most
Hmm.
primitive tribe.
Yes, they are, bro. Do you see how they live, bro? Most of them naked, bro. They are primitive.
shit, a whole lot of naked people in
When
Africa.
you say
Shit.
Yes, but
primitive,
anyways, let me make my point,
yeah,
bro. They are
some of them
all
primitive.
right,
lazy
go
too.
ahead, brother.
Look, have you ever seen a movie called Gods Must Be Crazy, something like that? Like an
Yeah,
old
I
movie.
saw that film years ago.
Nah, I ain't see that. What you
I've
said
That's
seen
is
it.
a
called
funny ass
It's off
movie,
the
bro.
chain.
Yeah, but anyways, even those people, look, even
That's
those
not what
people
the
have
fuck you just said,
some
man.
West Eurasian DNA. You know that, right?
Wait, say that again.
the cosands, some of the cosands, when people did their genome sequencing, they found on average a lot of them have some West Eurasian DNA. No one can explain.
Yo, brother, what I am asking
What
you
is West
this.
Eurasian? That's number one.
Asia, West Eurasian. That's the same DNA that the Somalis have.
No, I said, what is it?
Where is it?
No, what is it?
West Eurasian?
Yeah.
It's West Eurasian DNA. It's just like a hunter and gatherer groups that lived in West Eurasian. Like,
okay, let's put it like this. What do they look like? Or what do you think they look like?
They're extinct groups, so we can only speculate what they look like.
My man, you said the DNA tells all.
Yeah.
Give me the speculation that you come up with.
Say that again.
Give me the speculation of what they look like.
Look, they lived in Anatolia, Levant region.
My man,
and,
I asked you for looks, not geographic.
Okay, Middle Eastern. Is that what you're looking for? They look like Middle Eastern.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Middle Eastern? People from the Middle East.
I don't know what that look is.
Yo, Alquan.
Look at people from Middle East.
He's a DNA expert, and he just gave us
lookership.
Since he just said out his own mouth. Hold up, brother. I'm about to get to you right quick. I'm talking to my big brother. Alquan, since he just said out his own mouth his stance on DNA, give him the sub-Saharan test.
Well, I mean, technically, we're going there. Technically, but the original Anatolians were black.
Yo, fuck it, I'll do it. Yo, so let me see. You must be God King because you're not Lionel, you're not Tyron. I'm True Patrol. That's Alquan. Okay,
yeah, I'm God King. I'm God King, bro. Yes.
Okay, God King. What is a sub-Saharan African? And I have two more questions after that.
Now, True Patrol. When you ask that, you got to keep in mind what he is.
I'm sub-Saharan African. Look, no. Hardcore. I am actually sub-Saharan African.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
so,
where is that
God
located?
King, what is the sub-Saharan African?
What consists of sub-Saharan Africa?
I just need you to answer the question.
Okay, do you see like the Sahara in Africa? Like the huge area.
What's the line of Sahara Africa?
Yes, everything below the Sahara is
it a
sub-Saharan
barrier?
Africa.
Is it a barrier?
Liberia is sub-Saharan, yes.
Nah, God King, listen. Yo, T, just chill for a second, man. Just chill for a second. Yo, God King, what is a sub-Saharan African?
All the countries below the Sahara.
That wasn't his question.
But that's what sub-Sahara is.
No. He said, "What is a sub-Saharan African?" That means a person.
Africans that are native to anything below the Sahara.
Okay. What does a sub-Saharan look like? Is my next question.
They diverse. They don't have one look. They're different. It depends on their ethnic groups.
Then how can it be a sub-Saharan African? Singular.
But the word sub-Saharan African just means anybody, all the groups that live below the Sahara. That's what it just means. That doesn't mean ethnicity, bro.
Oh, okay. So what is the North African?
North Africans are not sub-Saharan African because they live above the Sahara.
That's a colonial language.
God King, my next question is this. What is the difference in appearance of a Northern African and a sub-Saharan African?
He means a Northern Black African
and
a sub-Saharan Black African.
Yeah, let's add that. Let's keep that in context. What is the difference between a Northern Black African and a sub-Saharan Black African? What's the difference in their looks?
Not much difference. A black person from North Africa, if he goes to West Africa, he's not going to stick out. He's just going to look like everybody else.
Now, my last question.
But black people are not the majority in North Africa, though.
We're not worried about that.
And a Black American.
But hold on, real quick. Before you get to that last one, since you just answered it that way, why do you even talk about a sub-Saharan Africa then?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm just referencing where sub-Saharan Africa located.
Wait a minute, because Pan-Africans and Africans get the thing confused about modern numbers. But in the past, your modern numbers of pale people were not the majority.
Right.
So you can't use modern standards for ancient times.
Okay, so what do you call people that live below the sub-Sahara? Do you have another name for them
There's no such
that I can
thing
I
use?
as
have a
a
name for them.
sub-Sahara because it's a colonial term. This is
Oh,
Europeans.
bro,
This is
the
hold on, wait
problem
a
is
minute.
though,
Don't interrupt. Don't
That's a
interrupt.
good
This
thing.
is
you always interrupt
Europeans
me, bro.
using
What are you talking about?
Egyptology. This is Europeans using Egyptology, trying to separate black people up out of being the responsible for building civilization. That's where the term sub-Saharan Africa comes from.
No.
It doesn't have
Sudan.
anything to do with
No,
genetics.
wait 1 second. Sudan is sub-Saharan African, and they build great
Actually,
civilization.
No,
I
they're
gotta get
not
it.
Ethiopia is
actually.
sub-Saharan African. They
Hold
It
build
on,
great
actually
hold
is
on,
not
civilizations,
because
bro.
they
hold on.
update what a sub-Sahara is.
Yes,
Sudan is a part of sub-Saharan.
listen,
Actually, no, it isn't because it's in the Sahara.
When Sudan was all one, it was in the Sahara. Now Sudan proper is still in the Sahara. South Sudan is not. But
Sudan is not in the Sahara. Sudan and South
okay,
Sudan
okay,
both
okay,
in
Then
okay,
sub-Saharan.
answer
okay.
me this,
I'm
God
retarded.
King. Answer me this. Answer me this. Then how come the Horn of Africa gets clumped in with the Sahara and called white?
No,
And Arab?
nobody calls them white. What are you talking about? Horn Africans
Yes,
are black,
they do.
bro.
Europeans call them white.
Forget about the
Hold on, wait a minute,
Europeans, bro.
wait a
You
minute,
gotta
because
have
we
the
just did a
European
live
standard for
talking
that.
about Haile Selassie identifying as Caucasian white.
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with you talking about when they said because they measure skull shape, and they said, oh, the Horn Africans have European skull shape. They must be European. Yes, that's some bullshit, bro. Horn Africans are black. Doesn't matter their
Yes,
skull
we
shape,
know
bro.
they're black, but your society, since you're using sub-Saharan, that's the colonial term.
But the Horn Africans are sub-Saharan, though. That's what I'm trying to tell
There's
you.
no such thing as a sub-Sahara. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, then what do you call people below the Sahara? What do you call them then?
You call them Africans. That's what you call them.
Okay.
They're all Africans.
African,
They all
sub-Saharan, same
Negro
thing, bro.
Africans.
You
I was
guys
about
just
to
playing
say,
with
I think
words,
So
bro. It's just
I'm
a
not
name.
playing with
No,
words. There's no
let me,
such thing as a sub-Sahara.
let me tell you what you're doing, God King. You're trying to verify and uphold white supremacy. That's what you're trying to do.
Exactly.
That's the funniest shit I ever heard, bro.
Yeah, but what's funnier is that you're doing it. That's what's funnier.
Yo, okay. So since you feel as though that there's a disagreement upon that, right? Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. What is the difference between an original black man from Asia, an original black man from Africa?
There is no such a
an
thing as original
black
black man from
man
Asia, bro.
America.
Yes,
There's
they
no such
are.
a thing.
And hold
Yes, they are. They're
on.
Senegalese. They're
I
Jawa.
must add,
They're
because this question has
Negritos.
never been asked. This question has never been asked. Who had a black man first? Africa, Asia, or America?
All life came from Africa, bro.
Oh,
Listen
boy.
to what I just asked you. Who had a black man first? Africa, Asia, or America?
Look, there is no black people that are native to Asia. First of all, those people are not related to Africans, bro.
No.
If you talk about, look, you
Hell
talk
no.
about the
That's not what we're gonna
Melanesians,
do.
you talk about the people.
Listen to what I'm asking
Bro,
you,
those
brother.
people are not
Because-
African. They're not same as you, bro. They're not West African. They're not the same as you.
No, listen to what
We're
I'm
not
saying,
West
because
African.
I'm
Yeah,
not
you are,
laughing
bro.
at you.
How
I'm
come you're
not
West
cutting
African,
you
bro?
off. I want you to answer this question, but
Okay,
be
go
very
ahead, brother.
understanding of what I am asking you. Who
Okay.
had a black man first? Asia, America, or Africa? And also, before you answer that question,
Yeah, go ahead. Is
this
bro?
an African?
I think he lost connection. But hey, to answer his question, since life came from Africa, the first black man was in Africa.
No, it
Oh,
doesn't
you
say
talking
that.
about the Lucy?
According to Out of Africa
Lucy was
theory.
not a human, first of all, bro. Lucy is not considered a human.
Okay, well then where's the
She was
bones
a
of the first
bipedal
black
ape.
man? If life started in Africa, where the first bones of a black man?
Yes, humans came from Africa. The first people that developed in Africa, evolved in Africa, are black. And when they went to Europe, they evolved different. Before they got to Europe, they were
on
black.
The screen, is he black? Is he an African?
Europe is right next to Africa.
It is.
Right.
Is this an African, God King? Is
Man,
this
laughing
an
because he's like,
African?
God damn, they got me. They got me.
God King, is this person on the screen on my profile? Is this an African?
That's crazy.
Bro, that person looked like one of the island that's close to India. Was the Senegal?
No,
Senegal?
that's not the question. That's not the question.
Is this
He's
African?
if you're looking if you're saying he's African, he's not
No,
African.
no. He's
Regardless what
asking.
he looks like.
He's asking you. Is
Yeah.
that guy African? That's what he's asking.
No, he's not African.
Okay. Does he look like one?
Yes, he looked like one, but he's not.
Okay. Well, if you look like one, you got to be one.
No. It's more
Right.
complex than that,
Yes,
bro.
it is.
But Melanesians look like African, but they're not African.
Why not? That's what Afrocentrics claim.
No, they don't have the same haplogroup, bro. I'm talking about genetics, bro.
They always bring in that DNA, trying to
right?
Yeah, DNA, bro. Yes, I believe in DNA. You guys don't believe in DNA.
It's not about believing it. It's just that it's bullshit.
It's not bullshit, bro. It's real.
Yeah, it is.
And they always bring in DNA when they're losing the argument. Oh,
Even
let me
the
bring in some
experts,
DNA.
hold on, wait a minute. Let's stop them right there with the DNA, because even the experts will tell you you cannot use DNA for ancestry. You can only use it for paternity tests, which proves who's your parent, not your ancestor or your racial background, because they don't have a dynastic nucleotide for race.
I'll tell you one thing, Tyrone. If you take a DNA today, your ancestry will go back to West Africa or Central Africa.
No, it won't.
Yeah,
Actually,
it
it
will.
wouldn't, because it's only less than 1% accurate. Like they can test a DNA test.
Anyways, Equa, I gotta get back to work, bro.
I know.
Yeah, because you know we getting on you.
Yeah,
But
no, it's not even that,
they
bro.
test triplets. They test
No,
triplets with DNA, and they come
it's
back
not
with
getting
different
over it, Tyrone.
results.
No. I
Come
really
on,
gotta
man.
get back to work.
They test
Funny guy,
triplets.
I just took 18 minutes extra break. I swear.
Right.
Bullshit, bro.
Man, I'm off tonight.
Damn, my man got out of there with the quickness.
You know, DNA doesn't solve anything.
Yo, you still here, man? My bad, bro. I timed out. Hold on,
He left. He left.
He left like Psycho.
Let me put this shit on silent. Fuck ass iPhone. I can't stand these.
When the questions get too hard, these niggas be running.
Now all of a sudden he remembered he was on break. You know.
You know, like Tyron said, you can't do it. DNA doesn't solve anything. That's their favorite point of argument. They love doing
That's
that.
what Psycho did to me last time. He kept
It
muting
don't
my
work.
mic trying to explain what DNA does. He tried to say, "Oh, paternity test, it proves your inheritance. It proves your inheritance." Okay, nigga, it proves your inheritance, but it don't prove your racial ethnicity background. It don't prove your ancestry.
It doesn't. I had a friend of mine. She studied forensic scientist. She said the same thing you're saying. It doesn't prove anything. DNA is just used to, like you said, paternity test, and it also help law enforcement solve crimes. And whenever they leave evidence of their body fluids or sweat or anything, they're gonna take that DNA test, take it to a lab, and they're gonna determine, cross-examine, and bam, that's it.
Yeah, but with a wave of the hand, when you debate these Pan-Africans like Chief X and Psycho, they'll sit up there and do a wave of the hand and say, "Oh, I did a DNA test and you can prove it. And, they can prove your ancestry by paternity because it proves that you're heir to somebody in your family, so it must prove that you were heir to
When
somebody in
really the
Africa."
only thing that it actually proves is that they are indoctrinated by the World Geographic Association, and
Exactly.
they
up here
of the friends
regurgitating
of the
what this nigga
goddamn
tried to
coast.
do. What this Africa God King and Psycho tried to do this whole time was regurgitate Carl Linnaeus, where he was assigning crayons to continents. And that ain't got nothing to do with genetics or science. That's fucking eugenics.
Hey, also I want to add Alquan and to the rest of you. Sometimes I listen to the Prime Cuts, right? And D.
Here
Darrell
we
said
go.
the
Here we
same
fucking
thing.
go.
He said the same
Nah,
thing.
and then you even laughing, man. Go ahead and get your bullshit off, bro. I'm about to listen. And
No, I was
be
talking
wise
about
what you
the
say,
Prime
nigga,
Cut.
because this about to be another prime cuts after you say what you say.
I gotta get some more prime cuts.
So go ahead and put yourself on the next prime cut.
You also got to do a hood world maps as well, because this
Hey,
nigga
that's
don't
a
know
part
geography.
too.
Yo, but Tyron,
You know,
Elquan been going live like
I
on some
I
other
love
shit the
listening to
last 2
that
weeks.
one.
You know
I
what I'm saying?
laughed
So
at
I
it to
know
this
for a
day.
fact that Elquan backed up on prime cuts. So,
Yeah.
Well, Lionel, what was you saying? What was you saying
Yeah.
that you
whoever
heard
this,
from D. Darrell?
if this still God King,
Um,
you probably gonna be on the Prime Cuts next month.
no, what I was saying was, because I
So
listen to
go
Prime
ahead,
Cuts every now and
and put
then.
your ass
Hold
on
on, let
cable
Lionel
TV.
talk, bro.
No, it's cool. No, going back to the DNA part, I was listening to the Prime Cuts where y'all had D Durrell in the corner. I mean, I give it to him. He was like crawling through underneath the fire. However, y'all was still hitting him like left and right. And he brought up the DNA and how he used the DNA to determine who his ancestor was. They were from the western part of Africa
Cassine.
somewhere. And then when
He said
Alquan
we
said that
Cassine.
he don't look nothing like those people that he claimed to be ancestry from through DNA.
I
And
got a
right
question for
then,
you,
Hold
God
on.
King.
Hold on, let Lionel finish.
And God King left too.
yeah, he left.
Who this
But
brother?
yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
had to
Lionel.
laugh at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this me.
Oh, I word. I thought, that's what I was saying, yo. I thought this was God King because
No, bro, he
man,
left.
No, God
yeah,
King
somebody was just
left,
calling
bro.
me. I just put
He
my
left
phone on
before you
silent
came
and
back.
shit.
He
My
left,
my
bro.
bad, my bad,
No,
Lionel.
it's
I
all good.
apologize for that, brother.
Oh no, it's all good, bro. I understand. But
Yo,
yeah,
hold up. He talked all that sub-Saharan shit, and then your hard ass. I was only gone for
yeah,
like a minute and
he
30
jetted.
seconds.
Yeah. He remembered
He
that he was
jetted.
on break.
Just like Psycho did. He jet,
God
like
damn.
a flying thing in the sky. Yeah, but I listen to that every now and then. And it's like a flashback because you have to go back and listen to what they saying. It's so contradicting. And I just want to just come in because when you read those disclaimers, a lot of them don't read these disclaimers. And the disclaimers said it clearly, entertainment purposes only. And by right, when you give that consent, they can do any damn thing they can with your DNA. They can do it. Because
Yep.
once they can do it. I was like, it took me 45 minutes just to read all that language because it's so small.
And they
And
know
it's
most
like,
people ain't gonna read it.
right.
Yep.
I took the time to read it. I'm like, man, they could do any damn thing with your stuff. They could sell it. They can like probably turn it to some 3-arm leg animal or something like that.
Put it
Yeah,
into a
and
secret database.
Shit, they can
you,
turn that shit into a weapon of mass destruction that can
Yeah.
genocide us all if they
and
Right.
want
Lionel,
to.
while you saying that, these
Probably already
brothers,
did with that shot.
these brothers, these brothers who have their own channels, Lionel, they are well aware of what you just said, but they're not gonna
Okay.
say that though. They're gonna say, "Oh,
Yeah.
brother,
Right.
DNA, this shit and that shit," but they ain't gonna speak on the fine print. How do I know
Right.
that they're well aware of the fine print? They done made too much money off of it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They made too
Right.
much money off of it. And
And
I
niggas
work,
adore the
I worked
word
for
Africa
Interscope and
so
Def
much
Jam
that
for
they'll
10
buy
years.
into it.
That's why I call them fan Africans.
But you know what? Even with that though, D. Durrell was still the best Pan African representative until
Yeah.
he got shut down for good.
Yeah.
D.
I
Durrell
have to
got
give it
shut
to him
down?
on that.
Hell yeah.
He was.
God
Yeah. He was
damn.
holding it down for him.
He
I'm like,
ain't come back since.
Alquan, I'm gonna tell you, I listened to another one. I think it was a year ago. What's his name? It was some guy. What was his name? Pro King or something like that. Y'all, y'all killed him. I mean, y'all really went in, especially you, Tyron. You really went hard on that guy, man. You like y'all just had him in the corner. You, all three of y'all, man. I was laughing. I can't think of the
Yo,
episode. It was the episode.
you talking about last week when Tyron when he went in on who that was,
Psycho.
man?
He said
Damn,
somebody
it was
named
one
Pro
of the
King or
No,
brothers.
something.
he said pro black.
I
Pro
felt
black.
so
That was his
bad,
name.
man. I felt so
Oh
bad.
yeah, that Pro Black. Is that guy that used to come around trolling, trying to be funny though?
Yeah, pro black.
Yeah, I remember
Tyron got
him.
on that brother so bad. I wanted to help the brother out. I wanted to get on the side of Africa and be like, God damn, man.
Well, I mean, technically, that's what this show
Tyron
is
was
about. We're
cooking
trying to
that
help him
brother,
out.
man.
But
Yeah, I listened to the prime cuts, man. I listened to them. Matter of fact, when I was driving today, man, the prime cut I was listening to, what's that guy's name? The one damn, what's that guy from Jamaica? The one that claimed that he's doing all this in Africa. He lives in the ATL.
Bomani?
Yeah,
Oh,
Bomani, him.
yeah.
That's
Oh
another one.
damn. Yo,
Oh,
you know who
yeah,
that just
but
reminded
before
me
you
of?
before you go to, I urge everybody. Damn, I forgot. I think it's Bomani's show. I think it's 2 shows ago. You can skim through it. Go to that channel. Watch this show with that guy that's dressed like an admiral. He
Nah,
cooked.
yo,
He
Elquan.
but hold
You
on,
know
hold
who
on,
that
hold on,
just
hold on, but hold on.
Hold on.
He cooked Bomani and Kayla Genesis on
Yeah,
their
Kayla
on their scam, but he did it in such a smooth way that it was funny at the same
Oh,
time.
it's that same video where they admitted, Africans are scammers, but they try to dial it back and say, yeah, we need to put money over there too, Africa.
Something like that, because Kayla was trying to sell this guy, this Rosenthal guy, about building banks in Africa,
But
trying
yo,
to get you to invest in it. But then the guy's like, "Hey, let me look up this Rosenthal guy. I can't find anything on him." Then Kayla's like, "Well, he don't have a website. He'll get it up or something like that. He'll get it after a while." Then he's like,
yo,
"Well, I want to
Tyron,
look
I'm
this guy.
curious
Hold
to what
on a second.
Elquan
Hold
gonna
on a
say
second."
after I say what I'm
Hold
about to say.
on.
They said, "Yo, I want to see this for myself so I can investigate this. I want to make sure that you're not getting scammed."
Right.
And he's like, "Don't worry about that. The guy's coming on tomorrow. You can ask him all the questions you want." He's like, "Yeah, but I like to investigate things before they come on."
Yeah, and they kept saying you need to do your due diligence when you go to Africa because you are bound to be scammed because they all work together to scam you. So
Yeah.
why
Yo, but
y'all still
Tyron,
trying to sell
Elquan called
Exactly.
this
Africa to
brother
black
out.
people?
The brother that I'm about to name, I wouldn't have even brought it up until Lionel brought up Atlanta, right? And the brother that I'm about to name, Elquan called this brother out like 3 fucking years ago.
Dinaz?
Huh?
Dinaz?
Oh
You
yeah, that
search for Uhuru.
Yeah,
Oh
Dinaz.
him.
That bat nigga there, yo, he ain't never came to get no smoke, man. Elquan used to call him back. He used to call him out ever since his other. I can't even mention their name. I won't mention their name. I still know who
Last
the
year I
brothers
went
is, but
over there
Elquan
on
left his
Dinaz
brothers
and we was
there.
clowning
I
his
ain't gonna say their
ass.
name. But Elquan used to, before Elquan had his channel, he used to call them brothers out. But that dude right there, man, search for Uhuru, man. I mean, goddamn, him and all the other brothers that's just like him. They will
Yeah, that's
And
where
not
you
that
know
killer
what
call.
that
Genesis
word
comes from too.
uhuru, you know what that word uhuru, that ain't even a West African word.
And Brandon comes from there too.
I thought it
Yep,
was an
he do.
African name.
I
No,
thought
it's
I used
a
to think it
East
was
African
actually when I was
name.
in.
It's an East African name.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah. Oh, damn.
yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Just like
Yeah.
how Phil Scott nigga, he used the word
Yeah.
Mzungu. That ain't
Yeah.
no West African word. Why these niggas keep reaching for East African languages like Brandon called himself Jabali Munene?
Oh my God. That,
Because they pick,
Oh
they
man,
pick, they pick,
Jabali
they
Munene.
picking,
Yo,
pick and
that shit
choose, they
hey,
right
pick and
there.
choose the attractive parts, and they don't want to be the
that
pygmy.
the
You know.
video that I sent you guys, I just came across it when the guy was in Johannesburg. I think I sent it to you, Alquan, and I think you got it, Tyron. I think True Patrol. I think you had it too.
Yeah, we all got the link. You sent it on
Yeah, okay, I
Instagram.
thought so. Yeah, I peeped that whole video out, man, and he came to my mind,
That's
and
what
I
we
was
was
like
talking about.
laughing.
We was talking about. Well, yeah, you know what we
Oh
was
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. When he was going
Yeah,
around the town and stuff.
yeah, he was in South Africa talking about he wore a suit and he pulled all the women in the suit or something he said, and Alquan, I think you clowned him. I think you said it took like 2 suits just to have one made for him.
Oh, you
I
talking about?
remember.
Oh yeah, you talking about Brandon? Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon, yeah.
Oh,
And
it's
I was saying to myself when the guy went up to the 2 females in South Africa, I said, yeah, that's probably what Brandon was doing anyway during the time when he was there.
You know, the funny part is he admitted that he made.
He sure did.
He might claim that he was joking now, but he didn't. He
He,
didn't say it then.
he told on himself on that one. I peeped it out. And like I say, I knew several brothers that went to Africa and they told me their stories of how they enjoyed it, especially Johannesburg. That was their place to be. And they was telling me, he said, man, one guy was like, man, you can get you some good stuff over there in Africa, man. They
Yeah.
got stuff over there that make crack cocaine look like marijuana.
People been showing those South African women's bodies lately, but you got to
Yeah,
understand if the figures are still staying, South Africa still has a very high rate of AIDS.
they sure do.
Yep.
Where the Pan Africans at? Where y'all at? Y'all gotta attest to that. What's going on? You know, and
Another one of them
So don't get
scammers,
too
Dr.
excited when you go down
Mayat.
there. Oh,
How come I know Kronk's Crack Pipe did a video of Dr. Mayat's money laundering bank scam and exposed her promoting multiculturalism with that Maltrack cartoon.
oh
How
yeah,
come
her.
that shit was erased from the internet, and how come I can't find her charges or her being a criminal?
you know why? Because she's a coon agent. That's why.
You know
And
another
why she
Damn
over
right.
there on Tariq Nasheed's Maroon history, talking about American Indian history, but also insulting us and calling us abos and all this other shit.
right? Oh yeah, another agent did expose her. Young Pharaoh.
Yeah,
Yep.
young Pharaoh.
He's another agent.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I tried to
That's
look up
rap
young
president.
Pharaoh exposing her ass. That shit was scrubbed from the internet. I
You know, I
wonder
can
who
see
did
if
it.
I think I might have a piece of that somewhere. So I try to put that back on. If I do, I'll do it like I did Tark Bay's video
Oh, that.
with the link in the chat.
Oh,
Hey,
and speaking of the Maroon movie, did y'all catch it? Did y'all see it?
I
know
never saw
Alphon
it.
did.
You know,
I
I ain't paying
didn't.
clown not one penny.
I ain't paying either, but I would like to observe it
Yo,
just to
I'm
critique it.
gonna spoil the whole fucking thing for you.
I'm gonna spoil.
So
Well, I'm gonna
this
spoil it
nigga
by
just
getting a link to
says,
the shit like I did
I'm
the
gonna
last one.
spoil this shit for you. Since
Okay.
y'all loyal viewers are still here, I mentioned that I would expose this entire movie. So
Yeah.
for the first act, he talks about the Moors when he ain't even supposed to be talking about no Moors because he distanced himself from that Moorish shit, right?
Yeah, damn near.
So why is he accrediting our history to the Moors? Then he accrediting shit to he regurgitating Ivy Van Sertima, Clyde Winters, David M. Hotep's research talking about Africans was over here and talking about they Jewish handlers that gave them this Aboriginal information like that. I can't even pronounce this man's name, but you all know him. He did that book that said the African presence in Mexico, and
I heard about that book. Yeah.
yeah. And so he talks about that information. Okay. Then he claims that Africans was here first and that the Asians came in second and it was a race war for hundreds and thousands of years and that those alleged Africans came in from the Pacific Islands and then they brought up like the Walter Neves Richard Nees Luzia skull and try to claim that she was an African even though she was an Australoid. Then these niggas, they keep talking about some great dismal swamp as they're padding and Jessup saying it was in the Indian war, it's a Negro war. They say that shit about 10 times.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the same usual faces in the movie. Brother James Smalls, it was
You know he
Kaba,
does that.
aka Booker T. Coleman. It had the Red and Blue Pill brothers.
Oh my
Them
God.
niggas don't know what they talking about, even though they talk the Turtle Gang.
You know,
Turtle Gang could have slipped them some gems.
You know, since you brought up Crack Pipe, I'm looking now. Damn, my man hasn't done a video in 2 years. God
Yeah,
damn.
yeah.
And they took down some of his content.
It sure did.
Damn.
Yeah, I like
He even
watching
had to
his
make a
content.
second sister channel.
And the other one is 5 years. He hadn't done one on the other channel. Damn.
Yeah.
See,
I'm like,
that goes to show the agents got the connections to, stop
yeah.
things.
Yeah, silence people. They silence keyboard musician. They silence
They sure did.
conspiracy dude, and they
Yep.
silence
Oh, I was
Crack
listening.
Pipe.
Yep.
I was listening to keyboard musician like crazy, boy. That's one guy that went in hard on Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff, I was waiting for it to hear what he had to say. Now I'm like, damn, he ain't got nothing to say.
Exactly.
Kept
And
saying
you
he's
know
coming back.
and also there are other videos, besides him and you, Alquan, that exposed Tariq as well. There was this That was a homosexual guy. You know, he exposed. Yeah, he exposed Tariq Nasheed.
Marcel? Or are you talking about that other gay person?
It's a gay. I think he's a light skinned brother. He like with a mustache. He exposed him. He was critiquing one of his comments about I think the bussy comment he was making in one of the videos he saw, and how he keeps promoting the gay agenda, but then
Oh
he
yeah.
talks
And
down on
also
the
to add on
agenda.
to
Yeah.
that, how would Tariq Nasheed know where the gay spots in Washington D.C.
I
are?
saw that one. I saw that one. And
I,
you know, the
I didn't
guy is
know.
right because I visited DC and I saw that park, what he was talking about. And then I asked myself the same question. I'm thinking like, how does he know all this stuff in detail? He claimed that he
Man,
don't know nothing about DC.
because a lot of times we go to a new city, you don't know where the gay spot
Yeah.
is or the drugs. But you can imagine where the drug spot is based on looks, but it could be someplace else. I mean, like if I went to Detroit right now, I wouldn't know where the gay spot is. But
And then on top of that, how did he get his career started when he left wherever he was, Detroit or something, and
now
caught a
somebody
bus
does
all
know
the
where the
way
gay
out there to
spot is,
Cali?
you know.
You know, according to his story, how does he? What was his profession before he became a agent? What was he doing when he was up there with Rosebud? Was he one of his hoes?
Yeah. Oh, Rosebud exposed him. Him and Rosebud had a fallout.
Yep, I remember
Yeah,
that.
he had a fallout. He said Tariq never pimped a woman in his life. He said all his talking points, he learned it from them.
Well, I think he's pimping a woman right now.
Oh, okay.
Peanut. Matter of fact, was Peanut in his wash your ass video? So wouldn't that
Nah,
mean he a pedo?
nah,
But he talking about Arthur Bay being an offender.
I think Peanut, she probably would have been 5 years old back.
Yeah, he links up with them fan Africans too. Oh yeah, speaking of Tariq Alquan, I saw that I heard your video. I saw your video about the so-called museum,
Yeah.
and I saw that video what you was talking about, and I'm like, this look like a club, man. It don't look like no doggone museum. You don't see nothing but a bunch of pictures in the background hanging up, and you hear the DJ playing the music, and you see the lights. And
He had that Op Vivica A. Fox
yeah,
there.
Vivica Fox. I'm like, and, she ghetto, she hood, man. I don't know how she became so talented, but from the hood, like she is. But however, she like promoting him, and she got her little drink in her hand, and I'm
Even
thinking,
though
like,
she
wait a minute.
anti Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, people said she got paid though.
Yeah, she did. And I'm
Paid
thinking like,
with the people's money.
right. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute. And I'm thinking of all of what you said about it, Alquan. I'm like, man, this thing looks small as I don't know what.
Yeah, that's why he
You're
kept
like a
walking around in
cabaret or
circles
something.
trying to act like you know how it is when you're in the club
Yeah,
trying to find somebody. You trying to, you can walk a straight line in a lot of clubs and just
yeah,
be going through a whole lot of people. But him, he had to walk around in circles to make it look like it's
yeah.
big.
I'm thinking like, okay, you walk around in all these small circles. I'm thinking like, this place ain't as big as he claimed it to be.
That's why he had to bring the food outside. And he had what looked like, some people were calling them Mexicans, but they look like Israelis to me.
Right. And
Yep.
then when
And
he
he
was
had a
taking
lot of
his
white
little,
people at his premiere.
oh yeah, he does. I ain't
Talking
gonna
about the
go about
food,
being
talking about
fly.
the food was good. I'm like, man, if you got, I'm gonna tell you this, man. If the food that you serve is finger food, then
Sounds like
there's a limit to
Magic
how
Johnson.
good it could be.
And
Chicken wings, that's one step above hot dogs.
and then when he was taking his little break, talking to the camera like he in some office or something, you could look at, I don't know, his hairline looked like it was starting to sweat, and it's like it's painted on or something.
Like the
I don't know.
Jermaine Jackson special. He
Yeah,
got a
or
doctor, a
Steve
painter.
Harvey before he got rid of that toupee, he was wearing that fro. I'm like, wait a minute, your hairline is kind of crooked.
Yeah, it happens. If you look at his video, each video he does, his hairline is different.
Yeah,
Now, there's hairline that can grow in certain ways, and then you cut it again, but you
and Brandon exposed that.
can't,
I was laughing.
you can't get certain hair, man. Come on.
Yeah, I laughed at the one when Brandon was clowning on him about that. I give Brandon a little credit about that one because he did good on that clown, and I laughed at it. And then they showed another video where I think it was this female. She was doing his hair for a short period of time, and he had put
Oh
those
yeah,
long braids on, or like some type of heat or something
Killmonger.
like that.
yeah, Killmonger.
Yeah, like Killmonger. Man, Michael B. Jordan.
Oh yeah, Lionel. Somebody said you sound like Magic Johnson. I think you do kind of sound like him through that device. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my voice ain't like that. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah. I mean, I had folks who, told me,
and,
I
and
sound like
Lionel
South. Yeah.
say, "I'm glad the Lakers retired my number."
Oh, you talking about oh yeah. Yeah, that Paul Gasol one,
Nah, I
man.
was
That
gonna say so you see if you sound like Magic Johnson.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been told that. I mean, it's all good though, but I don't get down like Magic Johnson, I tell you that. I don't do none of that. Tell him. But that Paul Gasol, speaking of Lakers, man, no, it's like, I mean, I know it's off topic, man, but no, anybody could keep number 16 in my opinion.
I'm like, put
Yeah.
him. Okay, put him in. You want to put him in the Hall of Fame? I'm not gonna argue. But
Yeah.
but his number getting retired, I can argue that.
Right. And then what's killing me about Memphis? They retired Zach Randolph's number. Why they couldn't retire Paul Gasol?
Yeah, I'm like Zach Randolph. I'm like, I know he was their man for a while, but I mean,
matter of fact, his brother played there for a moment.
Yep.
Retire both their numbers.
Yeah, I'm like Zach Randolph. I guess they figured.
Yeah, he's from Michigan. He's from Lansing. I guess there's a little connection there somewhere.
Yeah, I guess they said, "Hell, man, we're the Grizzlies. We got to retire somebody's numbers."
They didn't even retire. What's his name? Number? What's that big white guy? No, the big white guy. What's his name? Big Mountain, whatever his name. Big Bear. I can't remember.
Oh, when they first came out. Oh yeah, he was a bust. That's why.
Yeah. They made a big issue out of that dude.
Brian Big Country Reeves, right?
Yeah, Big Country. That's him. I call him Bear, man.
Probably because of that original logo they had with that bear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, those uniforms are a little too busy though at the time.
Yeah, they were. It reminded me of the Pistons uniform when they changed it up a little bit when Grant Hill was still playing.
Oh yeah, I hated that concept.
Yeah, the teal and the room, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell were they thinking about?
Right. I mean, where these guys at? What the fan
they ran, bro, because I was about to get in on every point that they was talking about, but we still got time to talk about them.
Yeah,
like how Psycho and Chief X were trying to claim that Negro don't mean other people outside of Africa.
Oh, come on. Yeah, like I said, Psycho was questioning me. I'm like, okay, well, you the fan African, you tell me.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be about.
Right. I mean, I was just making a comment about, where's the ships and where's the manifest, because, when you have those type of you have ships like that, you got to have information. You got to keep logs, you got to keep journals, you got to keep records. Where are
you got to have insurance.
Well, they claim that the manifest exists, but my argument is if manifest exists, how come a ship doesn't exist? Because a ship is more durable than a manifest. You know what? Speaking of ships, you know what I was watching today on YouTube? Because I get different recommendations on tablet, phone, and computer. Totally different type of videos all the time for some odd reason. But I was watching how they made a what do you call it? Damn, I just forgot the damn name of the propeller on the big ass cargo ships.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they molded that shit out of one mold, one single piece. As big as those are, and then they gotta sand them down. But the main thing was they get filled with barnacles and other debris from the ocean. So they got to send people down there to clean them off and even clean the bottom of the ship too.
Wow.
Because they said if after the accumulation, then it messes up with the gas mileage.
Oh,
I said that's crazy. I didn't know you had to do all that, and that's on a steel ship. So now I would say,
imagine that on a wood ship.
That's what I was about to say.
Right, exactly.
But
they had to stop. Yeah, they had to stop the ship, and then they had to go down and clean it. Man, that's gonna take a long time just to do that.
I'm like, they hired divers to do that. I'm like, damn, I know they must get paid a lot to do that.
Right. Shit. All that water pressure down there too. Yeah, they got to.
Sharks, goddamn, all types of carnivores down there.
And then they were power washing that shit underwater too. That's the funny part.
Man.
Power washing?
Yeah. I said, damn. I said, that's something I never knew that they had to do. To be honest with you.
Man.
So that would be a good argument for the pan-africanists, though. But then you got to explain all the other wooden ships that survived. So.
Like
but niggas try to retcon pirate ships to be slave ships, like the Queen Anne's Revenge.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Sure, they could find the Titanic. Then where those slave ships at? that's my. Me and this one guy, we had a disagreement, and it was about the slave ship. And I asked him. I said, okay, because the Titanic sank at 1913,
something like that.
Right, but they can find like all types of silverware and chairs and other artifacts down there.
Fine China.
Exactly.
And they took the gold.
Absolutely.
And they finding anchors and ballasts and iron.
Dolls, shoes.
Right. So.
Watches.
So they didn't make the wooden slave ships like they used to, like other ships.
We're talking like a little over 100 years ago, but they can't even find something that's supposed to be that durable.
Who was that dude that said that they dissolved in the water or worms ate them?
That was that idiot Uncle Tom House nigga, Big J.
Yeah, that was in a prime cut too. That's another prime cut.
Yeah, that's the shit. They got the other channel shut down. Man, couldn't take it.
I know he couldn't.
I mean, he volunteered the information. So that's the thing when these people argue against things, they got to make stuff up. Why not just accept what they say? Sometimes they say science. Why don't you accept science? Don't start making excuses for the white man. Let him make his own excuses. But it's like, okay, well, if we admit that the white man didn't knock us over the head and bring us over here, then what? How about the obvious?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. The white man does lie. A lot of these people, they tell us that the white man's a liar, but yeah, when it comes to, he gave you your name and he told you your history. And in Africa, he told them their history, whether or not they want to admit it or not.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like it goes back to what I was saying about Dr. Ben's works. And I used to have them, the Black Men of the Nile and something about the religion, the African religions or something like that.
Yeah, I still got that.
Oh, okay. And then like the footnotes are there, the bibliography is in the back, and a lot of those sources came from them.
Right.
The same way with John Henry Clark,
who's more educated and more formally educated than Dr. Ben, because people can't find his degrees, except for his Masonic degrees.
Right.
Because this book is a hard read. I still haven't finished. I don't even think I got through 1/4 of it.
When I read a couple of his books, I only read half of it. I'm like, golly, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Now he admitted that his books were hard reads.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm like, you're supposed to be a PhD, right, doctor?
Yeah, and some of the words were misspelled as well. Yeah, I came across a few misspellings. I'm thinking like, wait a minute, this guy is a professor or something that maybe he should have better diction and spelling skills than this.
Hell yeah.
Shoot,
And
you
people
know.
still they say they can't find where he got Akibulan from because no other scholar that I'm aware of seems to know about that name or have a source for it.
Yeah, that's the when I first got into it, he was the first person that I came across that mentioned that.
And then you start trusting in these people after a while, especially when you start seeing them everywhere. And people say that they're a master teacher. You know, when you say, God damn, this person is a master teacher.
You know that's some of when I was into that. I mean, some of those titles were ridiculous to me. A master teacher, a master of what? I'm like, come on. I
A
mean, I'm not
master
knocking them.
regurgitator.
Yeah, I didn't call them master teachers. I called them educators. You know, people who studied this stuff like anybody else.
Right. But I always question if they got these PhDs and some of them had jobs at universities, why are they going so far out to tell us, the lay person on the street, or the people who didn't even graduate high school? Why are you telling them these things?
Right.
At first I thought, okay, well, maybe they're just trying to inspire, but
Hmm.
then after a while, it's like, I don't get it. Sometimes some of them would say they hate the white man and all that kind of stuff, but I'm like, they're still employed at the university
Absolutely. Yeah, like John Henry Clark was like that. And I was there, they said he got fired based upon his curriculum, what he was teaching. And the same way with Dr. Ben. But they learned from them. But Pan Africans, they claim, no, you get your information from the white man. Well, so do y'all guys too.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah. So why? Hold on. Wait a minute. So they say that you get your information from a white man, or when it comes to American Indian information, but they can go and get their information from white people to prove that they're African.
right.
Right.
Which they can't even do that because you know what they do. They come up with the bullshit. This is what's that guy Ngozi? He used to do this shit, but he sounded more convincing. Come up with start talking about the DNA markers to try to confuse people because they think that everybody that they're talking to a bunch of idiots, and then he'll try to prove the white man's case in that way. So
Yeah, I remember him.
yeah, so they start talking that talk, or they start doing whatever they can to confuse. It's they got to stop that. I mean, once the case is proven, where do you go from there?
Right.
Like Psycho, he just came on, just like the other guy, the African guy. When it got too deep for him, he's like, okay, I got to go.
Speaking of Psycho, I was putting my grandson to sleep, and he better be glad I didn't come on while he was on, because I was going to question him about what he was asking me in the chat. But I saw how y'all got him. I said, okay. And then he was gone, and I had to. My grandson went to sleep, and that's when I chimed in.
Oh, okay. Shit. I mean, I don't know what to say, man.
And when I did ask him that, he never replied back.
Hey, that's how it works, man. If he has some good BS to come up with, he'll definitely reply. But if it's too strong,
you can't go over there and talk to this nigga with the same questions, because he'll just mute you, or they'll just try and pick at what you're trying to say to try and flee from what you're asking them.
I'll be honest though. In all reality, though, he is one of the least muting people on a show that I've been on. I gotta admit that.
Okay.
Only when you keep on not letting them speak for too long, well, you keep muting you though. But he's not like a Taharka Bey, or I don't know if you saw.
Chief X.
Yeah, you saw what Taharka Bey did last night. He's always talking about, email me or call me, then I'll challenge you. So a guy came on. Once the guy started getting too deep, I ain't got time to hear this, man. This guy coming with wrong information. He hangs him up. That's why he only has one person on. He's not really looking to get challenged. He's just making it look like he's trying to challenge somebody. Now
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, what kills me is how they have these whoever these mods, they're hand in hand with these guys, and I'm like, How come you don't let them speak? You just have to hang them up. I mean, well, that's proof right there. You don't have no strong argument.
Yep. I see Taharka Bay changed it to you can only comment if you're a subscriber now.
Oh
I
wow.
hate when people do that. Then you got that Ma forever.
Yep.
He talking about you can't even comment in the chat room unless you join the channel, which means pay.
Oh no.
Like, man, what
I
kind of
used to
shit
listen
is
to
that?
him too.
Now all he's doing is becoming Uncle Suge for Sarnetta. You know?
And she try to be a gatekeeper for Ron Karinga. Don't ask him no questions.
Yeah.
Man, that guy.
Yeah, we wanted to ask him why you and your Latina woman was beating up some black women. Yeah, his
Yeah,
wife is a Latina.
Yes, I mean,
yeah, she is. And you know, a thing about the Kwanzaa thing. Now, I showed a picture of Karinga and his Latina wife, and it was like on stage, and in the background you could see several white people in the back. And from looking at the foreground next to her husband, she looking at him all googly eyed with a big huge smile on it, and he looking up at the ceiling like he's some mighty superhero or something with his chest sticking out. And it's the funniest thing in the world because when I looked at that picture real closely, and I'm looking at, okay, I see other people who are not African on here, they're doing the same thing. You know, they're practicing it as well. So, you know, you got to bring up that question. I'm like, okay, this guy is an agent.
Yep. And a
Yeah.
woman like Dr. Ma'at who would try
Oh,
to
yeah.
defend him, you know, she's an agent too, because that could have been her ass getting tortured.
Yep.
Right.
She said, we cowards. Y'all cowards for believing in these
Mm.
black women that accuse our grandmaster teacher, Baba, Ron Karinga, for giving us this holiday Kwanzaa. Y'all are cowards. Y'all
Right.
hate yourself.
We,
I hate that Baba stuff too.
she cut you off with a quickness, brother. I laughed.
She always
I,
does that. But I say this though. I hate it, but yet she's smarter than these other people because she knows to hurry up and cut it before she has to say something that she doesn't want to say.
absolutely. Yeah, I saw that myself.
While these
Yeah.
other people, they some of them, you know, some of them got short leashes too, but you know, they might slip something out that they don't want to slip out.
Yeah. Yo, you hear what fucking Chief X said that, oh, we mutants?
You
He said,
know,
ain't no nappy-head black people existing in
that's,
America. We all came from sub-Saharan Africa.
you know, I'm glad you brought that up again, Tyron, because when I was into that stuff, I mean, he would just post like, I don't know, every 30, 40 minutes or something of that nature. And I'm thinking like, why is you posting this stuff all about aliens and mutants and reptilians and you supposed to be a pan-African and RBG and all this other stuff. And yet he also posts things about male-female relationships too. And sometimes they be sexual in nature. And I'm thinking like, yeah, okay, you trying to attract some of these females and things of that nature, and you calling the black woman God and I see your angle. Conscious player,
Yeah, that's
you know.
all it is, man.
He a conscious simp is what
Yeah,
he
yeah,
is.
there you go. Yeah, you know, they had that real bad, brother. I mean, and you know, calling these women gods, and Polite was pushing that propaganda, and Young Pharaoh was pushing it, and it was just a
Shaka almost.
yep, Shaka almost was doing it, and it's just a way of
But
attracting women,
yeah, because they rule over their gods. Who does that?
right? And the killer part is how, and they got that from Malachi York. But Malachi York had got that from another um, pseudoscience called Genesis, where the an embryo can be developed without the aid of a sperm or something of that nature, and then you know, Polite with these so-called wives going around saying that, oh, we don't need,
Asexual shit coming from.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, and saying that, oh, we don't need a man to produce uh, a being. I'm like, okay, then what's the point of having sex?
Yeah,
besides having a good time.
What are
what's
a
the point
black
of
women
having?
geneticists from Jurassic Park?
Yeah, what's the point of
Right.
having 3 so-called wives?
If they don't need a dick to reproduce.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all come on with
Wait a
these.
minute, do they think black women are frogs?
Damn.
Yeah.
They would change sex at will, grow a penis, and then change back into a female.
Yeah, I mean, these, it's just crazy. I'm just glad I left all that stuff alone.
Oh yeah, because I mean, like I said, I was almost fully indoctrinated, or at least I was pressured
So
into
did you
believing I had to
believe
do
at
that.
one point that they said corn gives you a period? Stop eating corn, black women.
I never heard that one.
You know, I never heard that one either, but I mean, I've been here. Well, I don't want to go there with Sebi, but Sebi talks about don't eat corn and all this other stuff. Well, I never heard of anyone dying from corn, you know? And I mean, it's just so many of these people in
Oh,
these
oh
groups.
yeah, it comes to mind. Why do hotels always gotta try to be dietary nutritionists when they don't know nothing about Africans' diet? They always claim that Africans were some vegans or something like that, but Africans be having the same diet as Asians. They don't eat
Absolutely.
anything.
They eat all kinds of animals.
They sure do. And this one guy claimed that, oh, Africans don't eat pork. Man, let me tell you, I saw 2 Kenyans tearing up a pig. Come on now. They eat pork. I've seen it. You know?
Them niggas be eating donkey. They
Yeah,
be
they
fucking
do.
eating pangolins, mosquito pancakes,
Oh yeah, that
Yeah, when
one.
I saw that, I was like, oh boy.
fucking
What
rat on
country
a
is that
stick.
anyway?
They eat dog, they eat cat, they eat any fucking thing.
And some local strange animals. I saw some
Yeah,
Nigerian channel where they go around cooking Nigerian food and eating weird animals that
I wouldn't be
anybody
surprised
here
if
would be like, I ain't
Dynasties
touching that.
appeared on those shows.
you know, Dynasty would never eat that type of stuff. You know,
I
They
don't
they
know.
live.
eat barbecue dog.
Really?
He ate a few questionable items, but every time he eats the items, he's always like, this is good. And always looking at his fingers, you know,
Wow,
always hyping it up.
you got me on that one. Shit.
When the camera stopped rolling, he spit that shit in napkin.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. No, they be spitting that stuff out.
Only thing shit he ate, the only thing that ever looked good was the jollof rice and whatever vegetable mix they had with carrots and shit. That's the only thing that can be good. That's safe.
And we're moving to Africa like what Bomani and Collins trying to sell niggas. He keeps saying, oh, you got to get a permit first and then move there. You got to do your due diligence. Okay, what's the due diligence we got to do?
You know, I came to the conclusion, them guys ain't going nowhere. They staying right here. They're just
you
hustling.
know, I came to the conclusion a long time ago. All they're doing is trying to get paid off of idiots, and
Right,
they got coon agency that they have to do. And again, I matter of fact, I'm gonna put the link in the
On
chat.
top of that, these niggas are riflemen and Afro think tank. They both military men, right?
Yeah.
Well, they the dumbest psyops there is because anybody would tell you it's not a good idea to move to Africa.
What did he say? Wait a minute. What,
Yeah, and them two niggas, they supposed to be military, right?
yeah, I mean,
And they
I was
trying to
in the
act like
military too,
psyops,
but
right?
yeah, but I was service report at the time. I wasn't into all that spying and all that stuff. I could tell anyone, nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't join no damn whatever. I ain't gonna go there on that part, but yeah, and when I was listening to them, and I'm like, wait a minute, I was in the military too. I didn't act like that, you know.
Unless they
Yeah.
cooning.
Yo, I shouldn't do this, but this shit was so funny to me. I'm putting the link in for that Bomani show with that Admiral. I put a comment in there too on another name. I said, is this guy trying to look like my man from Street Fighter 2? Because that's what he was looking like. Here's the link. Because this guy, I thought he was just a regular crazy man. He still might be sick, but I'm just saying the way he broke Kayla down and he let him on so smoothly and slowly, and then he broke him off. And then after he let it be known what was going on, they cut him. I said, see, that's what they do.
Right. Hey, you said you put the link up in
Yep,
the chat.
it should be there if you see it.
You ought to play the video of it.
Nah, I don't want to,
Yeah, I don't
and
see
it's,
it.
and it's kind of, I think he was up there for about, I caught him, I think it was about a half hour. That shit
At
was
what
so funny.
time code? What time code?
Let me see. You can, I had it stopped at 2 hours and 31 minutes, but you can actually go,
YouTube.
you can start it at
YouTube.
roughly an hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see. You put it in the back chat, right?
No, I put it in the front.
Oh shit.
Let me see if
Put it in the back chat.
See if it made it. Should be in there. Sometimes you know how they do.
All right, I'm on the Bomani shit.
Okay, yeah, it made it.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't see it. At the hour mark?
Hour and 45 minutes. When you see the guy with the hat.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Asians had the advantage over Africa in the fact that they had a powerful country like China to the north. They had industrialized, highly industrialized country like Japan, right? And they had South Korea. And also they had a lush country like the Philippines. They had Singapore was a burgeoning state, that was basically the gateway. It straddled two oceans. The Indian
they keep rehashing Liberia.
Yeah, my man was questioning every piece of his
for Asia and everything. And so therefore they're saying, you know something? All the problems that we have in Asia is rooted in race and tribalism and
everybody's got to watch that on their own because that's kind of long, but it's funny. And if you have an issue with Caleb Genesis and his and what these guys are doing, that British guy, I swear to you, my man.
When I was listening to the Prime Cuts with him talking, there's just basic information what he's talking about, but it's so off. And when he was calling himself trying to school you, Alquan, it didn't make any sense. Yeah. It was the very first Prime Cuts that you appeared, I think, that you put on your channel. When Bomani was explaining himself about his so-called mission, and he was all over the place with it.
Yep.
And that's another thing what I noticed that they do. They talk a lot to make it sound like what they're doing is very interesting, but it seems like at the same time, it's making you confused as well.
That's the whole goal. Because the whole goal is to get the money out of your pocket. That's the goal.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely. And then like the time when I think you really got under his skin. I mean, he was posting something on the website he had, and it showed how there were property that he purchased, so he says, and it was stamped like through some type of office where it was an official time stamp or something like that. Like when you go pay taxes, and you get stamped indicating proof of purchase or whatnot, or some type of license or something of that nature. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, that could be some type of paper from anywhere, and people don't really pay that any attention. They just see it as like, oh wow, he's really doing something. We don't know where this stuff comes from. That's part of the hustle.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They hustle. And when I look back at Marcus Garvey, that's all he was doing.
Oh yeah.
Is Afro Think Tank, Colin and Bomani living together?
Probably. They're down in the ATL.
Yeah, Afro Think Tank, my man be, I don't know, man. He's a little too pan-African for me, but not pan-African enough to, come up and talk and defend anything. But, it is what it is. But I'd advise everybody you want some good entertainment, because that Caleb Genesis, he's doing what the BAIO was doing, except that he is the leader and he got rid of those guys. And now he's with this Bomani guy.
But he's still waving that fucking BAIO Africanistan shit on his site.
Yeah, because he's doing his own thing. I forgot what the name of his little group is, but it's all bullshit. But again, you got to watch that video. That British guy, I don't know what kind of nut goes around wearing outfits like that, but I mean,
I gotta check that out.
I said, when I first saw it, I said, what kind of crazy man is this? And then once I watched it to the end live, I said, "Yeah, you know what? My man's asking some questions." I said, "I like the way he's breaking that shit down. He's getting them. He was getting on Kayla's nerves. He kept telling him, "Tell me about what you're doing, sir." Then Kayla would talk about, "Oh, let me tell you about Africa and what our vision is and all this." He's like, "No, I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about what you're talking about. Tell me."
I gotta see
Shaw
this.
One, you can come up because it's about defending your Africa stand. Come on up.
They ain't coming up. Well, yeah, man, that I've urged everybody to watch that shit. Now, other than that, this show is normally boring.
Yeah, that's like see, I like to catch it when you guys be on because you really put them on the spot.
Uh-oh. I was about to shut it down, but you asked them. Tyron, here we go.
All right.
Nah, don't shut it down. Nah, nah, peace.
What's up?
How y'all doing?
Hanging in there.
This
You
a
here to
major.
defend the Africa didn't win?
Nah. See, this my stance on the whole Africa thing. So, contrary to common belief, I like Africans and other groups travel here long before slavery. I don't think a lot of Black people know that. So my stance is I believe that a lot of us are native to this land and some of us may have African lineage. I wouldn't rule it out.
Now, why do you say may have?
I'm saying may have because, again, Africans came here long before.
Because what the white man said, he said he knocked you over the head and took you as slaves. So
No. What I'm saying is there. The common belief is that we came here through slavery, right?
Yep.
I don't.
Well, that's not. Wait. I apologize. That's not the common belief. That's the assertion
The average
of the white
Black
man.
person believed that Black people came over here. We from Africa.
No, that's the indoctrination.
Right. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. What I'm
So
saying
are you claiming an out of Africa theory?
No. Hold on. Follow me. History shows that people, different groups, Africans, Vikings, a bunch of different groups came here long before Columbus. If that's the case, there's a possibility that a lot of people here may have African lineage. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we should rule that out. That's not to say that we're not natives to this land. That's not saying that, because I don't subscribe
to. Are you a FBA Tariq Nasheed follower, a Maroon?
I don't even know who that is. I don't know. I don't.
Are you a Maroon? Is that your standpoint? FBA Maroon?
Nah, I believe. Hold on. I believe that a lot of Black people are native to this land. We from here.
But you also hold out from Africa too, right?
Because again, history shows that a lot of groups, not just Africans.
Pause. See,
it can be both. That's the problem.
Pause. I just want to say something because you say you believe that a lot of us came from here already, but then you say history shows that we came from Africa and other people came here too.
I'm not saying everybody though.
But you're saying history shows what you're saying.
History shows that other groups came here.
But see, when you say that, that's when you say that's fact because history shows. But really, history doesn't show. Only the white man says so.
So wait. So everything the white man say is a lie? We doing that?
Is everything he says the truth?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we can't keep leaning on this idea that I just seen a lie the other day. Oh, white people told you about Kemet. Everything white people say is not a lie.
But they did though.
Okay, but everything that they say is a lie. Everything.
Do they lie about racism?
No, no. They depends on what white person you ask.
Do they say that Black people's problems are caused by yourself or by the white man?
You got some that say one way. You got some that say the other.
Okay. What about the majority? What did they say?
I don't know. I can't speak for the majority. I'm just saying. Let's just stay in context of what I'm saying. I don't want y'all to twist my words again.
We can't twist your words because you're the one doing the talking.
What's the famous YouTube line? Don't be disingenuous. Hold on. All I'm saying is if history shows that different groups traveled here long before Columbus, there's a possibility that a lot of these black people here may have African lineage. I'm not saying all of us do.
Okay, now pause one more.
That's all I'm saying.
How many groups? You don't have to name them, but just count how many different groups came here long before Columbus. Different groups.
I only know about the Vikings, the supposed Twa people. You know what I'm saying? The Africans. There's a group of Asians that came here.
So you saying the midgets, the dwarves?
No, I'm just saying that's from what I've read. I can't. I wasn't
because
there,
Tariq Nasheed said that the dwarves from Africa came over here in his Maroon documentary.
Right. A lot. Right. All right. Again.
So you're saying how many groups?
I can't tell you. I only know about 3 or 4.
Okay, 3 or 4. Now the Vikings. What history shows is that there's no concrete, definite evidence. It's just evidence that seems to be implied. But Leif Erikson, they say, came over, and that wasn't for long. So you could technically not even count that because they didn't even do nothing.
Why we not counting that?
Because they didn't do anything.
They didn't really do anything.
How do we know? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. We can't again. Hold on. Just follow me. A lot of stuff, a lot of history in America, in most places, is lost, erased. Like, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, if it's out of sight, out of mind, like, oh, we can't deal with it. A lot of history has been destroyed, tainted. That's why a lot of black people don't know that we're native to this land, because a lot of our people that was here already, you can't find their information. When this country was being colonized, a lot of that stuff was erased.
Actually, it isn't, because you can look up on Internet Archives of them.
I'm not saying all of it was erased. I'm saying a lot of it was, though. I'm not saying all of it. You can't even find half most of us, if you can't even find an obituary of your great grandparents. If they
That's
even
not
have one,
true.
you
I
can't
can
go
find
online
mine.
and find what year they died. You can't find a lot of information from past times. So to act like, oh, because I can't find it, it just didn't happen, I think that's dishonest.
Well, I don't think
that's
said
not
that.
true, because we can look it up at Registry Vital Statistics, and the Mormons have documentation of everybody's genealogy.
Look at this.
Hey,
I don't know about that one.
So-called Jews.
You subscribe to that?
Nah, I don't have any evidence on that one.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying a lot of things have been erased. So that's why it's easy to tell somebody, yeah, you came from Africa. Because where's my proof of? I can't show you anything.
Right, and they can't show that we came from Africa either. I'm not
saying that everybody. I'm just saying that here's my thing. Why do people think that migration just started at a certain time?
Right, that's the question.
I think people just started moving around. Everybody woke up one year and said, "Yo, okay." Around the world, it just was a message around the world. Okay, guys, people been migrating. Right. Documentation hasn't always been a thing, and then you got to understand when you have rulers or people running a certain land, they come in, they gonna destroy stuff. They don't care. That's gentrification. You could look at your neighborhood. The average black neighborhood don't even look the same no more. Who's keeping records of how it used to look? If you don't have pictures or somebody telling you, yeah, yo, this corner store used to be, you ain't gonna know that was there. Who gonna tell you that?
That's true. Unless
nobody's gonna tell you that. I look at my neighborhood right now. If I leave, or if everybody on my block leave, or somebody leave, who gonna tell these people that it was a corner store right here, that it was a fish market? Nobody can tell them that.
The historians. If you talk
Nobody
to
gonna
your
tell them that. 20 years
grandparents,
from now, somebody gonna be
Nah,
like,
nah,
"Oh, I
nah,
don't."
I get what he's saying because it's
Only
like
person that
those are
only thing that
insignificant at the
yeah,
time, and
if another group moving, they not gonna tell them like, yeah, oh, such and such
yeah, like the
grandmother used
fish
to live
store
right.
could be turned into a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy all of that. You ain't gonna know unless I show you pictures, unless the library keep it, unless the city keep it. Other than that, so you gotta figure in 2023 they start like now they starting to keep record and pictures and stuff like that. You could probably go to your city hall and find, you know, an old picture of how your city used to look. But you gotta figure in the 70s and the 60s and the 50s, 18, if you go, they wasn't keeping no black history. When
Well, no,
Columbus and
black
them came over, they wiped all of it out.
Well,
You an Indian now.
That was long after that, though. You could find.
I'm just saying everything natives was doing by the time this place was getting colonized. Nobody they erased all of that. Get that out
so
of
why
here.
do you call them use the word native instead of Indian?
Because Indian is an incorrect term. I don't
Why do
believe
you
black
say
people
that?
or anybody,
Why do you say
no
that?
natives in this country was calling themselves Indians until Columbus or
They weren't
and them
calling
people.
themselves natives either.
I'm using natives because that's a common term. I'm not gonna call them
Yeah,
Indians.
political correctness. That's why. But historically, because they don't tell you this in school, East Indians call they shit Barat. They don't
No,
call it
that was the
India.
original name of India. We know that. We
No,
know
it
that
wasn't.
Columbus.
It wasn't
Hold on.
India yet. At the time
Hold
of
on. Hold on.
Columbus, there
Hold on.
was no India.
All right,
It
we
became
understand
that
that,
in the
but hold on.
40s.
Columbus wasn't calling that. They didn't get the Indian term from India. It came from thinking they were in the, if I believe, like the Indies, South. If you look, Southeast Asia
My
was
God.
called the
If you look at
Indies, not India.
maps,
You mean
if
the
you look at
Andes?
maps, I can show you
That's
evidence.
America.
They
Evidence
called
of what?
America India superior.
That's later. That came later. That's not
No,
even.
that
That was a
came at
group.
that time. If you understand the verses, they were calling America India superior. This is an early map.
No, India Superior came way after they was calling. That comes way after. That's
This
way
is
after they was
America.
referring to Southeast Asia, which would be India now as the Indies. That's way later. That's after the people
This is
started
what
thinking,
India is
yeah,
called.
that's like Africa. Africa had 1,000 names. It depends on who you ask. You got the outsiders who call it one thing. You got the natives who call it one thing. You got the people that's next to Africa that call it something. So if you look now, Africa got a bunch of names. What's the right name? Do you know?
I know them.
What's the correct name for Africa?
West Africans call they shit Farfarina.
All Africans called it that?
I said West Africans call they shit Farfarina. Different Africans have
I'm talking
different
about the
names for their
continent.
continent.
Every
Yes,
African
different tribes have
had
different
different names
names
for it,
for their
right?
continent. Just like, for example, American Indians had their own words for
And
America,
ain't no
like
American Indian
Melakee.
call themselves Indian. That's my point.
Yes, they
None of them.
did, and it's
Until
in
after it was
legal.
coined, it
Hold
was a
on,
political term.
wait a minute, Sha. Because in legal documentation, when you're trying to get benefits, you go
Right.
by
Y'all want to
American
claim that
Indian. You don't
because
go by Native American.
no, hold on,
That
hold on.
Native American ain't even in the laws.
See, you dealing with titles. I like this word semantic game y'all play.
It's
That
not a
was
word
my point
semantic
is
thing.
hold
This
on.
is not semantics or a
That's a
game.
word game
This
because
is
prior to
legal.
it
This
being
is
a
legal
political name,
facts.
no black person or
This is
group.
legal facts.
Hold on. Prior to it being a thing where you could benefit off of it, there were no groups calling themselves Indians. None of them.
Okay, here's what the legal definition says. It says Indians.
Why y'all keep
Indians. The
okay, but again,
Aboriginal inhabitants of North America.
prior to the legal definition, none of those people refer to their tribes or group as Indians.
No
None of them.
shit. No shit. But when
So
they
why y'all
get,
claiming that
hold
term?
on, wait a minute. But when they're
But y'all
going
don't
to
want to be called
court, when they
African.
go to court to sue somebody, they use the term American Indian. They don't use political correctness like Native
That's
American.
after the
I don't
government
care if it's
coined the
after or
term.
before, they still use it.
So you missing the point.
You claiming to be something that you wasn't originally being called. Your family didn't call them.
Negro, they were still using it.
No,
You can
no.
even
They
ask
started
Fed
using it.
recognized Negro Indians. You can even ask them. Do they use Native American when they go to court to get their
We could dumb it
land and
down.
resources?
We could dumb it down. All these black
Wait a
people
minute,
claiming
wait
they're
a minute,
Indian.
wait a
Hold on.
minute,
All these
wait a
black
minute.
people
You
claiming
keep
Indian.
arguing. I know what you trying to
Hold
argue,
on.
and it's that same
I'm not trying
argument
to
what
argue it.
Abel be doing.
Y'all want to play word games. Hold on.
This
All
is
these
not
black people
word
claiming
games.
Indian.
When
Hold on.
you're
All these black.
when you're legally going to court, they do not use black. They do not
I'm not
use.
saying that.
They
That's
don't
not
use
what I'm saying. That's
Native
a whole
American.
different
They use
conversation.
Indian.
My point is, y'all be trying to claim something because it's legally became something. So yeah, okay, because they told me I'm an Indian. Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah, you
If that
use
was a
that
term
and
before
plus
they
your
did that,
actual
cool.
indigenous tribe. Duh. Yamasee Indian.
None of
Muskogee
those
Indian.
groups. None of those groups call themselves Indians.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
None of them called themselves Indians prior to it being a government term. None of them. You could sit up here and lie and say they did, but none of them did.
When we're living in this government society,
right,
we
it
use
became
Indian.
a term. So that means you wasn't an Indian at first. You wasn't an Indian.
Shit, but they're still using the shit.
No shit.
So
all right.
We are.
All right.
Just like you still using the
So
term
if they
black.
come today and change it to
Stop
being
right
Chinese,
there. Stop right there.
you gonna claim
Just like
Chinese?
you using the term black.
Hold on. So if they came today and say, all right, it's not American Indian no more, it's Chinese, you gonna claim Chinese?
Say that again.
If they came today and said, okay, it's not American Indian no more, it's Chinese, you gonna say you Chinese?
No, nigga, because it's not in the documents.
If they put it in the documents,
just like they changed. Hold on, you with your same logic, your same analogy. They kept people from saying Indian. Obama wrote into law censoring the word Oriental, Negro, and Indian. Now you're calling yourself an African American, and you got niggas calling themselves sub-Saharan Bantus. You understand?
I get what you're saying, but I'm not just claiming a term just because the government told me that. That's my point.
But you claiming the term black and the government gave you the word black? Hello?
But see, you missing the context of that. When people hold on. When y'all do that, right? This is why I don't like this word game. Hold on. This is why I don't like this word game. Because when y'all always be like, oh, people, why you calling yourself black? That's not a term in the documents. When people say that, it's real like corny, because y'all know that people are only saying that in the
if literally niggas was fighting each other
people
to
are
death
only saying that in the context
black.
of identifying themselves in America. Like, I'm this. I'm this. They're not saying it in the sense of, yeah, this is my political title. Like, I'm this. They're saying it so you know that this is what I identify as in a basic term. Y'all be trying to sit up here and play these word games. I'm a Moor, I'm a Hebrew,
we're not Moors and Hebrews over here.
All that shit is garbage, because it's dishonest. Nobody's saying they black because they're trying to say that this is my. You just did that. Oh yeah. Oh, the government ain't give you black, but you using it. Nobody's saying that in that sense. They're letting you know in simple terms, this is what I am in America. You know what I'm saying? No matter what you want, no matter what secondary title you want to call me, I am this though. I know for a fact I'm this. So that's
okay. Got you.
Y'all be trying to play word games and trying to make people look stupid when they say, "Oh, yo, you black." Nobody got time for like Hebrew more
Indian
shit.
Historically, Indian in the 18th century, 19th century is used for inhabitants of Philippines, indigenous people of Australia, indigenous people of New Zealand, and when we look at the etymology of the N-word, says it was also applied by the English settlers to dark-skinned native peoples of
I got
India,
Indians in my
Australia, Polynesia, and also the Americas.
Look. This is how you know that. Like, so who? Wait, so who's? Let's be clear. Who's the? who's the Native Americans? Who's the Indians? When you think of an Indian, do you think about?
I'll clear the Native American up for you. The Native American Party, the fucking know-nothings, the Europeans that claim to be Republicans today and patriots, those are the Native Americans. It ain't got nothing to do with the indigenous people of America.
Hold on. The Indians that you see that be on the reservations and stuff like that, right? When you look at them, that's are those the Native American Indians? The Cherokees and all that? When you see them, do any of them look black?
Cherokees, yes, there are black Cherokees, there's black Navajo, there's black.
Now I'm gonna bust your head with this, right? Look, I'm gonna bust your head with this, right?
Black.
We both Indian? How we both Native American Indians? How black people that had those other people Indians? How?
Oh, you want me to answer that?
How?
Example: the Philippines.
Who's the real ones?
Hold on, wait a minute. The Philippines. You have Negritos, and you also have the Filipinos.
Bro.
So which one is which?
When you look at the average Native American that's on these reservations, majority of them are not black. They look like they literally look like Mexicans. A lot of them look like Mexicans.
And what does a Mexican look like? What does a Mexican look like?
There's literally, because you gotta keep this stuff on in simple terms. If you look at, you can literally find pictures of black families mixed with those black and white pictures of black people and those, you know, what you would call Native American Indians. That you could literally see them mixing.
Okay,
you can
literally see
this? Black and white pictures of them having.
What do you say about Morgan Freeman and this Plains Native?
And his what?
And this Plains Native, Morgan Freeman, the same phenotype.
No, what I'm we
you
not
said
going.
They don't look black.
None of those Native American
This is a Mexican. This is a Mexican that look like Morgan Freeman.
I'm on Google right now. When you look at these the average Native American, none of them black. None of them. That does not resonate with black.
Now what is black? What's black?
Me and you. None of them. Now here's the thing. What people don't know is hold on. When people try to ignore, this is what people try to ignore. They try to act like black people wasn't mixing with those people. That's what was going on. Because the average black family, all these people, this person, right? He said, my grandparents call themselves Indians. Black people don't even do nothing Indian. They don't do anything Indian. They don't jump around. They don't. When you look at them Indian
you
tribes,
we don't do nothing Indian.
They don't do nothing Indian.
We don't do nothing Indian.
Y'all don't dress.
I'll show you examples like them. We don't have us doing shit that's Indian.
Hold on, you're missing my point. When you look at what an Indian is, when you resonate with that, if you ask the average person what a Native American Indian is, they're not even gonna tell you nobody black. They're gonna try to explain. Oh, I got straight hair. Oh, they're gonna try to describe them type of people. That's not black.
You don't get it. Okay. What is this?
What is it?
Can you read it?
The hot tamale man.
So Mexicans are known for making tamales, yes?
Cool.
You said niggas aren't Mexican, right?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. Don't misquote me.
You said niggas ain't Indians, right? Why is niggas making tamales? You said we ain't got no Indian culture. Why is niggas making tamales?
Where you from? Hold on. Where you from? Hold on. Where you from?
Why are Negroes making tamales?
Who said we couldn't make tamales?
That's not a soul food item. So why are we making tamales?
Bro, at the end of the day, like I said, the average black person in America, we don't do nothing native. When you go down south, I don't know where y'all from.
We don't do nothing native.
When you go down south, y'all probably older than me. When y'all went down south, when y'all was younger to visit y'all family, if y'all live down there, y'all ain't do nothing Indian. Nothing.
We didn't do nothing Indian. Gotcha. Then how come you have people?
Indian.
How come jumping the broom? How come jumping the broom is an American Indian tradition? How come jumping the broom is American Indian tradition? How come cornbread is American Indian food?
You playing word games again.
Cornbread is
You
No,
American
throwing
Indian
you
no,
throwing
food.
the
no,
Indian
cornbread is
term on the
American. My
you throwing
grandmother
the
used to make
Indian
it a
term
lot.
on people who didn't refer to themselves
That
as
was
Indians
our
until the
delicacy.
government said they was Indians. That's what you're doing.
How come eating
That's what y'all
chitterlings
keep
is
doing. That
American
shit is
Indian
corny.
food? How come eating chitterlings is American Indian food?
That's native. That's not Indian. You throwing the Indian title on it because of the government. That's corny.
Throwing the Indian title on it
Yes,
because of
you
the
are.
government.
You said no
Wow.
shit earlier. One minute it was no shit, they ain't call themselves Indians. But you trying to use the term to describe a certain people. That's
So
mad
what do you
dishonest.
describe yourself as, an African black?
I never said I was African black. You just ignore it. My first
What's your
bill.
ideology? Are you a FBA? What are you? What's your stance?
I'm a native to this land. I was born here.
What's a native to the land?
I'm from America. You know what that means.
So
Where
you
you
a
from?
foundational black American?
I don't
What
think
you
he's
say?
saying that.
I'm
Are
from
you a
America like
foundational
you.
black
Was you born
American?
anywhere else?
I think he's saying he's Jamaican, but he was a Jamaican heritage, but he was born here.
I ain't say I was Jamaican.
You sure?
I never said that.
Oh, but are you?
No.
Okay. Where are your people from?
My people from the South, Jersey, New York, Philly, Colorado. The Colorado, hold on.
Caribbean?
The Colorado link is how I know. The Colorado link is how I know that black people wasn't calling themselves Indians. It's how I know they was mixing. Because I had a whole
You from the
my
Caribbean?
black
Because you ain't name a
family.
southern state.
Are you
remember?
from the Caribbean?
Hold on. I'm about to bust your head. I had part of my black family was living in Colorado. They were mixing with what you think is what the average person call a Native American. Those Indians that you see on reservations and stuff like that. So what was those black people doing all the way out in Colorado? If you know anything about Colorado, there was a bunch
Because
of
they weren't from Colorado.
hold on. There were a bunch of what you call these Native American Indian tribes out there. But it was also black people out there. Those people never
those
called
black people
themselves
were
Indians.
Indians.
They were
Those black
mixing with
people
these
were
people.
Indians, though.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were. I'm gonna give you examples.
How? They're not even the same people.
Yes,
My
they
aunt,
are.
hold on. My aunts have a black mother and a Native American. They had a black mother and a Native American father.
Lord.
They were mixing. These Indians and these what you call Indians, I don't even know what those people was referring to themselves as prior to the Indian term. I don't know what they was calling themselves.
Mixing with who?
You said what?
Mixing with who?
Black people and the average Native American Indian that you see today, if you Google.
What's an average Native American Indian you see today? Are you talking about a Mongoloid?
Yes. Black people were mixing with those people. Neither one of those groups called themselves Indians, not the black side or the Mongol side.
Let me show you some images right quick.
I just told you if you Google it, you can see them in pictures together.
Wait a minute. This is a Menominee. This is an OG boy woman.
Yeah, I just told you can see black and white pictures of them together.
Huron woman.
Did I not say that you can Google black and white pictures and see black?
All these phenotypes are Negroid. These are Hawaii and Shawnee.
Alcorn. I know you heard me say 10 minutes ago that you can literally Google and see black and white pictures of black people and these Mongol people together.
No, I stepped out. But I am one that
they were mixing. And hold on. You know what I compare it to?
Okay.
You know what I compare it to? You see a lot of black people today, especially in New York. You got black people mixing with Puerto Ricans every day. You could see it happens.
Puerto Ricans are already mixed.
Whatever. My point is, you got two different groups mixing. This been going on.
But two Puerto Ricans together, that's mixing.
Let's stick to what I'm talking about. You got a black person, you got a black person, and you got a straight-haired Puerto Rican that could
what about the African style
white.
What about the African style Puerto Rican?
mixing. That's my point. You have two different groups mixing. That's my point.
But every Puerto Rican ain't looking like you described, though.
That's my point. Is you have two different groups mixing. That been going on in America. My point is neither one of those groups back then were calling themselves Indians. That's a term that came later. These groups, whatever their names was, they was calling themselves whatever.
They weren't calling themselves Native Americans. Now I'm gonna show you some
examples. It don't matter what they was. I don't even care what I just know that Indian term wasn't a common term. It wasn't a common term around America. It was not a common term. You already said, you already admitted.
There was a great deal of interbreeding between Indians and the slaves. Genetically speaking, black people are some part of black, some part European, and most of us are some part of Indian. In my own family, we are part Cherokee. This is coming from your boy.
That's cool. You can claim that now. I got Indians in my family. I just told you. My family, I could claim Indian.
But who's Indian if the Indian is black?
The Indian ain't black. The Indian ain't black. That's what you failing to realize. The Indian ain't black.
Forbes? Would you like for me to read off Jack D. Forbes and what he has to say about that? He says,
listen, you already
Negro and black to include persons of Native
shit.
American ancestry and Anglo North America by Jack D. Forbes.
So if you know that black people wasn't calling themselves Indians prior to the government coining that term, it's nothing to talk about. You already proved my point.
Actually, they were.
No, they were not.
United States government, they were called Indians in Spanish America and Portuguese
let's make
America.
Sense of this, right? Hold on. Let's make sense of this. So it was so wait. So where were black people at during this time, right? Prior to Columbus, prior to the government coining this term, was it black people all over America? Were they only in the South? Were they up north? Were they in the Midwest? Where were they?
All over.
They were all over, right? How did everybody know? So what type of communication went around for everybody to all the black people in America prior to Columbus to say that, okay, we're all subscribing as Indians? How did that go? Where's the documentation?
They didn't all subscribe. They didn't homogenously clump themselves that.
So who was calling themselves Indians? What black people?
They call themselves by their specific names, but that's here nor there.
Why ain't it?
Today, we're calling ourselves Indians in the legal jurisdiction to get us some tangibles. You're not calling yourself a hyphenated African native.
You know why y'all still ain't? You know why we still ain't getting nothing?
To get your tangibles.
I know that's how you say y'all at first.
You know why we still ain't getting nothing? Hold on. You know why we still ain't getting nothing from the Indians? Because we was never that in the first place.
Yes, we were, dummy.
No, we wasn't. No, you just said we wasn't calling. How am I something that I'm not? Yo, you worse than the Muslims. The Muslims be like, yo, Jesus was a Muslim.
When we're in the courts, okay, what do you call yourself when you go to court and you want to sue somebody for slavery? What do you call yourself?
Why would I be suing somebody for slavery? I wasn't born back then.
You claim that you were a descendant of a slave, right?
Ain't most of us?
You looking for reparations for slavery, right?
No, I'm not.
So what do you do? What do you do when you want to charge somebody? Wait a minute.
You got stimulus. You got all types of money. Why y'all want all that old money?
Stimulus checks is not reparations. What do you do when you want to claim somebody some damages, and you want somebody to repair your shit that caused this shit to you? What do you do when you go to court? Do you claim to be a Bantu West African? Oh, and I present my DNA kit and say that I'm a West African?
Nah.
Or do you look up your genealogy, or do you look up your paper genealogy and figure out what fucking tribe you belong to and look up the documents that says that you were Indian? Do you bring to court Indian, or do you bring to court African? Or do you bring to court saying that you are Aborigine but no specification?
You know the thing say black or?
He brings documentation saying that he's Jamaican.
Why you keep saying that? Why you keep saying the Jamaican thing?
What's your genealogy,
Because you didn't
Sha?
really specify, and a lot of stuff you were saying is usually Jamaican.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
I didn't
Sha,
specify what? What you mean I didn't specify what?
specify your genealogy. Where's your people from?
I just told y'all, my people from the South, South Carolina, North Carolina, Colorado, Philly. I told y'all that.
Okay, what ethnicity did they identify as? Did they say anything about being an African?
No, but I never said that.
Did they
Y'all
say
just
that they
totally ignore
Negro
everything I
side
said
was
in the beginning.
African? Wait a minute. Did they say that they Negroid side is African? Did they say even anything on the remotely saying black? Before the 1960s, did they say that they were black? No. They said that they were colored. They said that they were mulatto. They said that they were Negro. Ain't
Okay.
nobody play that black shit back then.
Okay, black Negro, like I don't get what your point
So
is.
what are you talking about? You over here arguing the fact that, oh, we weren't called no Indians,
We
nigga, but
wasn't.
you are in the court to
No,
get your
I'm saying that in the
tangibles.
context. I'm saying that in the
You'll
context
gladly
of.
be an
Hold,
Indian if they
hold on,
handed
hold on,
you
hold on.
your
I'm saying, hold on.
tangibles.
I'm saying that in the context of. Let's go back to what I said about different groups coming here. Y'all be quick to say, "Yo, I'm not this, I'm not that," right? But y'all running with a term that was given to us. That's my point. I'm not saying
Okay, well, then what's your
nobody's
ideological
Indian or none of
standpoint?
that. Like
What's your
I just said,
ideological standpoint? Are you a FBA? Do you follow Tariq Nasheed?
I don't even. I
Are
told
you
you I don't even know who
a
that is.
Pan-African?
I don't even know who that is. You mixing because
Are you a Moor?
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Are you a
You
Hebrew
so
Israelite? Are you an Abo?
hold on. You so obsessed with titles that you missed that you think that I came here to promote some type of African. No, that's not what I was saying. I know exactly what I said when I came on here. Y'all pushing y'all trying to
Okay,
push a
what's your
narrative.
ethnicity? What's your
Y'all
ethnicity?
trying to push a narrative that I wasn't even talking about. My whole point is when you talking about titles and saying, "Oh, yo, this one not African, this one that," you can't leave out the fact that we ain't Indians neither. That's why I said we native. We from this. Hold on, let me
Native?
finish.
So you
Let me finish.
identify as
My thing is we're from this land. I don't get why people, and I said that. Now and again,
yeah.
could a lot of people here have African lineage? Maybe. I'm not ruling that out because again, I said different groups came here before Columbus. That's why I'm not ruling it out. Are we all African? No, I don't think that. I don't think
Now
that.
let's read.
So if that's
A
the case,
native.
why are you arguing against Native American or
Because y'all
Indian?
still trying to because you trying to y'all be talking and running with this Indian term, not just y'all, just a lot of people be running with this, oh, I'm Indian. I'm as if it was a term that we were calling ourselves, and it's not.
Okay, so
So
what do you
according
suggest?
to
What do you suggest?
etymology,
What do I
you said we
suggest?
should call
Yeah.
I
ourselves
look at it like
native.
again, hold on. If you remove yourself from this title obsession, the reason why I say native or like because I'm saying that in the context of I'm from here. I'm from here. That's where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that for all of us.
So
I'm
are you
not talking
saying
about
you are Aborigine?
whatever. Again, I'm not so obsessed with the again. I just said if you remove yourself from this title obsession,
Okay, so what do you
I'm only
suggest?
saying
That's what I'm
What
native.
asking.
do you suggest?
What I'm saying is look, like me, I was born in a certain place. My great
Yeah, that's
grandparents was
what that
born.
shit mean. Born
Hold
in a
on,
place.
let me talk. I was born in a certain place. My great grandparents ain't from where I'm from. They wasn't born where I was born. So I could be like, yo, those my family down there. But I got family in places I never been.
Okay, but what do you suggest?
What I really don't know because it's like what
Then why are you arguing against something
hold
else
on
then?
Exactly why you
because
don't know.
hold on. Hear me out. When you what are we asking for? We keep saying reparations and like how does this play out? Like what's the true
No,
obsession? Like
sir. What do you
Yes, sir.
suggest? That's what I'm waiting for.
what do I suggest? The reason why I think native or aborigine pick which is one and the same, I think is the most plausible because it's we from here. I don't see nothing wrong with saying, yo, I'm a native.
Okay, then why don't you just say you're American?
We could say that too. I don't have a problem. I'm not obsessed with names like a lot of y'all YouTubers. American,
all right, then let's
native,
break down the
Aborigine,
definition that you keep saying we should call ourselves
Indian.
native.
No.
It says mid 15th century, person born in bondage, one born of a serf or villain,
So
a
you
sense now obsolete
don't
from
want to be
native.
called a native because of what? Because of that? So you want to be called an
Yeah,
Indian?
Negro, do you not pay attention? Do you not know of the
Again,
Native Know Nothing Party? It means a person born in a place or a slave. This is why it is important
you said
to
it
know
means
that
what? Say that one
words
more time.
cast
You said
spells.
native means
This
what?
is why it's
Hold on. You said
important to
native means
know that
what?
native means a person born in bondage, a slave, and a person born in a place. It became in the 16th century, in 1600, to the original inhabitants of non-European nations where Europeans hold political power. For example, American Indians by 1630, hence using contemptuously of the locals from 1800s. And it also says on the native adjective thing at the bottom, it says in the early 1970s, activist Indians began calling themselves Native Americans from the peyote using Native American Church incorporated in 1918 in Oklahoma and subsequently in other states. The newer term, aside from disassociating its users from the reservation life of the past, was formed of one-upmanship, since it reminded whites just who was on the premises first. But these niggas got that word from political correctness by stealing it from the Native American Party, Know Nothings, that was running. You ever seen the movie Gangs of New York?
Yeah.
With them white men running them Irish up out of the country, calling them Irish niggas and all types of shit. That was an organization started by a Jewish man named Charles Lewis Levin that was self-proclaiming themselves as Criollos, aka foundational white Americans, which that did not include at the time Germans, it didn't include Italians, it didn't include all these other Europeans that they considered undesirables like the Slavs. Do you understand? Because when you look at etymology and if you look at legal dictionaries, it'll tell you what the words mean, because in the law, they're using a different type of language. Just like these pan-Africans are using a different type of language when they speak to their Freemason handlers. When you use the word black, between us, we know what black means, but in the Freemason circle, black means something else. It means dead. It means non-existence. It's not even a color. Black and white are just statuses. So when you want to get something for like restitution, and you have proof of that via your genealogy, you go by the term American Indian, because that's the only people that were predominantly the majority so-called slaves within the 13 colonies that they were subjecting to chattel slavery. Do you understand? Because they barely brought in West Africans to the New World. When you look at Henry Louis Gates' own numbers, he contradicts himself, claiming that, oh, y'all can't be Indians because the white man raped the Africans. Okay, if that's the case, how did he rape all these Africans if they brought over majority males and the females were having low birth rates? So who are they utilizing to produce more so-called chattel slaves? Indian women. So if these African males are sleeping with Indian women, what does that make their descendants? Indians.
Because the government said they Indians, right?
No, nigga, because they are indigenous to the land. But
Ain't
with
no
that,
Indians, bro. You
but
just
with
said
that,
earlier that
I
they
think
wasn't.
Alquan trying to say that we're trying to close out the show.
Oh, I got it.
But Al,
Yeah.
yeah, you ready to sign off?
Yeah.
Because I started hearing snoring in the background.
Yeah, that's Lionel, but I'm feeling the same way though.
But all right.
So I'd like to thank everybody for coming, and once again, Pan-Africans, they got a false ideology, so you got to put it to rest. Peace out.
All right, peace.